Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil haven where worries gently melt away and the embrace of a peaceful evening awaits. Here, our stories will whisk you to magical and serene places, perfect for unwinding after a beautiful spring day. Remember, you can enjoy these tales ad-free on Patreon. Thank you for choosing to spend your time with us. Now, let's journey together into the soothing world of imagination. Story 1. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched moss-bearded branches toward a sky perpetually dappled with starlight, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a perfume of endings and beginnings. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in liquid gold shafts, illuminating dust motes dancing like forgotten spells. In a hollow beneath the roots of a grand silver birch, Fern the squirrel tucked a final hazelnut into her larder, her nose twitching at the crisp chill that clung to the evening breeze. Autumn had painted the forest in fiery hues, crimson maples, amber beeches, ochre ferns, but an unsettling stillness lingered. The wind, usually a playful companion rustling through dry leaves, had fallen silent. The streams, which should have been chuckling over stones smoothed by centuries, flowed thick and sluggish, like syrup. Fern's friend, Thistle the badger, emerged from his set, his grizzled muzzle lifted to sniff the heavy air. "The turning feels stuck," he rumbled, his voice like stones tumbling in a creek. "Winter's breath should be frosting the ferns by now. Instead, the forest holds its breath." Thistle was the keeper of the Heartwood tales, stories whispered from badger to badger since the first acorn took root. He knew the Whisperwood lived by a delicate rhythm, governed by the Heartstone, a crystalline orb nestled in the oldest oak's core, pulsing with the season's magic. When balanced, it spun spring's blossoms into summer's warmth, autumn's harvest into winter's restorative sleep. But now the Heartstone's glow flickered weakly, casting long, trembling shadows that seemed to shiver with cold, despite the unseasonal warmth. High above, Cora the thrush sang a melody thin with worry. "The berry bushes haven't shed their leaves. My nestlings shiver in nests meant for spring." Her song echoed Fern's fears. Without winter's deep freeze, seeds wouldn't know when to sleep or sprout. Insects, confused by the lingering warmth, buzzed erratically, disturbing the drowsy hedgehogs. Even the deer, led by gentle Bramble with his wide, anxious eyes, trod softly, their hooves sinking into unfrozen mud that should have been crisp with frost. "The balance phrase," murmured Thistle, tracing a claw over a patch of luminous blue moss that usually dimmed in winter but now glowed too brightly. "If the Heartstone fails, spring may never wake." Fern's paws itched to help. She scampered to Thistle, her bushy tail quivering. "What can we do?" Thistle's eyes softened. He led her to a circle of toadstools, their caps pearlescent in the gloom, and shared the oldest tale, how, generations past, a great storm had shaken the Heartstone loose. The wise ones of that age, a stag, an owl, and a badger, had sung the forest's song beneath the full moon, their voices weaving the threads of wind, water, earth, and root back into harmony. "The song lives in all of us," Thistle said, his breath misting in the oddly warm air. "But it must be offered freely, with hearts attuned to the wood's sorrow." So Fern gathered the forest. Cora spread the call on iridescent wings, her notes fluttering through the bracken. Bramble nudged sleepy voles from their burrows with his velvet nose. Fern herself chattered to the grumpy old tortoise, Mossback, who grumbled about youngsters disturbing decent hibernation, but emerged blinking into the twilight. As the moon rose, a silver coin in a sky choked with unmoving clouds, creatures great and small gathered at the grand oak. Its bark shimmered with trapped moonlight, revealing veins of quartz like frozen starlight. At its base the Heartstone pulsed erratically, a wounded star casting sickly greenish light on anxious faces. Thistle began, his voice a deep, grounding hum that vibrated through the roots beneath their paws. He sang of winter's necessity, the quiet blanket of snow that cradled sleeping seeds, the crackling frost that cleansed the earth. Cora joined, her trill rising like a stream finding its course after drought, weaving in the promise of spring's return, the scent of thawing soil and unfurling petals. Bramble lowered his head, his breath a warm sigh that carried the richness of fallen leaves returning to the earth, the cycle of nourishment. Fern closed her eyes, pouring her heart into the song. She sang of the cozy rustle of a full larder, the safe dark of her root hollow, the trust that winter's end brought sun-warmed bark and tender shoots. Even mossback added a low, resonant croak, the patient rhythm of deep time, the slow turn of seasons only ancient ones truly understood. Their voices entwined not as separate notes, but as one living breath. Fern felt the vibration travel up her paws, through the oak's roots and into the heartstone. The flickering light steadied, then brightened, shifting from sickly green to pure, cool silver. A sudden gust of wind, sharp and clean as ice, swept through the clearing, carrying the first crystalline flakes of snow. They landed on Fern's nose, a tiny, perfect cold kiss, and on Cora's wings, dusting them like sugar. The sluggish streams began to chuckle again, freed by the frost's touch. Around them the overbright moss dimmed to a restful blue glow, and the stubborn leaves on the berry bushes released their hold, spiraling down to blanket the earth. Thistle nuzzled Fern's head as the last notes faded. You see, little one, harmony isn't a single note, but the chorus. Each season, each creature has its part. The forest sighed in relief. Snowflakes settled softly, muffling the world in a peaceful hush. Bramble led the deer to sheltered thickets, their breath pluming silver in the newly cold air. Cora tucked her nestlings beneath her wings, their shivering soothed by the returning chill. Mossback retreated into his burrow with a contented sigh, knowing true sleep awaited. Fern scurried home, the snow-laden branches above her glittering like 1,000 tiny lanterns. As she curled in her hollow, lined with downy thistle fluff and the scent of birch bark, she listened to the Whisperwood's restored song, the wind sighing through frosted pines, the distant hoot of an owl, the deep, rhythmic rumble of the earth settling into its winter rest. Outside, the heartstone pulsed steadily within the oak, a silent promise beneath the snow, a beacon of balance, guarded by friendship, and singing softly of seasons yet to unfold. Story 2. Leo had always been a quiet boy who noticed things others overlooked, the way dust motes danced in sunbeams, or how raindrops traced silver paths down window panes. One drizzly autumn afternoon, while exploring his grandmother's cobwebby attic, he discovered a teapot nestled in an old cedar chest. It was unremarkable at first glance, ceramic painted with faded forget-me-nots, but when Leo brushed his thumb over its chipped spout, warmth hummed beneath his palm like a sleeping cat. Curious, he filled it with water from the rain barrel outside. As steam curled skyward, the forget-me-nots bloomed vivid blue, and the teapot poured not tea, but liquid moonlight that pooled in his cup. When Leo sipped, the attic dissolved. Suddenly he stood in a sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen, watching his grandmother, young and laughing, chase butterflies with a girl in a yellow dress. The vision faded, leaving the taste of wild strawberries on his tongue. The teapot, he realized, held memories. That night, Leo dreamt of the girl in yellow. She whispered, "Find me," her voice like wind through reeds. Determined, Leo wrapped the teapot in a woolen scarf and set out at dawn. His journey led him to the whispering woods, where trees murmured secrets and paths shifted like shy deer. There he met Thistle, a prickly hedgehog with spectacles balanced on his snout. Thistle could read the forest's tangled roots like a map. Memory-steeped objects crave homecomings, he explained, tapping a claw on the teapot. But the woods guard sorrows, tread softly. Days blurred into weeks. They crossed rivers singing lullabies and valleys where flowers chimed like bells. In the Mossback Mountains they found Nimbus, a cloud sparrow whose feathers changed color with her moods, periwinkle when curious, peach when amused. She'd lost her flock in a storm and nested in a hollow of sorrow. Memories are anchors, she chirped, ruffling indigo plumes. Yours might mend broken wings. Together they faced the gray mire, a swamp where fog swallowed sound and hope. Its guardian, the bog dweller, was a sorrowful creature shaped from mud and melancholy. Lave, it gurgled, tendrils of mist coiling around Leo's ankles. This place drowns light. Thistle bristled, Nimbus fluttered anxiously, but Leo knelt. He poured moonlight from the teapot into a lichen-crusted cup. Taste, he offered. Some memories are gentle. The bog dweller sipped. Fog parted, revealing a vision, a child rescuing a trapped frog, their laughter bright as dragonflies. The creature shuddered, mud cracking to reveal eyes like dewdrops. I'd forgotten kindness, it whispered. In gratitude, it wove them a bridge of reeds across the mire. Beyond the swamp stood a cottage with sunflower-yellow shutters. On the porch sat an elderly woman, her hands knitting a scarf the color of storm clouds. Leo recognized her eyes, the girl from his grandmother's memory. Her name was Alara, and she'd buried her past to blunt the ache of loneliness. When Leo offered the teapot, she recoiled. Memories are thorns, she said, her voice trembling. Take it away. But Nimbus alighted on Alara's shoulder, humming a lullaby her mother once sang. Thistle nudged her ankle, spectacles gleaming. Even thorns bloom roses, ma'am, he murmured. Leo poured moonlight into Alara's favorite cup, a chipped one with painted bumblebees. She sipped, and tears traced silver paths down her cheeks. She saw picnics under oak trees, her sister's wedding dance, the first crocus of spring. I thought joy made loss sharper, she breathed. But it's a blanket against the cold. Alara kept the teapot one final night. At dawn, she pressed it back into Leo's hands. Memories must travel, she said, smiling. Like birds or brave boys. She gifted him a seed from her sunflower garden, a tiny, glowing thing that hummed with warmth. Leo returned home as frost etched lace on the windows. He planted Alara's seed by the hearth. It sprouted into a luminous sunflower that swayed to silent music, petals shimmering with captured starlight. Now, when winter winds howl, Leo brews moonlight tea. He shares sips with Thistle, who visits for chess, and Nimbus, who nests in the sunflower's glow. And sometimes in the steam, he sees Alara tending her garden, her laughter braided with his grandmother's, a reminder that the quietest things, a teapot, a seed, a kindness, hold galaxies. So drift now, little dreamer, wrapped in warmth thicker than wool. Remember, the world brims with hidden wonders, waiting for gentle hearts to find them. Sleep, and let your own memories bloom. Story 3. The village of Willowhaven nestled in a valley where the air always smelled faintly of cinnamon, and the brooks chuckled over smooth, moonstone pebbles. It was a place where teapots poured themselves, lanterns glowed with captured fireflies, and the biggest worry was usually weather misses. Thistlewick's prize-winning sunflowers would bloom before the autumn equinox festival. That is, until the little disappearances began. It started subtly. Master Hemlock the baker reached for his favorite, perfectly smooth, rolling pin one misty morning, only to find it gone. Not misplaced, vanished. Then young Finn's prized skipping stone, polished to a deep blue sheen by the river, disappeared from his windowsill. Old man Rowan missed his spectacles, perched right beside his rocking chair. Each loss was small, seemingly insignificant, but a ripple of puzzled unease spread through the cozy community. Nothing like this had ever happened in Willowhaven. The person most troubled was Clara, the baker's apprentice. She loved the comforting rhythm of kneading dough, the warm yeasty scent of the ovens, and the way Master Hemlock's shop was the heart of the village. The missing rolling pin wasn't just a tool. It was part of that warm, familiar heartbeat. Clara, with her quiet nature and eyes that noticed things others missed, felt a tug to understand. One crisp afternoon, while sweeping the bakery floor, Clara spotted something tiny and unexpected near the flour sacks. It was a wisp of silver thread, finer than spider silk, catching the afternoon sun. It shimmered with a faint, internal light. Kneeling, she saw another tiny wisp near the door, and another leading out into the cobbled street. They were almost invisible, like forgotten dreams. "Master Hemlock," she called softly, pointing. "Look, like little trails of starlight." The baker squinted. "Bless my buns, Clara, sharp eyes you have. Never noticed those before. Think they're connected to our missing things." "I don't know," Clara murmured, "but they feel important." Later, visiting Finn to commiserate about his stone, Clara noticed something else. Finn's windowsill where the stone had rested had a faint dusting of iridescent powder, like crushed opal. And near old man Rowan's rocking chair, she found a single, impossibly tiny scale, shimmering green and gold, no bigger than her pinky nail. The clues were baffling. Silver threads, opal dust, a tiny scale. It felt like pieces from different puzzles. Seeking wisdom, Clara climbed the winding path to the Whispering Library, nestled high in an ancient oak tree. Its keeper was Alastair, a great horned owl with spectacles perched precariously on his beak and feathers the color of aged parchment. "Ah, Clara," Alastair hooted softly, turning a page in a massive, leather-bound book with a careful talon. "Troubled by the village's little vanishing acts, I presume." Clara poured out her discoveries, the threads, the dust, the scale. Alastair listened intently, his large eyes thoughtful. "Intriguing," he mused. "Silver threads suggest swift, small movement, perhaps a creature of haste. Opal dust speaks of delicate magic, perhaps something that brushes against surfaces lightly. And a scale, that hints at something reptilian but impossibly tiny. These elements don't readily combine in any creature I know." He shuffled his wings thoughtfully. "Perhaps the threads are a path. Have you followed them?" Clara hadn't dared venture far alone. Only a little way down the street, they fade quickly. Then, Alastair said kindly, "You need eyes that see what others overlook. Eyes that understand the language of dust and shadow." He gestured with a wing towards a shadowy nook filled with fluff balls and discarded bookmarks. Pippin might assist. From the fluff emerged a creature no bigger than Clara's hand. It resembled a very round, very dusty gray dandelion puff with bright, button-black eyes and twitching whiskers. This was Pippin, a library dust bunny, a magical little being born from forgotten words and quiet corners, who understood the secrets of small places. "Pippin sees," the dust bunny squeaked, bouncing excitedly. "Pippin sees the shiny trails. Follow Pippin." With Pippin bouncing eagerly ahead, his tiny form almost blending with the cobblestones, Clara followed the faint silver threads. They led away from the village square, down a lane overhung with weeping willows, towards the edge of Meadowhaven, where the wildflower meadows met the whispering woods. The threads grew denser here, shimmering faintly in the dappled sunlight. They stopped near the roots of a giant, ancient oak. The silver thread seemed to converge here, swirling into a small, almost invisible knot against the rough bark. But there was no sign of the missing items. Clara sighed disappointment, a cold stone in her stomach. Pippin, however, was sniffing furiously at the base of the tree. "Not gone," he chirped. "Down, down." He began burrowing frantically into the soft earth between two massive roots. Clara knelt and gently helped, brushing away loose soil and moss. They uncovered not a hole, but a hidden crack in the tree's base, an entrance so small only a creature like Pippin or a very determined mouse could have found it. Peering inside, Clara gasped. The hollow within wasn't empty. It glowed with a soft, warm light. And there, nestled on a bed of moss and dried petals, were the missing treasures: Master Hemlock's rolling pin, Finn's blue stone, Old Man Rowan's spectacles, and more, a thimble, a particularly shiny button, a small wooden whistle. They were arranged carefully, almost reverently. But the most astonishing sight was the tiny creature curled protectively around them. It was no bigger than a kitten, covered in shimmering green and gold scales that caught the light filtering in. Delicate, almost transparent silver wings were folded neatly against its back. Its snout was short and gentle, and tiny puffs of iridescent dust seemed to drift from its nostrils as it slept peacefully. A faint trail of silver thread still clung to one tiny claw. "It's a dragon," Clara breathed, her voice barely a whisper. "A baby dragon." Pippin bounced excitedly. Sparkle, tiny sparkle. Suddenly, the little dragon's eyes blinked open. They were large and luminous, like deep forest pools reflecting moonlight. It let out a tiny, startled chirp, more like a bird than a fearsome beast, and shuffled backwards, trying to shield its hoard with its small body. It looked utterly terrified. Clara's heart melted. This wasn't a thief. This was a lost, frightened child. She remembered the clues, the swift movement, the silver threads were its path, the opal dust its breath, the tiny scale. It hadn't meant harm. It had been collecting what it thought were beautiful, precious things for its little nest. "SHHH," Clara murmured, her voice as soft as dandelion fluff. "It's all right. We won't hurt you. Are you lost, little one?" The dragonling tilted its head, its fear slowly replaced by curiosity. It chirped again, a questioning sound. "My name is Clara. This is Pippin. We live in the village." She pointed gently towards Willowhaven. "These things," she gestured towards the hoard, "they belong to our friends. They miss them." The dragonling looked down at the rolling pin, the stone, the spectacles. Its luminous eyes seemed to cloud with a dawning understanding. It nudged the rolling pin with its snout and let out a soft, sad little sigh, like a breeze rustling leaves. "I think," Clara said softly, "you thought these were treasures, and they are, but they're treasures to the people who lost them too, like your cozy nest here is a treasure to you." The dragonling Tiny Sparkle, as Pippin had named it, chirped thoughtfully. It looked from Clara to the hoard, then back to Clara. Slowly, deliberately, it nudged Finn's blue stone towards the entrance of the hollow. Then Master Hemlock's rolling pin. One by one, it pushed the village's missing treasures out towards Clara, its tiny head held low. "Oh, Tiny Sparkle," Clara whispered, touched by the gesture. "That's very brave and kind." She carefully gathered the items. "But you don't need to be alone. Willowhaven is a friendly place. Maybe we can find you a safe spot, somewhere warm with friends." Pippin bounced enthusiastically. Pippin's friend, Sparkle friend. Tiny Sparkle peered out, its large eyes wide. It cautiously fluttered its delicate wings, sending a shower of opal dust dancing in the sunbeams. It chirped, a sound that held a flicker of hope. Clara returned the missing treasures to a relieved and astonished village. The story of the tiny, treasure-collecting dragon spread like warm honey. Instead of fear, there was wonder and sympathy. Master Hemlock, his rolling pin safely back in his flowery hands, declared, "Well, if a little dragon appreciates fine baking tools, it clearly has excellent taste." The villagers, led by Clara and Pippin, found a perfect new home for Tiny Sparkle, a large, abandoned dovecote near the bakery, lined with soft moss and warmed by the oven's residual heat. They brought smooth pebbles, shiny buttons, and polished bits of quartz, things meant just for Tiny Sparkle to collect. The dragonling, no longer lost or afraid, chirped with delight, arranging its new treasures with meticulous care. The mystery of the little disappearances was solved not by shouting or anger, but by quiet observation, a helpful dust bunny, a wise owl, and above all, a heart willing to see the fear behind the actions. Tiny Sparkle became a beloved part of Willowhaven. Its silver threads were now seen flitting happily between the dovecote and the meadow, collecting fallen petals and dewdrops instead of rolling pins. And sometimes, when Clara baked late into the evening, a tiny, shimmering shape would perch on the windowsill, watching the kneading with luminous eyes, its breath sending soft puffs of harmless, glittering dust into the warm, cinnamon-scented air, a silent guardian of the cozy, peaceful night. The village learned that sometimes the most surprising answers come from the smallest creatures, and that kindness is the brightest treasure of all. And as the moon rose over the valley, casting a silver glow on the cobblestones and the now contented dragon, Willowhaven settled into a deeper, more understanding peace, the gentle mystery woven forever into its cozy, magical heart. Story 4. The air in the small, crooked cottage smelled of wood smoke, dried lavender, and the faintest hint of linseed oil. Outside, an autumn wind sighed through the ancient oaks bordering the village of Willow Creek, sending showers of crimson and gold leaves skittering across the cobblestone lane. Inside, curled by the crackling hearth, sat Maya, a girl with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that beat a little too loudly for the quiet world she inhabited. Shyness wrapped around her like a second skin, making her words stumble and her dreams feel too large, too bright, for her small hands to hold. Maya's solace was her grandmother's attic, a treasure trove of forgotten things. Dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light that pierced the single round window, illuminating worn trunks, stacks of yellowed books, and peculiar objects cloaked in sheets. One rainy afternoon, seeking refuge from the boisterous village fair, Maya climbed the creaking stairs. Her fingers brushed against a long, cylindrical object tucked behind a tapestry, depicting a forest shimmering with impossible light. Pulling it free, she uncovered an old paintbrush. It wasn't ornate, just smooth, dark wood, worn soft by time, its bristles a surprising, vibrant silver that seemed to hold captured moonlight. Holding it felt different. Warmth tingled in her palm, a quiet hum resonating up her arm. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Maya unearthed a dusty, half-empty palette of dried watercolors and a roll of thick, creamy paper. Settling by the attic window overlooking the whispering woods, she dipped the silver brush into a jar of rainwater she'd collected. Touching the dampened bristles to a dried cake of cerulean blue felt like waking something ancient. The color bloomed on the paper with startling intensity, richer and deeper than any paint she'd ever used. Without conscious thought, her hand began to move. She painted what she saw: the gnarled oak branches, the russet ferns, the mist gathering in the hollows. But as the brush glided, something extraordinary happened. Where the silver-tipped bristles touched the paper, the colors seemed to breathe. The painted leaves rustled faintly, as if stirred by a phantom breeze. A painted wren tilted its head, its tiny eye glinting with sudden awareness. Maya gasped, pulling the brush back. The image settled, beautiful but still. Tentatively, she touched the brush to the paper again, adding delicate strokes to a cluster of painted foxgloves. This time they swayed gently, and a soft, sweet chime like tiny bells echoed faintly in the quiet attic. The paintbrush wasn't just a tool, it was a key. That night, sleep eluded Maya. The brush lay beside her pillow, humming softly against the wood. Moonlight streamed through her window, painting silver paths on the floorboards. Drawn by an irresistible urge, she crept downstairs, slipped on her worn boots and thick woolen cloak, and tucked the brush safely inside her pocket. The village slept under a blanket of stars as she stepped into the crisp night air, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves sharp in her nostrils. She didn't know where she was going, only that the woods called to the brush, and the brush called to her. Following an instinct deeper than thought, Maya walked past the familiar paths, venturing deeper into the whispering woods than she ever had before. The ancient trees seemed taller, their branches weaving a denser canopy overhead, filtering the moonlight into dappled patterns on the mossy floor. The silence was profound, broken only by the crunch of frost underfoot and the distant hoot of an owl. Then she saw it, a section of ivy-covered rock face, barely visible in the gloom, shimmering with the same silvery light that emanated from her brush. Heart-pounding, Maya approached. The ivy rustled, not from wind, but seemingly of its own accord. As she lifted the silver brush, its tip began to glow softly. Without hesitation, she touched it to the shimmering rock. The stone dissolved like mist, revealing a hidden archway. Warm golden light spilled out, carrying the scent of honeysuckle, sun-warmed stone, and something else, the sweet, sharp tang of magic. Stepping through, Maya caught her breath. She stood at the edge of a hidden valley, bathed in perpetual twilight. Bioluminescent moss carpeted the ground, pulsing with soft blues and greens. Giant crystalline flowers glowed from within, casting prismatic rainbows on the smooth, obsidian-like stones of a meandering stream. Trees with bark like polished jade bore leaves of spun silver and gold, chiming softly in a non-existent breeze. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any she'd ever seen, drifted like living stars. This was Thistlewood, a realm hidden within the heart of the Whispering Woods. Before her amazement could settle, a small, frantic movement caught her eye. Near the glowing stream, a creature was struggling. It looked like a badger, but its fur was a deep, velvety indigo streaked with silver, and its eyes were large and luminous amber, filled with distress. It was tangled in thick, thorny vines that pulsed with an ugly, dark energy, seemingly growing right out of the glowing moss. The creature whimpered, a sound like wind chimes caught in a storm. Maya's shyness vanished, replaced by a surge of protective instinct. She hurried forward. "SHHH, it's all right," she murmured, her voice surprisingly steady in the enchanted quiet. She knelt, examining the thorns. They seemed to writhe, resisting her touch. Remembering the brush, she pulled it from her pocket. Its silver tip glowed brighter near the dark vines. Holding her breath, Maya carefully touched the bristles to one of the thorns. There was a soft sizzle, a faint smell of ozone, and the thorn dissolved into wisps of shadow. Encouraged, Maya painted gentle strokes over the vines, as if erasing them. Where the silver light touched, the dark energy recoiled and dissipated. The remaining vines shriveled and fell away, harmless. The creature shook itself free, its indigo fur shimmering. It looked up at Maya with immense gratitude in its amber eyes. It nudged her hand gently, then turned and trundled a few paces away, looking back expectantly. "You want me to follow?" Maya whispered. The creature nodded, a surprisingly human gesture. It led her along the glowing stream, deeper into the valley, towards a cluster of enormous, luminous mushrooms that served as dwellings. As they walked, other inhabitants emerged, blinking in the soft light. Maya saw beings woven from willow branches and starlight, their movements fluid and silent. She saw tiny folk with dragonfly wings and skin like dappled sunlight, flitting between glowing flowers. She saw stoic, rock-like figures with mossy beards, their eyes like deep-set gemstones. They all watched her with a mixture of curiosity and cautious hope. Her guide, whom she learned was named Thistle, communicated not with words but with soft chuffs, expressive gestures, and vivid images projected gently into her mind, a skill all Ethel folk seemed to possess. Thistle showed her images of the valley, vibrant, healthy, full of light. Then images of creeping darkness, patches of the glowing moss turning sickly gray, the crystalline flowers dimming, the thorny vines appearing more frequently, spreading a chilling lethargy. The source, Thistle projected with a shiver, came from the whispering stones at the valley's heart, stones that had always pulsed with gentle, protective magic, but now felt cold and corrupted. Ethelwood was dying, poisoned by a shadow seeping from its own core. The Ethel folk, guardians of this hidden balance, were weakened, unable to cleanse the source. They needed help from the outside world, a world they were hidden from. Thistle had been scouting near the veil when the dark vines ensnared him. Maya's arrival, wielding the silver brush, a tool Thistle recognized as an ancient artifact of creation, thought lost felt like a desperate hope fulfilled. Maya was overwhelmed. She, quiet Maya, who struggled to ask for bread at the baker's, was being asked to save a magical world. Fear tightened her throat. But looking around at the anxious faces of the willow spirits, the trembling glow of the tiny flitlings, the deep worry in Thistle's amber eyes, her own fear was mirrored and amplified tenfold in their plight. The brush hummed warmly in her hand, a quiet anchor. She remembered the feeling of dissolving the thorn, of creating life and movement with color. She took a deep breath, the air tasting of magic and moss, and nodded slowly. "I'll try," she whispered, the words echoing slightly in the still valley. "Show me the stones." The journey to the heart of Ethelwood was a passage through fading beauty. The further they went, the more the luminous flora dimmed. The air grew colder, carrying a faint, acrid tang. The cheerful chime of the silver-gold leaves became a discordant rattle. Thistle led the way, occasionally stopping to nudge a wilting flower or growl softly at a patch of encroaching gray moss. They were joined by others, Borin, a sturdy rock being whose slow, deliberate movements belied surprising speed, and Lyra, a flitterling whose wings, usually sparkling like dew, now seemed dulled by worry. Finally, they reached a clearing dominated by 3 enormous standing stones, taller than the tallest oak in Willow Creek. They were made of a deep, obsidian-like material, etched with intricate, glowing runes that should have pulsed with soft, rhythmic light. Instead, the runes flickered erratically, like dying embers. A palpable chill emanated from them, and thick, thorny vines, darker than midnight, writhed around their bases, spreading tendrils of shadow across the once vibrant moss. The air hummed with a low, discordant drone that set Maya's teeth on edge. This was the source of the blight. Maya approached cautiously, the silver brush glowing fiercely now, almost too bright to look at. She could feel the wrongness, a deep ache that resonated in her bones. Raising the brush felt like lifting a great weight. She focused on the nearest corrupted rune, its light sputtering weakly. Remembering how she painted life onto paper, she dipped the brush into the pure water of a nearby, still glowing streamlet. Touching the silver bristles to the flickering rune, she poured her intention into it, not just color, but light, warmth, protection. The response was violent. The dark vines lashed out like serpents. Shadowy tendrils snaked towards her. A wave of freezing despair washed over her, whispering of failure, of her own insignificance. "You're just a shy girl. You don't belong here. You can't do this." Maya stumbled back, gasping, the brush dimming momentarily. Fear threatened to swallow her whole. She looked at Thistle, Borin, and Lyra. Borin stepped forward, placing his massive, moss-covered hand on the stone near the attacking vine. The vine recoiled slightly from his touch, as if repelled by his inherent solidity. Lyra darted forward, her wings buzzing furiously, emitting a high-pitched, pure tone that seemed to disrupt the shadow's resonance. Thistle growled, a sound that vibrated with protective fury, and nudged Maya gently, his amber eyes filled with unwavering belief. "You are not alone." Their silent support was a lifeline. The brush flared back to life, brighter than before. This wasn't just about magic paint. It was about connection, about friendship defying the expectation of isolation. Maya wasn't just Maya anymore. She was part of Ethelwood's hope. She took another breath, deeper this time, pushing the cold despair aside. She thought not of her own fear, but of the valley's beauty, of Thistle's gratitude, of the flitling's light, of Borin's strength. She poured that feeling into the brush. She painted again, not just on the stone, but with the stone, with her friends. She painted strokes of pure, defiant light, guided by the rhythm Lyra's wings created, anchored by Boren's grounding presence, fueled by Thistle's fierce loyalty. She painted the memory of the healthy runes, the vibrant moss, the chiming leaves. Where the silver light touched the corrupted stone, the darkness shrieked silently, dissolving like smoke in sunlight. The vines withered and turned to ash. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the rune beneath her brush began to glow steadily, a warm, golden light pushing back the chill. One stone cleansed, but two remained, pulsing with malevolent energy. The effort was immense. Sweat beaded on Maya's forehead despite the cold. Her arm ached. The whispers of doubt tried to creep back in. Boren moved to the next stone, placing both hands upon it, absorbing some of the chilling energy, his stony form growing visibly colder, darker. Lyra's song grew strained. Thistle stood guard, snapping at any tendril of shadow that dared approach Maya. Maya focused on Boren, painting his resilience onto the stone. She focused on Lyra, painting her pure tone. She focused on Thistle, painting his unwavering courage. She painted their friendship, their shared purpose, onto the dark stone. It was a battle fought with color and will, each stroke a defiance against the encroaching shadow. The second rune flared, then steadied into a warm pulse. Only one stone remained, the darkest, the coldest, its runes barely visible flickers. The final stone radiated pure malice. The cold was biting. The discordant hum was a physical pressure. Maya's legs trembled. Boren was almost completely gray now, his movements sluggish. Lyra's light was faint. Thistle's growl was a weak rumble. The shadow seemed to coalesce, forming a shapeless, hungry presence around the stone. It whispered louder now, not just of her failure, but of the valley's inevitable end, of the pointlessness of their struggle. Maya looked at her friends, battered but unbroken. She looked at the silver brush, a conduit not just for magic, but for her own quiet voice, finally finding its strength. She thought of her grandmother, who must have known about this place, this brush. She thought of the sleeping village of Willow Creek, oblivious to the fragile magic breathing beside them. This hidden world deserved to live. Her friends deserved hope. She deserved to see the beauty return. Gathering every ounce of her courage, every spark of love for this strange, wonderful place and its inhabitants, Maya stepped forward. She didn't just paint on the stone, she poured her entire self into the brush. She painted her own journey, the shy girl finding a key, stepping through a veil, making friends who saw her not for her silence, but for her heart. She painted her fear, her doubt, and then her determination, her growing belief. She painted the vibrant future Ethelwood could have. The silver light blazed like a miniature sun, pure and fierce. It struck the dark heart of the stone. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a crack appeared in the obsidian surface, spiderwebbing outwards. Golden light, warm and vital, erupted from the cracks. The shapeless shadow shrieked, a soundless wail of dissolution, and vanished. The last runes blazed back to life, joining the other two in a harmonious, rhythmic pulse. The discordant hum ceased, replaced by a deep, resonant chime that vibrated through the ground, through the air, through Maya's very bones. The effect was instantaneous and breathtaking. The gray moss flushed back to vibrant blue-green luminescence. The crystalline flowers bloomed anew, their internal light dazzling. The thorny vines crumbled to dust. The air warmed, filling again with the sweet scent of magic and life. Color flooded back into Boren's stony form, the gray receding like a bad dream. Lyra's wings sparkled brilliantly, and she zipped through the air, her pure tone now a song of pure joy. Thistle threw back his head and made a sound like chiming laughter, nudging Maya with such affection she almost toppled over. Ethelwood was saved. The shadow was banished, its source cleansed by courage, friendship, and the quiet power of creation wielded by a girl who found her voice not in words, but in color and action. The Ethel folk gathered around Maya, their relief and gratitude washing over her in waves of warm emotion and vivid, joyful images projected into her mind, images of thriving valleys, sparkling streams, and Maya herself, glowing softly with the reflected light of the stones. Maya visited Ethelwood often after that, guided by Thistle through the shimmering veil. She learned their silent language more fluently, sharing stories through projected images and feelings. She painted scenes of the valley, her brush now imbued with an even deeper magic, capturing not just the sight, but the very essence of the luminous moss, the chiming leaves, the gentle wisdom of the willow spirits. She painted portraits of Thistle, Boren, and Lara, the images seeming to breathe with their unique spirits. Back in Willow Creek, her paintings began to change. They weren't just landscapes, they seemed alive, imbued with a quiet magic that drew villagers without them understanding why. A painting of the village square seemed to capture the very warmth of the sun-baked stones. A portrait of Old Man Hemlock's cat seemed to blink slowly, its purr almost audible. Maya remained quiet, but her art spoke volumes, telling stories of hidden beauty and gentle magic. The villagers noticed a change in her, too. The fearful hunch of her shoulders eased. A quiet confidence settled in her storm-gray eyes. She still spoke softly, but her words held a new steadiness. She began helping the village children with their drawings, her gentle guidance unlocking their own creativity. She found a voice not in loud proclamations, but in the shared language of color and the quiet strength she discovered within herself and nurtured through her extraordinary friendship. Years later, Maya became the guardian of both worlds. She tended the veil, ensuring its secrecy, but also subtly weaving the protective magic of Ethelwood into the land around Willow Creek. The Whispering Woods grew even more vibrant, known for its uncanny peace and the feeling of being watched over by something kind. Maya's cottage remained filled with her paintings, windows into the hidden valley, and the silver paintbrush rested always within easy reach, a silent testament to the journey that began on an autumn night. She would often sit by her hearth, just like that first night, Thistle curled contentedly at her feet, having discovered a fondness for cinnamon biscuits smuggled through the veil, a half-finished painting on her easel. Outside, snow might blanket Willow Creek, muffling the world in white silence, but inside, the air hummed with warmth, the scent of paint and wood smoke, and the profound peace of a heart that had found its place, its purpose, and its voice in the most unexpected of ways. She had learned that the greatest transformations often begin with a single, hesitant step into the unknown, guided by kindness and unlocked by the magic found not just in enchanted objects, but within the quiet courage of one's own spirit and the luminous bonds of friendship that defy all expectations. And as the fire crackled and the snow fell, the silver brush resting beside her seemed to glow softly in the dim light, a silent promise that magic, wonder, and the strength to overcome any shadow always existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary, waiting to be discovered by a willing heart. Story 5. Lily lived in a buttercup yellow cottage at the edge of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled like lazy kittens into the sky. Her grandmother, Nana Rose, kept a cozy home filled with ticking clocks and teacups that remembered every sip ever taken. But when winter's chill turned Nana's breath into fragile frost, Lily discovered something extraordinary in the attic, a copper compass no bigger than a walnut, hidden inside a moth-eaten velvet pouch. Its needle didn't point north. It glowed soft blue and trembled toward the window, humming like a contented bumblebee. "Follow where it leads, little blossom," Nana Rose whispered, her voice thin as spider silk. "Beyond the Whispering Woods lies the Garden of Echoes. There you'll find the Everbloom, a flower that heals fading memories." Lily tucked the compass into her mitten, kissed Nana's papery cheek, and stepped into the snow-dusted morning. Her journey began where the cobblestones ended. The Whispering Woods loomed ahead, trees murmuring secrets in languages only roots understood. Soon the compass needle spun wildly, casting sapphire sparks onto the snow. From a hollow oak emerged Fig, a hedgehog with spectacles balanced precariously on his snout. "Ah," he piped, adjusting his wire frames. "The memory compass, it's been ages since it stirred. You're seeking the garden, I presume, terribly overgrown. I'd offer directions, but my maps are." He patted his quills, where scrolls poked out like porcupine needles. Filed ambiguously. Lily giggled, warmth blooming in her chest. Fig became her first companion, scurrying alongside her with surprising speed. The compass led them deeper, where shadows danced like ink blots. When a frozen river blocked their path, ice groaning under phantom weights, a voice chimed from above. Trouble with thermodynamics. A snowy owl named Opal perched on a birch branch, her feathers shimmering like crushed pearls. The ice weakens where sadness pooled, step only where joy once touched it. She blinked solemn eyes. I watch reflections in the ice, saw a boy skip stones here last spring, follow his laughter path. Guided by Opal's wisdom and Fig's chaotic maps, Lily hopped across stones imprinted with ghostly giggles. The forest grew stranger, trees bore fruit that chimed like bells, and brooks flowed backward, carrying fallen leaves upstream. One evening, as violet twilight painted the snow, the compass needle flared crimson. Before them yawned the thicket of tangles, a wall of brambles woven so tightly, not even moonlight could pierce it. Thorns hissed like angry cats. Impenetrable. Fig fretted, rustling through his scrolls. Unless, oh dear, I've misfiled the untangling verse. Opal tilted her head. Force would anger the brambles, they guard precious things. Lily's mittens tightened around the humming compass. Suddenly it grew warm, projecting a flickering vision onto the snow. Nana rose as a girl, singing to a sapling. Every tangle has a story, Nana's memory voice whispered. Sing the thorns their own. Lily inhaled, recalling the lullaby Nana sang when nightmares visited. Her voice, small but clear, wove through the brambles. Sleep, little guardians, fierce and deep slash uncurl the secrets that you keep, the thorns shivered. One by one they retracted like shy fingers, revealing a path carpeted with silver moss. Beyond lay the garden of echoes. Moonflowers glowed on vines, their petals capturing whispers of long-ago conversations. Butterflies with stained glass wings drifted past, trailing shimmering dust. At the heart stood the everbloom, a crystalline rose whose light pulsed like a heartbeat. But guarding it was a creature of living stone, moss-crusted and ancient, with eyes like cracked amber. I am keeper, it rumbled, the sound of grinding pebbles. Why do you seek the everbloom? To heal my Nana's memories, Lily pleaded. Keeper's stony face softened. The everbloom mirrors what feeds it, pluck it selfishly and it crumbles. Share your truest memory, one that roots you, and it will flourish. Lily closed her eyes. Not the compass nor the journey, but a quiet moment. Nana teaching her to knead dough, flour dusting their noses like snow, their laughter rising with the yeast. As she spoke, the memory glimmered around them, the smell of warm bread, the sticky dough between their fingers. The everbloom's light swelled, gentle as dawn. One radiant petal drifted into Lily's palm. Memories are seeds, Keeper murmured. Water them with love, and they grow forests in the mind. The stone guardian stilled, becoming a statue once more. Journeying home, the compass nestled quiet against Lily's heart. Winter's grip loosened, snowdrops peeked through the frost. When Lily placed the glowing petal on Nana's pillow, its light washed over the room. Color returned to Nana's cheeks as she sat up, eyes clear as summer skies. Why, little blossom, she smiled, stroking Lily's hair, I dreamed we were baking bread. The copper compass, now ordinary, ticked softly on the windowsill, a reminder that magic lives not in objects but in the stories we share. That night, as Willowbrook slept under a quilt of stars, Lily curled beside Nana. Outside, Fig and Opal watched the cottage glow with contented warmth. Somewhere in the whispering woods, brambles hummed a lullaby, and the garden of echoes cradled a new memory of a brave girl, wise friends, and the extraordinary secret hidden in an ordinary act of love. And in that quiet, the world felt wonderfully, tenderly whole. Story 6. The fire crackled softly, painting dancing shadows on the walls as the scent of cedar smoke mingled with the cool night air drifting through the slightly open window. Outside, the moon hung like a silver coin in a velvet sky, watching over the slumbering world. Now settle back, pull the quilt a little higher, and let your mind drift to the village of Meadowbrook, nestled amongst rolling hills that whispered secrets to the wind. There lived a boy named Oliver, whose heart held a quiet yearning for things to stay just as they were. Oliver loved the predictable rhythm of Meadowbrook, the baker's warm loaves appearing at dawn, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer echoing until dusk, the way the willow tree by the stream wept its long green tears in the exact same spot, season after season. Change, even small changes like a new fence or a different color painted on the miller's door, made his stomach flutter with unease. He found comfort in the known, in the safe, unchanging patterns of his small world. One crisp autumn afternoon, while exploring the forgotten corner of his grandfather's dusty attic, Oliver stumbled upon a curious object half buried beneath a moth-eaten tapestry. It was a compass, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Its casing was crafted from warm, honey-colored wood, intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer if you looked at them just right. Instead of pointing north, its single, slender needle, made of what looked like pure moonlight, trembled and spun erratically. Etched into the wood in tiny, elegant script were the words, "Follow the whisper, find the heart." Intrigued despite himself, Oliver brushed off the dust. As his fingers touched the warm wood, the needle suddenly stopped its frantic dance. It pointed firmly, not towards the attic door, but directly towards the solid oak wall. A soft, melodic hum, like the vibration of a plucked harp string, emanated from the compass. Oliver's usual caution warred with a sudden, fierce curiosity. He pressed his ear to the wall where the needle pointed. Faintly, so faintly he thought he might be imagining it, he heard it, a whisper. Not words, but a feeling, a sigh of wind through unseen leaves, a murmur of distant water, a sense of profound, ancient sadness. Driven by a feeling he couldn't name, Oliver carefully traced the wall panels. His fingers found a slight irregularity, a knot in the wood that felt warmer than the rest. He pushed. With a soft click, a section of the wall swung inward, revealing not darkness, but a breathtaking sight. Instead of attic beams and cobwebs, Oliver gazed upon a sun-dappled path winding through a forest of impossibly tall, luminous trees. Their bark shimmered with soft silver light, and their leaves were not green, but a cascade of colors that shifted like oil on water-deep emerald, sapphire blue, fiery amber, delicate rose. The air that wafted through the opening smelled of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and something sweet and unfamiliar, like starlight made tangible. This was the hidden world, the source of the whisper. Sylvan Hollow. Hesitantly, heart pounding like a trapped bird against his ribs, Oliver stepped through the opening. The wall sealed silently behind him. The air in Sylvan Hollow felt alive, charged with a gentle, ancient magic. The path beneath his feet was soft moss, cushioning his steps. Sunlight filtered through the shifting canopy in beams of liquid gold. It was beautiful, overwhelmingly so, yet beneath the beauty, Oliver could still feel that thread of sadness, woven into the very air, carried on the breeze that rustled the kaleidoscope leaves. The moonlit needle of the compass now pointed steadily down the path. He hadn't walked far when a soft rustling came from a thicket of ferns glowing with a soft, internal light. Out waddled a creature that made Oliver gasp. It was a hedgehog, but its spines weren't brown. They shimmered like spun amethyst, catching the dappled light. Its eyes, large and dark as polished obsidian, regarded Oliver with surprising intelligence and a hint of weary sorrow. Around its neck it wore a tiny, braided cord threaded with a single, perfectly smooth, milky white stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. "Lost are you?" the hedgehog asked, its voice surprisingly deep and resonant, like stones shifting in a gentle stream. "Not many find the hollow gate these days, especially not ones who carry the whisper compass." Oliver stared, too astonished to speak for a moment. You can talk, and you know about this." He held up the compass, its needle still pointing insistently forward. "Thistle is my name," the hedgehog replied, giving a small, dignified bow that made its amethyst spines chime softly. "And yes, I know the compass. It finds what is needed, not what is sought. It led you here because the hollow needs you." Thistle's dark eyes fixed on Oliver. "The heart is failing. The whisper you hear is its sorrow." "The heart," Oliver echoed, the compass humming softly in his hand. "The heart of Sylvan Hollow," Thistle explained, his voice grave. "It is the source of all life and magic here. It spins the seasons, tends the roots, sings the wind into being, but its song is fading. The seasons, they are falling out of balance, losing their way. The whisper is its cry for help. The compass sensed your presence, your quiet strength, perhaps." Thistle tilted his head. "Though you seem rather anxious for an adventurer." Oliver flushed. "I don't like change or surprises or talking hedgehogs usually. This is a lot." He looked around at the shimmering, alien beauty. "What happened to the heart?" "A shadow fell," Thistle said simply, sadness deepening in his eyes. "A creeping cold, not of winter, but of forgetting, of fear. It touched the heart, and now the seasons are adrift, lost in their own realms, unable to flow. Without their dance, the hollow withers, and its sorrow bleeds into your world too. Haven't you felt the autumns growing colder, the springs arriving later, the summers losing their vibrant hum?" Oliver thought of the strange, lingering chills in Meadowbrook, the way the flowers sometimes seemed hesitant to bloom. He nodded slowly. "So, the compass is leading us to the heart." "To the places where the seasons are trapped," Thistle corrected. "To mend the heart, we must first find the lost spirits of the seasons themselves and remind them of their purpose. Only then can the shadow be lifted. It is a journey through realms out of time, Oliver. Dangerous, perhaps. Are you brave enough to face the unknown?" Oliver's instinct was to say no, to turn back to the predictable attic. He looked down at the whisper compass, its gentle hum resonating with the sadness in the air. He thought of Meadowbrook, of the willow tree by the stream, of the potential chill that could silence the blacksmith's hammer forever. He thought of the profound loneliness in the whisper. He took a deep breath, the scent of magic and ancient woods filling his lungs. I don't know if I'm brave," he admitted quietly. "But I have to try, for the heart, for Meadowbrook." He looked at Thistle. "Will you help me?" A warm light pulsed from the stone around Thistle's neck. "The compass brought us together, Oliver. Where it points, I shall follow. Friendship is the first step in mending any broken thing." He nudged Oliver's ankle gently with his cool, velvety nose. "Now let us follow the whisper. Autumn lies ahead, but it is not the autumn you know." The compass needle glowed brighter, pulling them deeper into the luminous forest. The vibrant, shifting colors of the leaves gradually deepened, settling into hues of burnished copper, deep russet, and rich gold. The air grew crisper, carrying the scent of wood smoke and ripe apples. Yet instead of feeling invigorating, the air felt heavy, stagnant. The leaves, though beautiful, didn't rustle with life. They hung limp and silent, like painted ornaments. The path was thick with fallen foliage that crackled dully underfoot, releasing no sweet scent, only dust. "This is the realm of autumn," Thistle murmured, his amethyst spines seeming to dim in the oppressive stillness. "But it is autumn forgotten, trapped. The spirit of autumn sleeps, lost in a dream of endless falling, with no promise of winter's rest or spring's renewal." They walked through a landscape frozen in perpetual decline. Trees stood skeletal under a perpetually twilight sky, their branches bare long before their time. Piles of leaves lay in drifts, gray and brittle, crumbling to ash at the slightest touch. The silence was absolute, broken only by the crunch of their steps and the faint, mournful hum of the compass. Oliver felt the familiar flutter of anxiety, magnified by the unnatural stillness. Where was the vibrant energy, the harvest joy, the crisp promise of autumn? Deep within a grove of ancient, gnarled oaks, their bark like wrinkled silver, they found her. The spirit of autumn wasn't a fearsome creature, but a slender figure woven from wind and light, curled asleep on a bed of gray leaves. Her form shimmered with the colors of fall amber, ochre, crimson, but they were muted, fading. Her hair was a cascade of dry, brittle strands like dead grass. Her face, even in sleep, held an expression of profound exhaustion and sorrow. A faint grayish mist clung to her, the visible manifestation of the shadow Thistle had mentioned. "The shadow feeds on despair, on the fear of ending," Thistle whispered, his voice barely audible in the heavy air. "It whispers that falling is failing, that letting go is loss. It has lulled her into this endless, joyless sleep." "How do we wake her?" Oliver asked, his voice tight. The spirit's sadness resonated with his own fear of change, of things ending. "Remind her," Thistle said simply. "Remind her of the beauty in the fall, the purpose, the harvest, the preparation, the necessary release that makes way for new life. She needs to remember the dance." Oliver looked around at the desolate grove. How could he remind her of beauty when all was decay? He knelt beside the sleeping spirit, the dry leaves crackling beneath him. He closed his eyes, pushing past his own discomfort. He thought not of endings, but of beginnings hidden within endings. He remembered the smell of his mother's apple pie baking on crisp mornings, the golden light slanting through the village windows, the satisfying crunch of leaves under his boots on the way to school, the way the geese honked as they flew south, a promise of return. He focused on the feeling of warmth from shared harvest suppers, the coziness of pulling on a thick sweater as the evenings drew in, the vibrant tapestry of colors that painted the hills before the sleep of winter. He didn't speak aloud at first. He poured these memories, these sensations, the scent of cinnamon and apples, the feel of cool air on warm cheeks, the sight of 1,000 fiery hues into his thoughts, directing them towards the sleeping spirit. He imagined the joy of jumping into a pile of raked leaves, the sound of laughter echoing in the crisp air. He thought of the quiet dignity of trees letting go, making space. The whisper compass in his hand grew warm, humming louder. Its gentle light pulsed, washing over the spirit. Thistle beside him began to hum a low, resonant tune, a melody that sounded like wind through ripe grain and the crackle of a welcoming hearth. The stone around his neck glowed brighter. Slowly, the gray mist clinging to the autumn spirit seemed to recoil. A faint sigh escaped her lips. Her eyelids fluttered. Oliver leaned closer. "It's not just falling," he whispered, his voice surprisingly steady. "It's flying for a moment, it's sharing warmth before the quiet. It's making room, it's beautiful, it's necessary." The spirit's eyes opened. They were the color of molten gold, filled with ancient wisdom and a dawning recognition. She looked at Oliver, then at Thistle, then around the desolate grove. A single tear, shimmering like liquid amber, traced a path down her cheek. Where it fell onto the gray leaves beneath her, a tiny spot of vibrant crimson spread, like a drop of paint in water. A gentle breeze, the first real movement of air they'd felt in this realm, stirred the dead leaves. It carried the faint, sweet scent of apples. The spirit sat up, her form brightening. The gray mist dissipated like smoke. She raised a hand, and a shower of leaves, not gray, but brilliant gold and red, cascaded from the nearest oak, rustling with life as they fell. The sound was like soft applause. Thank you, the autumn spirit whispered, her voice like dry leaves skittering over stone, yet filled with warmth. I had forgotten the dance. I feared the silence after the song. She touched Oliver's cheek with a cool, leaf-like hand. You carry the quiet strength of acceptance, little one. Remember it. With a swirl of color and a sigh of wind, she dissolved into a shower of vibrant leaves that spiraled upwards and vanished. The oppressive stillness lifted instantly. The air felt crisp and clean. The remaining leaves on the trees rustled, a sound full of life and movement. Color seemed to seep back into the world. The compass needle shifted, pointing towards a path that now shimmered with frost. One season remembered, Thistle said, his obsidian eyes gleaming. But the journey is long, winter awaits, and it will be colder still. Leaving the revitalized autumn realm behind, Oliver and Thistle followed the compass onto a path crusted with glittering frost. The luminous forest faded, replaced by a landscape of breathtaking, frozen beauty. Towering ice sculptures, shaped like fantastical trees and crystalline flowers, glimmered under a sky the color of pale lavender. Snowflakes, each one a unique masterpiece of lace, drifted slowly down. Yet beneath the beauty, an unnatural, bone-deep cold seeped into Oliver's bones, colder than any meadowbrook winter. It was a cold that spoke of isolation, of being frozen not just in body, but in spirit. The silence here was profound, muffling even the crunch of snow underfoot. The whisper compass hummed a lower, more insistent note. The realm of winter, Thistle murmured, his breath forming thick clouds of vapor. Trapped not in sleep but in stillness, the spirit fears the thaw, the vulnerability of change. The shadow whispers that warmth is weakness, that movement brings danger. They trekked through valleys sculpted from blue ice, past frozen waterfalls suspended in mid-cascade. Everything was perfect, pristine, and utterly lifeless. No birds sang, no creatures stirred beneath the snow. The cold gnawed at Oliver, making him long for the warmth of the attic, for predictability. This frozen perfection felt like a prison. They found the winter spirit in a vast, open plain of unbroken white. She stood tall and regal, her form sculpted from ice so clear it seemed like captured starlight. Her hair was a cascade of icicles, her gown woven from snowdrifts. Her eyes, the pale blue of glacial ice, stared unseeingly into the distance. Around her feet, the snow was hard and glassy. A shimmering, almost invisible barrier of pure cold radiated from her, pushing everything away. The shadow here was a subtle distortion in the air, a lens of frost that warped perception. She builds walls of ice, Thistle said softly, shivering despite his thick spines. She fears the melting, the softening, the letting in. She believes stillness is safety. Oliver felt the spirit's fear resonate with his own desire to keep things frozen, unchanging. How could he convince her to embrace the thaw? He approached cautiously, the cold radiating from her biting at his face. He stopped a few paces away, the barrier of cold palpable. He didn't try to push through. Instead, he knelt in the snow, ignoring the icy sting through his trousers. He scooped up a handful of pristine powder. He remembered the pure joy of the first snowfall in Meadowbrook, the laughter as children built lumpy snowmen, the warm flush after a snowball fight, the way steam rose from mugs of hot chocolate held in mittened hands. He thought of the deep, peaceful silence of a snow-covered world at night, the way sunlight sparkled on fresh powder, the feeling of cozy safety inside while the storm raged outside. He remembered the vital importance of winter's rest for the earth, the promise held in the frozen seeds beneath the snow. He focused on the feeling of warmth returning after the cold, the delicious contrast, the way frozen streams eventually sang again. He thought not of loss, but of necessary dormancy, of hidden strength gathering beneath the ice. He held these images, the rosy cheeks of children playing, the steam rising from a warm drink, the quiet resilience of the sleeping earth in his mind and heart. The whisper compass pulsed, its light a soft, warm gold against the blue-white landscape. Thistle pressed close, the warmth from his glowing stone pushing back the worst of the chill. He began to hum again, a different melody this time deep, resonant, like the slow turning of the earth itself, holding the promise of spring deep within its core. Oliver spoke softly, his breath frosting in the air. "The stillness is beautiful," he began, "but it's the warmth after the cold that makes the heart sing. The melting isn't weakness, it's the strength to change, to flow. The thaw brings the song of water, the green of life. Safety isn't in being frozen forever, but in knowing the cold always gives way to warmth again." He held out his hand, the snow within it beginning to melt from the combined warmth of his conviction, the compass and Thistle's stone. A single drop of water fell onto the glassy snow at the spirit's feet. The winter spirit turned her glacial gaze towards him. The distortion in the air wavered. A flicker of something recognition, longing, passed through her pale blue eyes. She looked down at the tiny droplet of water, a stark contrast to the perfect ice around it. Slowly, hesitantly, she extended a hand made of delicate frost. She touched the droplet. It didn't freeze instantly. It trembled, then soaked into the snow. A single clear chime, like an ice crystal shattering musically, echoed across the plain. The barrier of cold dissolved. The spirit's form softened slightly, the edges less razor-sharp. A hint of color, like the faintest blush of dawn, touched her icy cheeks. "The thaw brings life," she whispered, her voice like wind sighing over packed snow. I had forgotten the song beneath the ice. She looked at Oliver, a ghost of a smile touching her lips. "You carry the quiet courage to face the melt, child." With a sound like 1,000 tiny bells, she dissolved into a flurry of snowflakes that danced on a suddenly gentle breeze, then vanished. The unnatural, soul-deep cold lifted. The air remained crisp, but it was now invigorating, not draining. The frozen waterfalls began to trickle, their song a delicate chime. The compass needle swung again, pointing towards a path where the snow melted into damp earth, and the scent of rain and growing things began to mingle with the crisp air. "Winter remembers the flow," Thistle said, relief warming his voice. "Now comes spring, and its spirit is lost not in sorrow or fear, but in panic." The path led them out of the frozen wastes into a realm of chaotic, overwhelming growth. Vines snaked across the path with alarming speed, thick with thorns and oversized, garishly bright flowers that released clouds of suffocatingly sweet pollen. Trees burst with leaves in every shade of green imaginable, but they grew in tangled knots, branches twisted and straining. Bushes exploded with berries that glowed unnaturally, dripping sticky sap. Rain fell in sudden, warm downpours, only to be replaced instantly by bursts of intense, humid sunshine. The air buzzed frantically with oversized insects. The whisper compass hummed a frantic, high-pitched note, vibrating in Oliver's hand. "The realm of spring," Thistle shouted over the din of buzzing wings and rustling, hyperactive foliage. Trapped in frenzy, the spirit is terrified of missing its moment, of not growing fast enough, strong enough. The shadow whispers of failure, of being left behind. It drives it to madness. Navigating the chaotic jungle was perilous. Thorny vines whipped out, trying to snag their clothes. Puddles appeared and vanished underfoot. The constant, frantic energy made Oliver feel jittery and overwhelmed. His fear of chaos, of things spiraling out of control, surged within him. This was change run wild, terrifying and unstoppable. They found the spring spirit deep in the heart of the tangled growth. It wasn't a single figure, but a whirling vortex of light, leaves, petals, and buzzing insects. It darted from flower to flower, causing them to bloom explosively and then wilt instantly. It zipped through the trees, making branches sprout and twist at impossible speeds. Its form constantly shifted, a blur of green light, a shower of pink petals, a swarm of glittering beetles radiating pure, undirected panic. A dark, thorny vine seemed woven through its light, pulsating with the frantic energy. "It cannot slow down," Thistle yelled, dodging a suddenly sprouting mushroom the size of a stool. "It fears stillness as death. It believes only constant, frantic doing is living." Oliver watched the terrified whirlwind. He understood the panic of needing to be perfect, to do everything at once, the fear of stopping and failing. How could he calm this storm? He took a deep breath, trying to find his own center amidst the chaos. He remembered the gentle unfurling of the first crocus in Meadowbrook, pushing bravely through the last snow. He thought of the patient growth of seeds in his mother's garden, the slow greening of the hills, the first tender buds on the willow tree. He focused on the quiet strength in roots growing deep unseen, the importance of rest between bursts of growth, the simple beauty of a single dew-kissed leaf at dawn. He didn't chase the spirit. He found a relatively clear spot, sat down on the damp, fragrant earth, and closed his eyes. He ignored the buzzing, the rustling, the frantic energy swirling around him. He focused on his own breath, in and out, slow and steady. He imagined the deep, quiet pulse of the earth beneath him, unhurried and sure. He thought of the peaceful predictability of sunrise, the slow turn of the seasons, the trust that growth would happen in its own time. He held the feeling of calm, patient waiting. The whisper compass in his lap hummed, its frantic vibrations slowing, deepening into a steady, calming pulse. Its light spread out in gentle waves, pushing back the chaotic frenzy just a little. Thistle sat beside him, pressing his warm side against Oliver's leg. The stone around his neck glowed with a soft, steady light. Thistle began to hum, not a melody, but a single deep, grounding note, like the sound of a large, slow bell tolling far away. Oliver opened his eyes. "It's okay to be still," he said, his voice calm and clear, cutting through the frantic buzzing. "Growth needs quiet too. The deepest roots grow in the dark, without rushing. The most beautiful flower opens one petal at a time. You don't have to do everything at once." The whirling vortex of spring slowed. It hovered for a moment, a confused cluster of light and leaves. The dark, thorny vine within it pulsed angrily. Oliver met the spirit's core, not a face, but a feeling of wide-eyed terror. "Trust the earth," he whispered. "Trust the sun, trust the rain, they know the time. Rest is part of growing." The frantic buzzing softened. The explosive blooming and wilting ceased. The spirit condensed, swirling slower and slower, until it resolved into a figure of soft green light, shaped like a slender sapling. The dark vine withered and fell away, crumbling to dust. The spirit looked around at the chaotic jungle it had created, its expression shifting from panic to dawning horror, then to gentle sorrow. It raised a hand, and the tangled vines began to loosen. The oversized flowers shrank to normal size, releasing a gentle, sweet fragrance instead of choking pollen. The buzzing insects settled onto leaves, their wings folding. "Stillness is not emptiness," the spring spirit whispered, its voice like new leaves unfurling. "It is gathering strength. I had forgotten the quiet pulse beneath the rush." The spirit touched its own chest of green light, then bowed its head towards Oliver. "You carry the quiet wisdom of patience, young one, tend it well." With a sigh like a gentle breeze through new grass, it dissolved into a shower of soft green light that sank into the earth. The chaotic jungle softened, the growth becoming lush and vibrant, but ordered, peaceful. Gentle rain began to fall, warm and nourishing. "Spring remembers the rhythm," Thistle said, relief evident in his voice. "One season remains, summer will be fierce." The compass needle now pointed towards a path drenched in sunlight, so intense it felt like a physical weight. The air grew thick and hot, smelling of hot stone and parched earth. The gentle rain of spring faded, replaced by a blazing sun in a sky bleached of color. They entered the realm of summer. It was a landscape of extremes. Sunlight hammered down on cracked, red earth. Rivers ran low, their beds exposed like bleached bones. The few trees that stood were bent and gnarled, their leaves small and gray with dust. The air shimmered with heat haze, distorting the distance. Yet amidst the desolation, pockets of intense, almost violent life flared, a cactus blooming with unnaturally large scarlet flowers that seemed to pulse with heat, a cluster of spiky grasses glowing with internal fire, a pool of bubbling, sulphurous mud. The whisper compass grew uncomfortably hot in Oliver's hand, its hum a low, angry growl. "Some are trapped in fury," Thistle rasped, seeking the meager shade of a boulder. "The spirit burns with anger at the cooling, at the fading of its power. The shadow whispers of betrayal, of weakness in the waning light. It rages against the inevitable turn." The heat was oppressive, sapping Oliver's strength. He felt the spirit's anger like a physical force, a dry wind scouring the land. It resonated with his own buried frustrations, the times he'd wanted to scream against unwanted changes. They followed the compass through the scorched land, avoiding the bubbling mud pits and the unnervingly vibrant plants that seemed to snap at the air. They found the summer spirit on a high, rocky plateau overlooking the desiccated land. It wasn't a figure but a column of living fire, twisting and roaring against the pale sky. Heat radiated from it in visible waves, scorching the rock black. Flames lashed out, igniting patches of dry grass that burned with unnatural speed and intensity before collapsing into ash. Within the heart of the fire, Oliver could see eyes like burning coals, filled with fury and a deep, wounded pride. Jagged streaks of black smoke, the visible shadow, coiled within the flames like serpents. "It consumes itself in its rage," Thistle shouted over the roar of the fire. "It sees the shortening days as an insult, the cooling air as theft. It refuses to yield, to share, to mellow." Oliver felt the intensity of the anger, the destructive power. How could he reason with a wildfire? He remembered the long, golden afternoons in Meadowbrook, the drowsy hum of bees in the clover, the feeling of cool grass under his back as he watched clouds drift by. He thought of the deep satisfaction of a cool drink on a hot day, the joy of swimming in the stream, the peaceful warmth of a summer evening as fireflies began to sparkle. He focused not on the fury, but on the nurturing warmth, the generosity of long days, the abundance of ripening fruit, the deep, contented sigh of the earth basking in the sun's embrace. He remembered the vital necessity of summer's heat for the harvest, the way strong sunlight feeds the world. He approached the edge of the heat, radiating from the spirit. It was like standing before an open furnace. Sweat poured down his face. He didn't flinch. He held the whisper compass before him, its light flaring, pushing back the worst of the heat. He filled his mind with images of shared shade under a wide oak, the taste of sun-warmed berries, the sound of children laughing in a sprinkler, the deep, peaceful warmth that comes not from rage, but from contentment. "Your strength is in the warmth you give," Oliver called out, his voice straining against the roar. "Not in the fire you throw. The long days are a gift, to ripen, to nourish, to rest in. The cooling evening isn't loss, it's the promise of stars, of quiet. True power isn't in burning forever, but in knowing when to shine fiercely and when to rest." Thistle stood beside him, the stone around his neck blazing like a tiny sun, radiating not heat, but a fierce, protective light. He hummed a strong, steady note, like the deep thrum of a plucked bass string, resonating with the solid earth beneath them. The column of fire shuddered. The roaring lessened slightly. The burning coal eyes fixed on Oliver. The black smoke serpents writhed. "Gift," the spirit boomed, its voice like rocks splitting in the heat. "They take it, they diminish it." "It's shared," Oliver insisted, holding the compass higher. The warmth feeds the world, the ripening feeds the people. The long days let life flourish, but even the sun rests. Its setting makes the stars shine. Your strength is in the life you nurture, not in the destruction you cause. He gestured towards the barren land below, scarred by the spirit's rage. This isn't strength, this is fear. A long moment passed. The fire spirit raged, flames leaping high. Then slowly the flames began to shrink, condensing. The heat lessened from a blast furnace to a strong, warm glow. The column resolved into a figure of molten gold and copper, radiating controlled power. The black smoke dissipated. The spirit looked down at the scorched land, then at Oliver. Fury faded from its eyes, replaced by a dawning sadness, then a slow, reluctant understanding. To nurture, not just to burn, the summer spirit rumbled, its voice now like distant thunder. The sharing is the true power. I had forgotten the deep warmth beneath the blaze. It raised a hand, and where its fiery touch met the cracked earth, green shoots instantly sprouted, unfurling healthy leaves. Rain clouds gathered on the horizon, promising relief. The spirit looked at Oliver, its molten gaze softening. You carry the quiet strength to face the fading light, child. Honor it. With a final pulse of warm, golden light, it dissolved, sinking into the earth. A wave of verdant green spread out from the plateau, and the first drops of cooling rain began to fall. Summer remembers generosity, Thistle sighed, the tension easing from his small frame. The seasons are free, their spirits remember the dance. Now we can find the heart. The oppressive heat vanished, replaced by a comfortable warm breeze, carrying the scent of rain on dry earth and growing green things. The compass needle, which had been trembling erratically since they entered summer, now pointed steadily towards a path Oliver hadn't noticed before. It led upwards, winding through the revitalized landscape towards the highest peak in Sylvan Hollow, which now shimmered with a soft, internal light. The whisper had changed. The profound sadness was still there, but beneath it, Oliver could now feel a fragile thread of hope, a tentative stirring. The climb was long but strangely effortless. The path was smooth, lined with flowers from all seasons. Snowdrops nestled beside autumn crocuses, spring violets blooming next to summer roses. The air hummed with a quiet, harmonious energy. As they reached the summit, they found not a peak, but a wide, serene plateau covered in soft, velvety moss the color of emeralds. At its center stood the heart of Sylvan Hollow. It was not a physical organ, but a magnificent, ancient tree. Its trunk was broad and gnarled, woven from strands of shimmering silver bark and deep, warm brown wood that pulsed with a slow, steady light. Its roots spread wide and deep into the moss, glowing with soft energy. Its branches reached high, not bearing leaves of a single season, but a constantly shifting tapestry. Buds swelling and bursting into spring green, unfurling into summer's full canopy, blazing with autumn's fire, then gracefully releasing leaves that turned to gentle snow before vanishing, only for the cycle to begin anew. The air around it vibrated with a deep, resonant hum, the true song of the hollow. But the song was weak, faltering. A deep, ugly crack ran through the center of the massive trunk, pulsing with a sickly, dark violet light, the core of the shadow. Tendrils of the same dark energy snaked around the roots and branches, constricting them, dimming the pulsing light. The whisper compass in Oliver's hand blazed with pure, white light, its hum resonating powerfully with the heart's own weakened song. The needle pointed directly at the crack. There, Thistle whispered, his voice filled with awe and sorrow. The wound, the shadow took root in fear of change, fear of ending, fear of vulnerability, fear of loss of control. The season's imbalance weakened the heart further. How do we heal it? Oliver asked, feeling the immense, ancient presence of the heart, its pain echoing in his own chest. The compass led you here, Oliver, Thistle said, looking up at him with his dark, wise eyes. It sensed the quiet strength within you, the strength to face the very fears the shadow feeds upon. The seasons remembered their purpose through your reminders. Now the heart needs that reminder too. It needs to feel that change is not loss but the essence of life, that endings are beginnings, that vulnerability is the root of connection, that sharing strength is true power, that trust in the cycle is the deepest magic. Oliver approached the great tree. The dark crack pulsed, and a wave of cold despair washed over him, the amplified essence of his own anxieties. The fear of Meadowbrook changing, the fear of chaos, the fear of things ending, the fear of not being enough. It was a physical weight trying to push him back. He closed his eyes. He didn't fight the fear, he acknowledged it. He felt its cold grip. But then he remembered. He remembered the vibrant beauty of autumn restored, the purpose in the fall. He remembered the peace after winter's thaw, the strength in flowing. He remembered the calm rhythm of spring rediscovered, the power in patient growth. He remembered the nurturing warmth of summer returned, the generosity in sharing light. He remembered Thistle's unexpected friendship, the trust that had grown between them on this impossible journey. He remembered his own quiet courage. He hadn't vanquished his fears, he had walked with them, faced them for something greater than himself. He had changed. Meadowbrook would change, and that was okay. Endings made room for beginnings. Vulnerability had led to friendship. Sharing his quiet strength had helped heal Story 7. The first snowflake landed on Ben's mitten as he trudged through the frozen meadow behind his grandmother's cottage. Winter had painted the world in hushed whites and silvery blues, but beneath the quiet, 9-year-old Ben felt a restless ache. He'd always been the smallest in his class, the one whose voice got lost in the chatter, the boy who noticed things others missed, like how the old oak tree sighed when the wind blew just so, or how the brook's song changed when ice began to lace its edges. Today the loneliness felt heavier, a cold stone in his chest. That's when he saw it, a flicker of impossible color against the snow. Nestled between the gnarled roots of the whispering oak, where grandmother told stories of woodland spirits, lay a smooth, palm-sized stone. It wasn't gray like river rocks, but a deep, swirling indigo, shot through with veins of silver that pulsed like captured starlight. As Ben picked it up, warmth spread through his chilled fingers, and a sound brushed his mind, not a voice but a feeling, soft as thistle down, follow. Heart pounding, Ben tucked the stone into his coat. It hummed against his heart, guiding him past the meadow's edge into the ancient forest known as the Frostwood. Ordinary trees gave way to towering sentinels with bark like frosted velvet, their branches heavy with luminous icicles that chimed in the breeze. Snowflakes here weren't white, but shimmering opals. And the air, it tasted of pine needles and distant honey. Ben gasped. He'd crossed into a hidden world. The stone's warmth intensified, pulling him deeper. But the wonder faltered when he heard a whimper. Beneath a crystal-laden bush shivered a creature, no taller than his knee. It had mossy green fur, large eyes like liquid amber, and ears like curled fern fronds. One foot was trapped beneath a fallen branch. Hello, Ben whispered. The creature flinched, eyes wide with fear. Ben knelt slowly. I won't hurt you. He remembered the stone's gentle hum. Holding it out, he let its warmth radiate toward the creature. The small being tilted its head, then made a series of soft clicks and trills. To Ben's astonishment, the stone vibrated, and the sounds shaped themselves into meaning in his mind, cold. Stuck. Scared. I'm Ben, he said, and through the stone his words became soft chimes. The creature blinked. Pippet, it chimed back. Ben heaved the branch aside. Pippet scrambled up, limping, then nuzzled Ben's hand with a damp nose. Gratitude flowed through the stone, warm as sunlight. Suddenly, Pippet stiffened. The forest's luminous glow was dimming. Icicles dulled, the opal snowflakes turned gray. A brittle sadness settled over the woods, and the stone in Ben's pocket gave a sorrowful pulse. The heartlight fades, Pippet's chimes trembled. Winter's spirit sleeps too deep. Without it, Pippet gestured at the graying trees. The frostwood dies. Ben clutched the whisper stone. Where's the heartlight? Pippet's ears drooped. The crystal cave. But the path is lost. And the shadow gliders, a low growl echoed then, primal and hungry, from the thickening gloom. Shapes moved, sinuous, dark forms with eyes like cold embers, their fur absorbing the fading light. Pippet whimpered. They thrive in the fading. They guard the way. Fear froze Ben's breath. He was just a small, quiet boy. But Pippet leaned against his leg, trusting, and the stone hummed courage into his bones. Show me the path, Ben whispered. Pippet trilled agreement, and they slipped into the shadows just as the first shadow glider slithered into the clearing. Their journey became a dance of light and dark. Pippet led Ben through frozen grottos where singing ice flowers wilted silently, and across bridges woven from brittle, sighing vines. The stone guided them, its glow brightening when they chose the right fork in a frost-bitten ravine, dimming to warn of crevices hidden under snow. Ben learned to listen not just with his ears, but with the stone's resonance, the subtle song of safe ice beneath his boots, the warning tremor before a snowdrift collapsed. When shadow gliders neared, Ben discovered the stone's other gift. Holding it aloft, he poured his longing for the frostwood's light into it. Silver radiance burst forth, not blinding but revealing, the hidden beauty in a dying frost blossom, the courage in Pippet's eyes. The shadow gliders recoiled from this light of pure noticing, melting into the murk. One evening, huddled in an ice hollow, Pippet shared the story. The heartlight was a crystal born from the first winter's breath, tended by the mosslings. But generations ago, a great sadness had settled over the frostwood, a forgetting of joy, a numbing of wonder. As the mosslings' songs dwindled, the heartlight dimmed. Pippet's elders had tried to rekindle it, but their hope had faded with the light. We stopped listening to the world's song, Pippet chimed mournfully. And the song forgot us. Ben understood then. His quietness wasn't weakness. He listened, really listened. He heard the sorrow in the wind's sigh, the hope in a frozen brook's murmur beneath the ice. That's the key, he breathed. The heartlight doesn't need loudness, it needs attention, like noticing a friend who's sad. Pippet's amber eyes gleamed. Yes. At dawn, they reached the crystal cave. It yawned like a maw in a mountainside, rimed with dull, lifeless ice. Inside, darkness swallowed sound. Only the whisper stone pulsed, a feeble heartbeat. Deep within, on a pedestal of frost, rested the heartlight. Once it must have blazed, now it was a mere pebble of cloudy quartz, its light guttering like a dying candle. Around it, shadow gliders coiled, thicker and more menacing, their forms shifting like living void. The air itself felt heavy with despair. Ben's knees shook. Pippet pressed close, shivering. We need to remind it, Ben whispered, the stone translating. Remind it of the good things, the beautiful things. Closing his eyes, he poured every ounce of his quiet noticing into the whisper stone. He remembered the first snowflake on his mitten, a perfect, fleeting star. The chime of the luminous icicles. The taste of frozen air like crisp apples. The bravery in Pippet's small frame. The warmth of grandmother's kitchen. The sigh of the whispering oak. Joy, wonder, courage, love, not shouted, but tenderly gathered and offered. The stone blazed. Silver light, pure and gentle, streamed toward the heartlight. Pipit joined in, trilling a melody Ben had never heard, a song of moss unfurling after snowmelt, of starlight on frosted ferns, of burrow nests warm with kinship. The song wove through Ben's light, amplifying it. The shadow gliders shrieked, recoiling as if burned. They writhed, not in pain, but in confusion. The light revealed their forms not as monsters, but as twisted knots of the Frostwood's own forgotten grief and fear. As Ben and Pipit's combined light touched them, the knots loosened, dissolving into wisps of harmless shadow that sighed and faded. Their light reached the heartlight. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then a flicker. A single clear note rang out from the crystal, a sound like ice melting into spring water. Color flooded back into the cave walls, sapphire blues, emerald greens, radiant golds. The heartlight swelled, pulsing with a warm, golden radiance that pushed back the gloom. It grew not blinding but welcoming, filling the cavern with the gentle, invincible light of remembered joy. The transformation rippled outward. Beyond the cave, the Frostwood sighed. Icicles blazed anew, scattering rainbows across the snow. Frozen blossoms unfurled, singing crystalline harmonies. The very air sparkled, tasting of hope and wild honey. Ben and Pipit emerged into a world reborn. Mosslings peeked from burrows, their eyes wide with wonder, trilling hesitant, then joyous songs. Pipit danced, his limp gone, his fur glowing with vibrant green. He nuzzled Ben, chimes bright as laughter. You listened. You truly saw. The journey back was a celebration. Frostwood creatures Ben hadn't seen before, shimmering ice butterflies, lumbering snow bears with kind eyes, emerged, bowing to Ben and Pipit. The whispering oak at the border stood taller, its sigh now a contented hum. As Ben stepped back into the ordinary meadow, the whisper stone cooled in his hand. He pulled it out. The indigo was still there, but the silver veins were calm, no longer pulsing. Its work was done. Pipit chirped softly. The heartlight remembers. The Frostwood is safe. But he nudged Ben's hand. The stone's magic lives in you now. You carry the listening heart. Ben knelt, hugging the mossling. Will I see you again? Pipit's amber eyes crinkled. Whenever the snow falls soft, and you listen very, very closely. With a final trill, Pipit vanished into the luminous trees, now invisible once more from the meadow. Ben returned to grandmother's cottage, as dusk painted the sky in lavender and rose. She was stirring a pot of spiced cider by the fire. There you are, little sparrow, I was getting worried. She paused, studying him. You looked taller, brighter around the eyes. Ben smiled, a new quiet confidence in his bearing. He held out the whisper stone. It's a listening stone, Grandma. It showed me a hidden wood and a friend, and... He paused, finding the words weren't loud, but they felt strong. It showed me that noticing things, really noticing, is its own kind of magic. Grandmother took the stone, her wise eyes softening as she felt its residual warmth. Ah, she murmured, stirring the cider that smelled of apples and cloves. The Frostwood, I wondered if you'd find it. The best listeners always do. She handed him a steaming mug. Now tell me everything, but first listen. She nodded towards the window. Ben listened. Past the crackle of the fire, past the wind, he heard it, a faint, joyful chime on the frosty air, like tiny ice bells. A promise carried on the winter wind. He sipped his cider, the warmth spreading through him, different from before. It wasn't just the heat of the drink. It was the warmth of a secret held in his heart, the warmth of friendship that crossed worlds, the warmth of knowing that even the smallest listener could change the world, one quiet, noticed moment at a time. Outside, the first stars blinked awake in the twilight sky, and Ben knew, deep in his bones, that the Frostwood's light was shining among them, bright and everlasting. And as he drifted to sleep that night, the snow falling softly against the window pane, the faintest chime echoed in his dreams, a friend's laughter, and the gentle, enduring song of a world seen, heard, and deeply, deeply loved. Story 8. The starship Stardust Weaver drifted through the nebula of whispers, its engines humming a low, contented song. Inside its cozy observation deck, bathed in the soft, shifting light of cosmic dust, sat two beings who, just a few solar cycles ago, wouldn't have shared the same atmosphere without suspicion. There was Kalen, hailing from the crystalline caves of Glimmerdeep. His body was composed of facets that caught the nebula's light, shimmering with soft blues and greens. He communicated not with sound, but with gentle pulses of light from his core and intricate patterns formed by the subtle realignment of his facets. To him, the universe was a silent symphony of structure and resonance. Beside him, perched on a cushion woven from stardust moss, was Pip. Pip was a florin, a small, plant-like creature from the perpetually damp jungles of Viridia Prime. Covered in velvety, deep green leaves and delicate, bioluminescent buds that pulsed softly with her emotions, she expressed herself through a complex language of rustles, chirps, scent releases, and the gentle waving of her vine-like limbs. Her world was a constant, vibrant chorus of life. Their journey together had begun out of necessity. Both were passengers on the Stardust Weaver bound for the intergalactic cultural exchange on Solaris Station. A sudden gravitic shear had damaged the ship's primary comms array and autopilot, stranding them in the nebula. The human crew was busy repairing critical systems, leaving Kalen and Pip, the only other passengers, largely to themselves in the shared passenger quarters. At first, their differences were a canyon of misunderstanding. Kalen's silent, still presence felt cold and detached to Pip, whose nature thrived on interaction. His structured light patterns, meant to convey curiosity about her glowing buds, she misinterpreted as harsh, interrogative flashes. Pip's enthusiastic rustling and attempts to share the sweet, calming scent of her pollen, a florin gesture of friendship, overwhelmed Kalen's sensitive, crystalline receptors, causing uncomfortable internal vibrations he perceived as chaotic noise. He would retreat to a corner, facets dimming, while Pip's buds would flicker with confusion and sadness, thinking she'd caused offense. One evening, as the nebula outside painted the deck in deep amethyst and gold, a secondary alarm chimed soft but insistent. The environmental system regulating their deck's humidity had malfunctioned. For Kalen, whose crystalline structure required a stable, dry atmosphere, the rising moisture was merely uncomfortable, causing a faint, discordant hum within him. For Pip, however, it was a crisis. Her leafy skin began to wilt slightly at the edges, her bioluminescent buds dimmed dangerously low, and she emitted a series of distressed, high-pitched chirps like tiny, panicked bells. She huddled near a heating vent, vines trembling. Kalen observed her distress. The patterns of light within him shifted rapidly: confusion, analysis, then dawning comprehension. He recalled the ship's database entry on florins, require high humidity. Her actions weren't random noise, they were signals of distress. His own internal discomfort faded into insignificance beside her visible suffering. He needed to act, but how? His silent light patterns wouldn't help. He focused intently, recalling a diagram of the ship's environmental controls he'd scanned earlier. Moving with surprising grace for a being of crystal, he glided towards a wall panel. His facets pulsed a complex sequence, interfacing directly with the ship's lower-level systems, a Glimmerdeep ability. He couldn't fix the humidity regulator, but he could manually override the settings for their deck, diverting power from non-essential systems to boost the dehumidifiers. It took immense concentration, his core light flaring brightly with the effort. Slowly, the oppressive moisture began to recede. Pip felt the change immediately. The wilted edges of her leaves perked up, and her buds regained their soft, steady glow. She turned towards Kalen, her chirps softening into a questioning warble. She saw him still at the panel, facets pulsing rhythmically, emitting a low, resonant hum she hadn't heard before. It wasn't the chaotic noise she'd associated with him. It was focused, purposeful, and calming. She cautiously rustled her leaves in a specific pattern, the Florin sign for thank you. Kalen detected the shift in her biosignature, the calming scent she released, and the distinct rustle. He recognized the gratitude pattern from the cultural database he'd studied. A warm, golden light pulsed softly from his core, his equivalent of a smile. He projected a simple, steady pattern of green light onto the floor near her, a glimmer-deep symbol for harmony restored. It was a small moment, a bridge built over the canyon. They hadn't fixed the ship, but they'd fixed something between them. Their shared challenges deepened their fragile connection. When the ship's artificial gravity flickered unexpectedly, Kalen's dense structure anchored him. He instinctively extended a crystalline limb, not to touch Pip directly, knowing his solid form might startle her, but to create a stable framework of light around her, a visual guide she could use her vines to grip as the deck tilted. Pip, in turn, used her keen Florin senses to detect subtle shifts in air pressure and faint energy signatures Kalen missed, warning him of potential system surges before they happened, communicating through urgent, specific scent markers and rustles he learned to interpret. One day, exploring a lower storage deck searching for spare parts the crew might need, they triggered an old security protocol. A heavy Durasteel hatch slammed shut, sealing them in a dark, cold compartment. The only light came from Kalen's core and Pip's softly glowing buds, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. Fear, cold and sharp, prickled through Pip's leaves. She emitted a series of frantic, high-pitched chirps. Kalen felt the vibrations as chaotic noise again, but this time he understood the emotion behind it. He projected a wide, soft amber light, filling the small space with a gentle, warm glow. He pulsed a slow, rhythmic pattern, calm, steady. We are together. Pip, shivering, focused on the warm light and the steady pulse. It wasn't the humid warmth of Veridia, but it was warmth born of presence. She rustled a question, cold. Kalen pulsed affirmation. His crystalline form was highly conductive. The cold was leaching his internal energy, causing his light to dim slightly. He projected the symbol for cold, draining. Pip understood. Without hesitation, she shuffled closer, not touching him, but close enough that her body heat radiated towards him. She began a soft, rhythmic rustling, a Florin lullaby her caretakers used when seedlings were frightened. The sound, gentle and repetitive, filled the cold space. Kalen, focusing on the sound and the slight increase in warmth, felt his internal vibration stabilize. His light grew steadier, brighter. He projected a pattern of interlocking circles, connection, support. Hours later, when the crew found them, they discovered the unlikely pair sitting quietly in the amber glow. Pip was gently rustling, and Kalen was pulsing light in time with her rhythm, a silent, shared melody in the darkness. The crew exchanged amazed glances, the crystal being and the plant creature, radiating a palpable sense of calm unity. The repairs were eventually completed. As the Stardust Weaver finally broke free from the nebula of whispers, heading towards Solara Station, Kalen and Pip sat again in the observation deck. The stars streamed past like luminous rivers. Pip rustled softly, releasing a scent like warm sunshine on damp earth contentment. She gestured towards the stars with a vine. Kalen understood. He projected a complex, beautiful pattern onto the viewport, weaving the light of distant stars with symbols they had created together. The green, thank you, the amber, calm, the interlocking circles of connection. It was a story told in light, their story. Pip responded by making her bioluminescent buds pulse in a slow, complex sequence, mimicking the rhythm and meaning of his light patterns. Her rustling formed a counterpoint melody. They had found a language beyond words, beyond species. It was a language built in the quiet moments of shared discomfort, in the offering of warmth in the cold, in the understanding of distress signals, and in the mutual support that turned strangers into companions and companions into friends. They arrived at Solara Station not just as representatives of Glimmerdeep and Veridia Prime, but as ambassadors of something far more profound. As they disembarked, Kalen projected a gentle wave of golden light over Pip, and she responded by brushing a velvety leaf near his base, not quite touching, but close enough to feel the shared warmth. They didn't need the exchange to understand each other anymore. They carried the true meaning of friendship within them, a silent symphony of light and rustle, a warmth shared in the cold, a connection forged not in sameness, but in the beautiful, challenging, ultimately rewarding space between different stars. And as they walked into the bustling station, side by side, the universe felt a little less vast and a little more like home. The nebula's whispers had woven a bond no distance could unravel, a friendship born in the quiet understanding that sometimes the most profound connections are found not in the loud declarations, but in the gentle, shared pulse of simply being there together. Story 9. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the sun always seemed to set a little softer, painting the sky in hues of lavender and peach. Chimneys puffed gentle spirals of wood smoke, the scent mingling with cinnamon from the bakery and damp earth from the river banks. It was a place where cobblestones remembered every footstep, and the lanterns glowed with a warm, buttery light come evening. Everyone knew everyone, and life flowed as smoothly as the Willow River itself. That was until the week the small, quiet strangeness began. It started with Mrs. Gable's prize-winning knitting. Every morning she'd find the intricate pattern on her half-finished woolen shawl subtly changed overnight. A cable twist would be reversed, a cluster of pearls misplaced. Then Old Man Hemlock reported his favorite walking stick, carved with owls and badgers, mysteriously propped upside down against his door each dawn. The baker, a kind woman named Agnes with flour perpetually dusting her apron, discovered her jars of rainbow sprinkles rearranged by color, not alphabetically as she always kept them. Small things. Puzzling things. Nothing frightening, just odd. A gentle murmur of confusion rippled through Willowbrook. Young Theo, with eyes the color of mossy stones and a quiet, observant nature, noticed the patterns first. He spent his afternoons exploring the nooks and crannies of Willowbrook, often accompanied by his friend, a plump ginger cat named Marmalade, who seemed to know more than he let on. Theo saw the misplaced sprinkles in Agnes's window. He heard Mrs. Gable tutting over her knitting. He saw the upside-down walking stick. "It's like someone's tidying," Theo murmured to Marmalade one crisp afternoon, sitting on the old stone bridge overlooking the river. But getting it all wrong. Marmalade blinked slowly, a purr rumbling deep in his chest, as if agreeing. Theo also noticed something others missed, tiny, almost invisible flecks of silvery dust near each altered item, glittering faintly in the sunlight like crushed stardust. The strangeness escalated slightly. One morning, all the brass doorknobs along Maple Lane were polished to a blinding shine. The next, every flower pot on Widow Cleary's porch was turned precisely a quarter turn to the left. The village hummed with gentle bewilderment. Was it a prank? A very peculiar ghost? The tension was mild, a curious itch rather than a fright. Theo decided to investigate. He knew the village's unofficial wise soul was Agnes the baker. Her shop was a haven of warmth, filled with the comforting aroma of rising dough and baking bread. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating dancing dust motes. Theo found Agnes kneading a large lump of dough, her face serene despite the village's quiet puzzlement. "Agnes," Theo began, placing a small jar containing a few flecks of the silvery dust on her flour-dusted counter. "Have you seen this? It's near all the changed things." Agnes paused, wiping her hands on her apron. She peered at the dust, her eyes kind and thoughtful. She dipped a finger gently into the jar, then held it up to the light. The dust shimmered with an inner luminescence. "Ah," she breathed, a soft smile touching her lips. "Star thistle pollen, rare, only blooms under the light of a full moon in the Whisperwood's glade." The Whisperwoods bordered Willowbrook, a place of ancient trees and soft, sighing breezes. Respectful villagers entered, but rarely went deep, especially after dusk. It was said to be home to gentle, shy folk. "This pollen," Agnes continued, her voice low and soothing, like the crackle of her oven fire, "belongs to the dust sprites. Tiny, shy creatures, no bigger than your thumb. They love order and tidiness, but they see the world a little differently. They find beauty in patterns we might miss." Theo's eyes widened. Dust sprites. He'd heard whispers of them, creatures woven from moonlight and cobwebs, who tended the hidden corners of the world. But why are they tidying Willowbrook and getting it wrong? Agnes chuckled softly. "Perhaps they mean well, perhaps they're lost or confused, or maybe," she mused, looking thoughtfully at Marmalade, who had curled up on a warm sack of flour, "they sense a change, a small discord they're trying in their own way to mend. Look for the pattern they see, Theo, not the one we expect, and look for where the dust is thickest. That might lead you to them." Armed with Agnes's wisdom, Theo became a gentle detective. He observed with fresh eyes. He noticed that the rearranged sprinkles formed a perfect, if nonsensical, rainbow spectrum. The altered knitting stitches, while wrong for the shawl, created a beautiful, intricate lattice pattern all on their own. The upside-down walking stick. Its carved creatures faced the rising sun perfectly when placed that way. The sprites weren't making mistakes. They were imposing a different kind of order, one based on color, symmetry, or light. Following the faint trails of star thistle pollen, shimmering like tiny fallen constellations on the cobblestones only visible at certain angles, Theo and Marmalade were led deeper into Willowbrook, towards the older part of the village where ivy climbed thickly over stone walls. The trail grew stronger near the ancient, disused mill house by the river bend. Its great water wheel stood silent, draped in moss. The pollen dust seemed to glow brighter here, especially near a crack in the old mill's foundation, half hidden behind a curtain of ferns. Theo knelt, his heart beating a gentle rhythm of excitement. Marmalade sat beside him, tail twitching. Theo peered into the crack. It wasn't just a crack, it opened into a small, shadowed space beneath the mill's stone floor. And there, catching the dappled afternoon light filtering through the ferns, was the source of the shimmering dust. Nestled on a bed of impossibly soft, silver moss were 5 tiny creatures. Dust sprites. They were delicate, almost translucent, their bodies seeming woven from cobwebs and moonbeams. Their hair was like spun thistledown, one pale blue, one silvery gray, one golden, one rose pink, and one moss green. Tiny, luminous eyes like captured stars blinked at him. They wore minute waistcoats fashioned from petals and beetle wings. Around them, arranged with meticulous care, were the missing items, a single pearl from Mrs. Gable's knitting basket, a sprinkle shaped like a tiny star, a sliver of polished brass from a doorknob, and a single, perfect dewdrop clinging to a blade of grass. They weren't stealing, they were collecting beauty, creating their own miniature, perfect order. One sprite, the one with moss-green hair, was meticulously polishing a tiny acorn cap with a scrap of cloth. Another, the rose-pink one, was carefully arranging the sprinkle, the pearl, the brass sliver, and the dewdrop into a symmetrical pattern on the moss. They hummed a sound so high and soft it was like the ringing of distant frost. They hadn't noticed Theo yet. He understood. They weren't lost or malicious. They were homesick. The Whisperwood's glade, Agnes had said, was where the star thistle bloomed. The old mill with its deep shadows and quiet river sounds felt safe, but it wasn't their moonlit glade. They were trying to recreate a sense of their lost order and beauty here, using fragments from the village they found lovely or intriguing. Their tidying was an attempt to make this new place feel like home, according to their own delicate sensibilities. Theo didn't startle them. He sat very still, breathing softly. Marmalade gave a low, reassuring purr. Slowly, Theo reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, smooth river stone he always carried, striped with bands of gray and white. He placed it gently on the ground just outside the crack, not too close. It was beautiful in its simplicity, a piece of Willowbrook's order. The sprites froze. Their tiny star eyes fixed on the stone, then lifted to Theo's face. There was no fear, only intense curiosity. The moss-green sprite floated closer, hovering near the stone, tilting its head. "You like beautiful things," Theo whispered, his voice barely louder than the rustling ferns. "We have beautiful things in Willowbrook, but maybe the Whisperwood's glade misses its beautiful things too. The star thistle needs its pollen," Agnes says. The sprites exchanged glances, their tiny forms shimmering. The rose-pink one pointed a minuscule finger towards the deeper woods, then back at their collection of treasures. A soft chime of sound, like tiny bells, echoed their confusion. Theo had an idea. He remembered Agnes mentioning the full moon was tonight. "The star thistle blooms tonight," he said softly. "Under the moon, it must be very beautiful in your glade then. Maybe you could take your beautiful things back, show them the moonlight." He gently nudged the river stone a fraction closer. "You can keep this, a piece of Willowbrook to remember, if you like." Understanding seemed to dawn in their luminous eyes. They chimed softly to each other. The moss-green sprite darted forward, impossibly light, and touched the river stone. It vanished, presumably tucked into some tiny, unseen pocket. Then with swift, delicate movements, they gathered their precious collection: the pearl, the sprinkle, the brass sliver, the dewdrop. One by one they floated out of the crack, hovering for a moment before Theo. They dipped in tiny, graceful bows. Then, like dandelion seeds caught in a breeze, they zipped away, a shimmering trail of star thistle pollen marking their path back towards the heart of the Whisper Woods. Theo watched them go, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. Marmalade bumped his head against Theo's hand, purring loudly. The next morning, Willowbrook awoke to a different kind of quiet. Mrs. Gable found her knitting untouched, the pattern perfectly intact. Old Man Hemlock's walking stick stood right side up. Agnes's sprinkles were back in their alphabetical jars. But there were small, beautiful differences. On every doorstep lay a single, perfect autumn leaf, arranged just so. On the bridge railing, someone had woven a tiny, intricate wreath of dried river grass and wildflowers. And outside the bakery, perfectly centered, lay Theo's striped river stone. The mystery was solved. The village sighed a collective breath of gentle wonder. Agnes smiled knowingly at Theo when he came in for a warm cinnamon bun. "You found them then?" she asked, her voice warm as the oven. Theo nodded, biting into the sweet, soft bread. They were just homesick, trying to make things beautiful their own way. Agnes poured him a small cup of milky tea. "A wise observation, young Theo. Sometimes what seems like chaos is just a different kind of order. And kindness," she added, placing the river stone back into his hand, "is the best way to understand it. They left us beauty in return." Life in Willowbrook returned to its peaceful flow. The brass doorknobs stayed polished. The flower pots remained slightly turned to catch the morning sun, small reminders of the dust sprite's visit. Occasionally, on nights when the full moon bathed the valley in silver light, villagers might catch a glimpse of tiny, shimmering forms dancing near the edge of the Whisper Woods, or find a single, impossibly perfect dewdrop on a windowsill. But the strange rearrangements stopped. The dust sprites were home, tending their moonlit glade, perhaps occasionally admiring a striped river stone under the stars. Theo kept the stone on his windowsill. It reminded him that the world held gentle mysteries, solved not by fear, but by quiet watching, a wise friend and a kind heart. And as he drifted off to sleep each night in his cozy room, the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke drifting through the window, he sometimes fancied he could hear the faintest, sweetest chime on the breeze, a lullaby from the woods, a whisper of thanks carried on the stardust. All was peaceful, all was understood, and the gentle magic of Willowbrook and the world beyond felt just right. Story 10. The little cottage at the edge of Willow Creek was always filled with the scent of cedarwood and baking bread. Oliver, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet curiosity about the world, lived there with his grandfather. He often felt a pang of loneliness, especially since his grandfather spent long hours tending his workshop, crafting intricate wooden toys that seemed to hold a whisper of life themselves. Oliver longed for a friend, someone who understood the quiet wonder he felt watching dust motes dance in sunbeams, or listening to the wind sigh through the old oak tree. One rainy Tuesday, while searching the dusty attic for spare buttons for his grandfather's latest project, a rocking horse with kind, painted eyes Oliver stumbled upon a forgotten trunk tucked beneath the eaves. It was made of dark, water-stained wood, bound with brass fittings dulled with age. Inside, nestled amongst yellowed linens that smelled faintly of lavender and thyme, lay a single object, a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded. It was simple, made of smooth, cool porcelain, pure white save for a single, hand-painted sprig of forget-me-nots near the rim. The handle was small, perfectly shaped for a child's fingers. Something about its quiet presence called to Oliver. He picked it up, feeling its delicate weight. As his thumb brushed the painted flowers, a faint warmth spread through the porcelain, surprising him. He held it closer, peering inside. At that moment, a stray drop of rain found its way through a crack in the roof and landed with a tiny plink into the empty cup. Instantly, a wisp of steam curled upwards. But this was no ordinary steam. It shimmered with faint colors, soft blues and gentle greens, and within its ethereal curl, Oliver heard something. Not a sound exactly, but a feeling, the soft sigh of contentment, like a cat purring in a sunbeam. He gasped, nearly dropping the cup. Carefully he carried it downstairs, his heart pounding with a thrilling mix of fear and excitement. He filled the cup with warm milk from the kitchen stove, his hands trembling slightly. As the milk warmed the porcelain, more steam rose, thicker this time, tinged with gold and smelling faintly of honey and cinnamon. Within the steam, Oliver saw not images but felt impressions, the comforting weight of a hand holding the cup, the low murmur of a woman's voice humming a lullaby, a profound sense of safety and belonging. The teacup remembered. Oliver knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was no ordinary cup. It held echoes, feelings, memories, moments steeped like tea within its fragile walls. He named it Whisper for the soft voices of the past it seemed to carry. Yet alongside the warm memories, Oliver began to sense another echo, faint but persistent, a deep, melancholic ache like a lonely wind blowing through an empty room. It seemed strongest when the cup was cold and empty. This sadness clung to Whisper, a shadow on its otherwise gentle soul. Oliver felt a fierce urge to help. Whisper had given him a glimpse of connection. He couldn't bear its hidden sorrow. He confided in his grandfather, describing the warmth, the steam, the feelings. Grandfather, whose hands were gnarled like old tree roots, but whose eyes held the wisdom of seasons, listened intently. He examined Whisper carefully, his touch gentle. "Ah," he murmured, tracing the forget-me-nots. Objects like people carry stories, Oliver. Some are joyful, some are heavy. This little cup, it holds a deep loneliness. It remembers being forgotten. He looked at Oliver, his gaze kind. To heal such a sadness, you must understand its source. Perhaps you need to find where it truly belongs, or who truly belonged to it. Wisdom, not force, will mend this broken heart. This sparked a journey, not across vast mountains, but deep into the heart of Willow Creek and its surrounding woods, a quest for understanding. Oliver carried Whisper carefully wrapped in soft cloth in a small satchel. His first companion was found near the babbling creek Thistle, a sturdy, thoughtful badger with a stripe of silver fur across his broad forehead. Thistle, known for his knowledge of roots, stones, and the old tales of the land, was digging for grubs when Oliver shyly explained his quest. HMMPH, grunted Thistle, sniffing the air near the satchel. Cold porcelain sadness, deep roots that one. Forgotten places hold forgotten sorrows. The old miller's cottage, perhaps, downstream, crumbling now, but things linger. Following Thistle's slow, deliberate pace, Oliver felt the cup's melancholy pulse stronger as they neared the ruins of a stone cottage choked by ivy. Inside, amongst the decay, Oliver found shards of broken china, patterns long faded. He held Whisper near the fragments, but the sadness only deepened, sharp and cold. This wasn't the source, it only amplified the loneliness Whisper felt for its own lost kin. Thistle nosed the shards sadly. Wrong sorrow, lad, this place mourns its own ending. Disheartened, Oliver sat on a mossy stone. A flash of iridescent blue darted past Pip, a small, excitable starling with a head full of gossip and a knack for finding shiny things. Pip landed on Oliver's knee, tilting his head. Sad cup, sad boy, Pip sees, Pip hears. Old Widow Hemsley up the hill, she talks to her teacups, talks and talks, maybe knows this one. Hope flickered again. Widow Hemsley lived in a cottage overflowing with plants and porcelain. Her shelves were crowded with cups and saucers of all shapes and sizes. She welcomed Oliver warmly, her eyes bright as buttons. Oliver unwrapped Whisper, explaining its strange magic. The widow's face softened. She took Whisper with reverence. "Oh, my dear, yes, I remember this pattern. Forget-me-nots, simple, elegant, belonged to the Evergreen family long ago." She poured a little warm chamomile tea into Whisper. The steam bloomed, smelling of meadows, and carrying a wave of pure, uncomplicated happiness, a child's laughter, sunlight on grass. Widow Hemsley smiled. "See, it remembers joy too, but the evergreens, they left Willow Creek suddenly, generations back. A sadness, a loss. The story is lost, like autumn leaves." She gently placed Whisper back in Oliver's hands. The underlying melancholy remained, a quiet thrum beneath the happy echo. The cup remembers being left behind, child, not broken, just left. Oliver thanked her, the puzzle deepening. He wandered towards the whispering woods behind his grandfather's cottage, Thistle padding beside him and Pip flitting overhead, chattering about clouds and worms. He stopped beneath the ancient oak, its branches like protective arms. He felt Whisper's sadness keenly here, mingling with the rustling leaves. Sitting down, he filled Whisper with clear, cool water from his flask. The steam rose, thin and silvery, smelling of rain and old paper. This time the feeling was unmistakable. A child's bewildered grief, the ache of an empty chair, the hollow silence after a goodbye. Oliver understood. Whisper hadn't just been forgotten, it had witnessed a heartbreak. It held the echo of a child forced to leave their cherished cup behind. The cup itself felt abandoned, yes, but its deepest sorrow was for the child who had loved it. It missed them. It mourned their loss. Wisdom, grandfather had said, not force. How could he mend a sorrow rooted in a long-ago parting? He couldn't bring the child back. Thistle nudged his hand. Echoes need quiet to fade or new songs to join them. Pip landed on his shoulder. Sing to sad cup, Pip sings to shiny things. An idea blossomed in Oliver's mind, gentle as the forget-me-nots painted on the cup. He wouldn't erase the old sorrow, he couldn't. But perhaps he could offer a new story, a new connection. Holding Whisper carefully, Oliver took a deep breath. He didn't speak loudly but softly, pouring his own feelings into the quiet air beneath the oak tree. "Hello, Whisper," he murmured, his voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "I know you remember someone else. Someone who loved you very much. I can feel how much you miss them, and how sad you were when they had to leave you behind. That must have hurt terribly. I'm so sorry that happened to you." He stroked the smooth porcelain, "But you weren't forgotten forever. I found you, and I think you're wonderful. I love the way you feel warm in my hands. I love the little flowers painted on your side. I love the stories you tell in your steam, the happy ones and the sad ones too. You don't have to forget the child who loved you first. It's okay to remember them. But maybe you could make a little room for me too. I promise to hold you gently. I promise to listen to your memories. I promise never to leave you forgotten in the dark again. You can have 2 stories, Whisper. The old one and a new one, with me." As Oliver spoke, pouring his quiet sincerity and newfound friendship into his words, he felt Whisper grow warmer in his hands. He filled it again with warm water. The steam that rose was different. It was purest white, shimmering like moonlight on snow. There were no distinct colors, no specific sounds or smells. Instead, it carried a profound sense of release, like a held breath finally exhaled. The sharp edge of the ancient grief softened, replaced by a gentle, watery sadness that slowly dissolved into something else, acceptance. And beneath that, a new, tentative warmth bloomed, a feeling of being seen, understood, and cherished anew. It wasn't the same as the old joy, but it was a quiet, steady comfort, like the embers of a fire. The melancholic ache that had clung to Whisper for so long didn't vanish, but it transformed. It became a quiet remembrance, no longer a raw wound, but a cherished part of its story, softened by the balm of Oliver's kindness and his promise. The cup seemed lighter in his hands, its porcelain almost glowing with a soft, inner light. Thistle gave a soft, approving grunt. Pip chirped, "Happy cup, shiny happy." Oliver smiled, a warmth spreading through his own chest that had nothing to do with the afternoon sun filtering through the leaves. He had journeyed into the heart of an object's sorrow and found that wisdom meant listening, understanding, and offering companionship without demanding the past be erased. That evening, Oliver sat with his grandfather by the crackling hearth. The comforting scent of cedarwood filled the air. He placed Whisper on the small table between them and poured warm milk into it for himself and tea for his grandfather. As the steam curled lazily from Whisper, it carried the scent of milk and honey, and the faintest echo of that first contented sigh Oliver had felt, now mingled with the new warmth of belonging. Grandfather watched the steam, a knowing smile on his lips. He didn't ask for explanations. He simply reached out and gently touched the rim of the cup, his rough finger meeting the smooth porcelain. "Sometimes," Grandfather said softly, his voice a rumble like distant thunder, "the greatest magic isn't in changing the past, but in holding it gently while making space for the present." Oliver nodded, cradling Whisper. He felt the cup's quiet contentment, a soft hum against his palms. The loneliness he used to feel had been replaced by a different kind of quiet, a peaceful companionship, not just with his grandfather, but with the little cup that remembered, and now remembered him too. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Outside, the wind whispered through the willows, a lullaby for the night. Oliver took a sip of warm milk, the taste sweet and comforting. He knew Whisper held many stories yet to be discovered in its steam, stories of joy and sorrow, all part of its extraordinary secret life. But for now, in the cozy glow of the fire, with the gentle presence of his grandfather and the quiet hum of the cup in his hands, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace. The journey had changed him, teaching him that wonder often lies in listening. Kindness is the strongest magic, and even the smallest, most forgotten things can hold the deepest secrets and the greatest capacity for comfort. He placed Whisper carefully on his bedside table later that night, its white surface catching the moonlight like a promise. As he drifted off to sleep, the last thing he felt was the faint, warm pulse from the cup beside him, a silent, steadfast friend in the quiet dark, its secret now a shared comfort, its story gently unfolding into a new, hopeful chapter. Story 11. Deep in the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky dusted with perpetual twilight, the boundary between the solid earth and shimmering magic was thin as a spider's silk. Here, unseen by hurried human eyes, thrived the moss-skinned tiny folk no taller than a buttercup, woven from moss, bark, and starlight. Their village, Havenroot, nestled in the vast, hollow root of the eldest tree, a colossal silver-barked giant older than the hills themselves. The air in Havenroot always held a comforting scent, damp earth, crushed pine needles warmed by hidden sunbeams, and the faintest hint of cinnamon from the rare moon-petal flowers that bloomed only under the full moon's gaze. Lumina, a young mosskin with hair like spun silver moss and eyes the deep green of forest shadows, loved to sit on her favorite cushion of velvet moss just outside the root hollow entrance. She'd listen to the symphony of the woods, the rustle of squirrels scampering high above like distant thunder, the gurgle of the crystal brook weaving through ferns, the deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate up from the very roots of the eldest tree itself. It was the sound of the forest breathing, a constant, soothing rhythm. Havenroot was a model of harmony. The mosskin tended the forest with gentle diligence. Beetle teams, harnessed with threads of woven spider silk, pulled miniature plows to aerate the soil around delicate seedlings. Firefly lanterns, carefully shielded, illuminated their evening gatherings where they shared pollen dust cakes and dewdrop tea. Most importantly, they cared for the eldest tree. Its immense roots formed the foundations of Havenroot, and its broad, luminous leaves filtered the sunlight into soft, dappled patterns on the forest floor. In return, the eldest tree sheltered them, and its deep, slow wisdom pulsed through the roots, felt by every mosskin as a comforting warmth in their chests. Their leader, Old Hemlock, his bark-like skin etched with countless seasons, often spoke of the balance. "The forest thrives," he'd murmur, his voice like dry leaves rustling, "when root respects leaf, when beetle respects bloom, and when the small tend the great with grateful hearts." The magic of the Whispering Woods was tied intimately to the seasons and the sky. Spring wasn't just warmer air, it was the bloom song, a melody carried on the wind that coaxed dormant seeds to unfurl with impossible speed. Summer brought the sunfire dew, droplets that gathered at dawn on certain leaves, glowing with captured sunlight and tasting of pure warmth. Autumn saw the leaf fall dance, where swirling leaves painted intricate patterns in the air, guided by unseen currents of magic, fertilizing the earth as they settled. Winter was the deep slumber silence, a profound hush where the forest slept, and the mosskin retreated deep into Havenroot, warmed by the eldest tree's slow, deep-rooted heat and the stored glow of firefly lanterns. Lumina was particularly fascinated by the moon-petal ceremony. Held only under the fullest moon, the rare moon-petal flowers would unfurl their silvery white petals, releasing a light so pure it cast soft, shimmering shadows. The mosskin would gather around them, their own faint luminescence mingling with the petals' glow, singing ancient songs of gratitude and connection. It was said the moon petals absorbed moonlight and stored its magic, releasing it slowly to nourish the eldest tree and strengthen the forest's hidden veins of power. But one summer something felt off. The sunfire dew tasted faintly bitter. The bloom song seemed hesitant, weaker. Most worrying of all, the deep, resonant hum from the eldest tree had diminished to a faint, irregular thrum. Lumina noticed it first, a strange coolness where the comforting warmth in her chest usually resided. Leaves on the lower branches of the eldest tree, usually a vibrant, shimmering silver green, began to turn a dull, lifeless gray and curl at the edges. Fear, thin and cold, began to thread through Havenroot. The beetle teams reported patches of sour-smelling earth. The fireflies' lights dimmed more quickly. Old Hemlock called a gathering in the great root chamber, lit by the anxious flicker of their lanterns. His face, usually serene, was etched with deep concern. "The balance trembles, little ones," he rasped, his voice barely louder than the rustle of a moth's wing. "The eldest tree weakens, the sunfire dew turns bitter, the forest holds its breath." "But why, Elder?" asked Bracken, a sturdy young mosskin known for his skill with root tendrils. "We tend the soil, we sing to the seeds, we honor the cycles." "The balance is intricate," old Hemlock sighed, leaning heavily on his staff of polished willow. "Like the threads of a spider's web, unseen connections bind all. Something disrupts the deep flows." He closed his eyes, pressing a gnarled hand against the cool root wall. The memory whispers of a time long ago when the crystal brook choked on shadow. His voice faded, the strain evident. The ancient wisdom was flickering within him, clouded. Lumina felt a pang of sorrow, not just for the tree, but for old Hemlock. The weight of generations pressed upon him. She remembered her grandmother, Silverbow, telling her stories before the deep slumber claimed her. Silverbow had spoken of the heart roots, the deepest taproots of the eldest tree that drew magic directly from the earth's core. She'd mentioned a guardian spirit tied to the moon petals that watched over those roots. Lumina had thought them just lovely tales. Now, looking at the fading eldest tree and the strained elder, a spark of realization ignited. "Elder Hemlock," Lumina spoke up, her voice small but clear in the hushed chamber. "Grandmother Silverbow," she spoke of heart roots, and a guardian tied to the moon petals. Old Hemlock's eyes flew open, a flicker of surprise, and then dawning recollection lighting their depths. "Silverbow, yes, sharp ears, that one, the heart roots, fed by the purest earth water, guarded by the weeping stone spirit." He frowned, struggling. "But the weeping stone, its tears cleanse the deep waters, if its sorrow grows too great." "The crystal brook," Lumina gasped. "It flows near the deepest roots, if its water is troubled." A murmur rippled through the gathered moss skin. The crystal brook. It had seemed murkier lately, its cheerful gurgle replaced by a sluggish, troubled sound. And the patches of sour earth the beetles found were always near its banks. Hope, fragile as a dragonfly's wing, stirred. But the weeping stone spirit. How could tiny mosskin help an ancient spirit? "We must seek the weeping stone," Lumina declared, surprising herself with her own conviction. "We must learn why it sorrows." Old Hemlock studied her, his gaze thoughtful. "The path is deep and dark, child, few remember the way. The stone lies beyond the glowworm grottos, near the shadowed springs." He placed a trembling hand on her shoulder. "But your heart listens, Lumina. It remembers Silverbow's wisdom. Go, take Bracken for his strength. Follow the taste of the water where it turns most bitter, the source lies." Their journey began at moonset, guided by the soft, bioluminescent glow of certain fungi lining the forest floor, nature's own lanterns. The air grew cooler, damper, the comforting scents of pine and earth giving way to the mineral tang of deep stone. They navigated the glowworm grottos, a breathtaking cavern where thousands of tiny blue lights clung to the ceiling like a frozen starfield, casting an ethereal glow on still, black pools. The silence here was profound, broken only by the occasional plink of a water droplet. Lumina felt awe and a thread of apprehension. This was deep magic, old and powerful. Beyond the grottos, the path sloped downwards, becoming rougher. The bitter taste old hemlock mentioned grew stronger, clinging to the back of Lumina's throat. The crystal brook, here a sluggish, dark trickle, seemed to weep as it flowed. The comforting hum of the forest was gone, replaced by a hollow silence that pressed in on them. Finally, they reached a small, hidden clearing dominated by a massive, moss-covered stone. It wasn't just a stone, it had a presence. Shaped vaguely like a hunched figure, water seeped slowly from fissures near its top, running down its sides like endless tears, collecting in a small, murky pool at its base. This was the weeping stone spirit. An aura of profound sadness hung heavy in the air, thick as fog, making Lumina's own heart feel heavy. "Great Spirit," Lumina called out softly, her voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space. Bracken stood beside her, sturdy but wide-eyed. "We come from Havenroot, guardians of the eldest tree. We feel its pain, and we taste the bitterness in the water. We wish to understand your sorrow." For a long moment there was only the sound of dripping water. Then a low, resonant vibration filled the clearing, not a sound heard with ears, but felt in the bones. Images flooded Lumina's mind, not words, but sensations and pictures. She saw the deep, clear springs feeding the crystal brook far below, pure and vibrant with earth magic. She saw a slow, creeping shadow, not darkness, but a thick, choking sludge of neglect and forgotten poison seeping from far, far above, beyond the Mosskin's realm, perhaps from the world of men. This sludge was settling into the spirit's sacred springs, clouding the water, turning it bitter. The spirit's tears were tears of cleansing, trying to wash away the taint, but the sludge was relentless, a weight of indifference pressing down. Its sorrow was the sorrow of the earth itself, choking on unseen harm. Lumina understood. The balance was disrupted not by anything within the hidden forest, but by a shadow falling from outside, poisoning the deep waters that fed the heart roots of the eldest tree and, in turn, the entire Whispering Woods. The spirit wept because it felt the forest's pain as its own, and it was struggling against a tide of unseen pollution. But what can we do? Bracken whispered, overwhelmed by the spirit's grief and the scale of the problem. "We are so small." Lumina looked at the weeping stone, then at the murky pool. Her grandmother's voice echoed, "The moon petals hold the moon's pure light. Light can cleanse shadow and old hemlock. The balance needs all parts the spirit was trying to cleanse, but perhaps it needed help, a different kind of magic, a purifying light." "We cannot stop the shadow at its source," Lumina said slowly, thinking aloud. "But perhaps we can help the spirit cleanse the water here. The moon petals, their light is pure magic. It nourishes the eldest tree. Could it purify the water?" She approached the murky pool. The bitter smell was almost overwhelming. Reaching into the small pouch woven from spider silk at her waist, she pulled out a single, precious petal saved from the last moon petal ceremony. It glowed faintly in the gloom of the cavern, a tiny piece of captured moonlight. Taking a deep breath, Lumina gently laid the petal onto the surface of the stagnant pool. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a soft, silvery light began to emanate from the petal, spreading across the dark water like liquid starlight. Where the light touched, the murkiness seemed to recoil, thinning and dissolving. A faint, sweet scent, like rain-washed air, began to replace the bitterness. The light grew brighter, purer, pushing back the clinging shadow within the pool. The water started to clear, revealing smooth pebbles beneath. The weeping stone spirit shuddered. The flow of water from its fissures increased, but now the tears ran clearer, sparkling faintly in the growing moonlight glow from the petal. The heavy aura of sorrow lifted, replaced by a wave of profound relief and gratitude that washed over Lumina and Bracken like warm sunlight. The vibration in the air changed, becoming lighter, a sigh of release. They watched, awestruck, as the purified water, energized by the moonpetal's magic, began to flow more strongly from the pool, joining the crystal brook. The brook's sluggish murmur gained a clearer, more musical note. "We must tell old Hemlock," Bracken exclaimed. "We must use the moon petals." They raced back through the glowworm grottos, their hearts lighter than they had been in weeks. The journey back felt swifter, the air already tasting fresher near the brook. In Havenroot, they found the community anxious. Old Hemlock looked frailer. Lumina poured out their discovery, the shadow, the choking sludge, the spirit's sorrow, and the purifying power of the moon petal. Understanding dawned on old Hemlock's face, followed by a weary but genuine smile. "The wisdom of Silver Bough, the courage of the young," he murmured. "The balance requires all voices, all gifts, the moon petal's light, yes, we must strengthen the spirit's cleansing work." The next full moon arrived, bathing the whispering woods in silver. The moon petal ceremony took on a new urgency and purpose. Every mothskin gathered, their faces solemn in the ethereal glow of the rare flowers. Instead of just singing songs of gratitude, old Hemlock led them in a new chant, a song of cleansing and healing, directed towards the deep earth and the weeping stone spirit. As the petals unfurled, releasing their purest light, the mothskin carefully harvested them, not greedily, but with reverence. Teams of the strongest beetles, guided by Bracken, carried baskets of the glowing petals deep into the earth, along the path Lumina had found to the weeping stone spirit's pool. Night after night, under the moon or guided by fireflies, they worked. They placed moon petals in the murky springs they could reach, and most importantly, in the pool at the spirit's feet. The silvery light pulsed through the water, driving back the thick sludge, purifying the deep flows. The crystal brook ran clearer, faster, its sweet song returning. The patches of sour earth dwindled. Slowly, steadily, the eldest tree responded. The gray faded from its lower leaves, replaced by a healthy sheen. The deep, resonant hum returned, stronger and steadier than before, vibrating up through the roots into Havenroot, filling every mothskin with profound relief and warmth. The sunfire dew tasted sweet again, like liquid sunshine. The bloom song returned, full-throated and joyful. Lumina stood once more on her cushion of velvet moss. The whispering woods sighed with contentment. The air held the rich scent of damp earth, pine, cinnamon, and the unmistakable freshness of pure water. Fireflies danced like living stars above the crystal brook. The eldest tree's leaves shimmered silver-green in the moonlight. High above, an owl hooted, a gentle counterpoint to the forest's deep, steady hum. Old Hemlock joined her, looking less burdened, a spark back in his eyes. "You listened, child," he said softly, gazing at the revitalized forest. "Not just with your ears, but with your heart. You remembered the old wisdom and found a new way to apply it. The balance is not static, it flows like the brook. It needs guardians who understand both tradition and the courage to act when the flow is blocked." He placed a gnarled hand on the eldest tree's root. "The shadow from above may still linger," he admitted. "But we have strengthened the deep magic. We have shown that even the smallest light, guided by wisdom and offered in friendship, can push back the darkness. The forest remembers, the spirit is strengthened, and we," he looked at Lumina, then out at the thriving Havenroot, "we remember our place within the great, breathing whole." Lumina felt the comforting warmth pulse steadily in her chest, the hum of the eldest tree, the song of the crystal brook, the gentle rustle of the leaves, all blending into a perfect, peaceful harmony. The hidden world was safe once more, a testament to the enduring power of gentle care, interwoven magic, and the quiet courage found in listening to the whispers of the earth and the wisdom of generations past. Under the watchful gaze of the moon and the ancient trees, the mothskin of Havenroot settled into a deep, contented peace, cradled by the forest that was their home, their charge, and their greatest protector. The night wrapped around them, soft as a downy feather, filled with the soothing symphony of a world in balance, and sleep came as gently as a falling moon petal. Story 12. The old library in the Willowwood cottage smelled perpetually of dust, dried lavender, and the faint, comforting tang of aged paper. Young Leo, visiting his grandmother for the summer, often found himself drawn to its quiet embrace, especially on evenings when the world outside seemed hushed and expectant. One such evening, as rain whispered against the diamond-paned windows and the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, his grandmother placed a small, intricately carved wooden box into his hands. It was warm from the firelight, the wood a deep, rich mahogany, inlaid with patterns that looked like swirling vines and crescent moons. "This belonged to your great-great-grandmother," she said, her voice soft as the rain. She called it the keeper's box. It's been passed down, mother to daughter, or in this case, grandmother to grandson, for generations. But the key, she sighed, a gentle sound like leaves rustling, the key was lost long ago. We only knew it was shaped like a crescent moon. Leo traced the patterns with a reverent finger. The box felt alive, humming with a quiet energy he couldn't explain. What was inside, Gran? "Stories," she whispered, her eyes reflecting the firelight. "Stories of where we came from, the keepers of the moonlit garden. Legends said they tended a hidden garden where plants glowed softly at night, guided by the moon's phases. They understood the language of roots and stars, but the garden's location, the deeper traditions, they faded when the key was lost. All we have are fragments, whispers in old journals." That night Leo dreamt not of the garden, but of a hidden nook beneath the roots of the ancient willow tree that gave the cottage its name. In the dream, moonlight pooled around a small, tarnished copper shape nestled in the damp earth. He woke with a start, the image vivid. Could it be? Driven by a quiet certainty he couldn't name, he slipped on his boots and crept downstairs as dawn painted the sky in soft pinks and golds. The air was cool and damp, smelling of wet earth and awakening flowers. Dew glittered on spiderwebs like scattered diamonds. He knelt beneath the willow's sweeping branches, its ancient roots forming gnarled arches over the ground. Remembering the dream, he carefully brushed aside layers of moss and soft soil near the thickest root. His fingers touched something cold and smooth. Heart-pounding, he unearthed a small, tarnished key, unmistakably shaped like a crescent moon. Back in the library, with trembling hands and Gran watching, breath held, Leo inserted the key into the lock on the keeper's box. It turned with a soft, satisfying click. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay several items. A slender, smooth river stone etched with phases of the moon, a tiny, perfectly preserved sprig of dried silvery green herb that smelled faintly of mint and starlight, and a small, leather-bound journal, its pages thin and fragile. Gran gasped softly, tears welling in her eyes. "Oh, Leo, you found it." The journal belonged to his great-great-grandmother, Ilara. Her flowing script told of the moonlit garden, a hidden sanctuary nestled in a sunken valley beyond the whispering brook. It wasn't merely a place of beauty, it was a legacy. The keepers weren't just gardeners, they were stewards, listening to the subtle rhythms of the earth and sky, tending plants that held gentle magic healing, soothing, encouraging dreams. They marked the turning seasons not just by the sun, but by the moon's journey, using its light to guide their planting and harvesting. The river stone was a moonstone, used to focus intention during nightly tending. The silvery herb was moonlace, used in teas to calm restless minds and invite peaceful sleep. The most profound entries spoke of their philosophy. "We are not masters but partners," Ilara wrote. "The garden teaches patience. A seed unfolds in its own time, just as understanding blooms when the heart is ready. We listen more than we speak, learn more than we command." The greatest magic lies not in forcing growth, but in nurturing the conditions for it to flourish in the earth and in ourselves. Tend your inner garden with the same kindness. Leo felt a deep resonance, a sense of belonging that settled into his bones like warm sunlight. These were his roots. These quiet, observant people who spoke to plants and listened to the moon, they were part of him. The loss of the garden wasn't just a physical disappearance. It was a forgetting of how to truly see, to truly listen to the natural world whispering its ancient wisdom. Armed with the journal's descriptions and the moonstone warm in his pocket, Leo and Gran set out to find the garden. They followed the path beside the whispering brook, its sound a constant, gentle murmur. Sunlight dappled through the canopy of ancient oaks and slender birches. The air grew sweeter, filled with the scent of wild honeysuckle and damp ferns. Finally, they reached a place where the brook widened, cascading over mossy rocks into a serene pool. Behind the waterfall, partially hidden by a curtain of ivy and maidenhair fern, was a narrow passage. Ducking through the cool, dripping entrance, they emerged into a sight that stole their breath. The hidden valley was bathed in soft, diffuse light. It wasn't large, but it was breathtaking. Plants unlike any Leo had seen grew in neat, concentric circles around a central, still pool reflecting the sky. There were velvety leaves that shimmered with an internal silver light, delicate flowers that looked like captured moonlight, and herbs that released subtle, calming fragrances as they brushed past. Though seemingly wild, there was an underlying order, a harmony. The air hummed with a peaceful, vibrant energy. It wasn't abandoned, it was sleeping, waiting. "It's real," Gran breathed, tears tracing paths down her weathered cheeks. The moonlit garden. Over the remaining summer weeks, guided by Alara's journal, Leo and Gran became students of the garden. They learned its rhythms. They discovered that certain plants, like the glowing stardrop lilies, unfurled their petals only under the full moon's direct light. The whisper ferns needed the gentle touch of the new moon's energy to propagate. They learned to grind the moonlace with the smooth moonstone, creating a fragrant powder that, when sprinkled near one's pillow, invited the deepest, most serene sleep. They learned to sit quietly by the reflecting pool at dusk, listening not just with their ears, but with their hearts, feeling the garden's slow, steady pulse. The lessons weren't just about gardening. They were about life. Patience as they waited for a rare moonbeam orchid to bloom after weeks of tender care. Observation, learning to read the subtle signs of thirst or contentment in the plants. Humility, understanding they were caretakers, not creators. Connection, feeling the profound link between the earth, the moon, the plants, and themselves. Leo realized the ancient legacy wasn't just about tending a hidden garden. It was about tending the garden within cultivating kindness, patience, and quiet awareness in his own heart. One clear, moonlit night near the end of summer, Leo sat alone in the garden. The full moon bathed the valley in a luminous silver glow. The stardrop lilies shone like fallen stars, and the air was thick with the sweet, calming scent of moonlace and night-blooming jasmine. He held the smooth moonstone in one hand and a small, vibrant green seedling of moonlace he'd nurtured in the other. He understood now. He wasn't just uncovering a legacy, he was becoming part of its living thread. He carefully planted the seedling near the reflecting pool, whispering words of encouragement, just as Alara described. As he patted the soft earth around it, a profound sense of peace washed over him, warm and deep as the firelight back in the library. He belonged. To this place, to this history, to the quiet wisdom whispering on the night breeze. Back at the cottage, the keeper's box sat open on the library table, bathed in firelight and moonlight streaming through the window. Inside, beside the moonstone and the precious journal, lay the small copper key and a single, freshly pressed stardrop lily. Leo knew the journey wasn't about restoring the garden to some forgotten grandeur, but about understanding its spirit and carrying its gentle lessons forward. He would tend his own inner garden with the patience and kindness of the keepers. He would listen to the whispers of the world around him. And one day he would pass on the keeper's box, the key and the stories, ensuring the legacy of quiet stewardship, peaceful connection, and the gentle magic found in listening to the moon and the earth, would continue to bloom, a comforting light for generations yet to come. As sleep gently tugged at him, the scent of old paper, lavender, and distant moonlace wrapped around him like a soft blanket, and the quiet hum of the garden's peaceful heart followed him into his dreams. Story 13. In the cozy village of Meadowhaven, where chimney smoke curled like silver ribbons and lanterns glowed with captured starlight, a peculiar mystery unfolded each midnight. For 7 nights straight, the villagers awoke to find their freshly baked evening breads vanished. Not a crumb remained in the woven baskets, yet no doors were forced, no windows broken. Only the faint scent of wild thyme lingered where the loaves had been. Young Benji, with eyes as curious as a magpie's, decided to solve the riddle. His grandmother's honey oat loaf had disappeared that very night, and her sigh weighed heavier than dough. "Patience and observation, little sprout," she advised, tucking a woolen scarf around his neck. "Mysteries unfold like petals for those who watch quietly." Benji began his investigation at moonrise, perched on the oak bench outside Mossgrove Bakery. He noted 3 clues. First, the bread vanished only from homes with open windows. Second, tiny shimmering footprints, no larger than acorn caps, dotted the flower-dusted windowsills. Third, a faint melody like wind chimes made of dew, echoed just before each disappearance. The next morning, Benji followed the footprints past the cobblestone square, where Mrs. Thistlewick's prize roses bloomed unnaturally blue. The trail led into Whisperwood Forest, where ancient trees hummed with secrets. There, beneath a canopy of emerald leaves, Benji met old Hemlock, a tortoise whose moss-dappled shell held maps of forgotten paths. His eyes, deep as forest pools, crinkled kindly. "Ah," rumbled Hemlock, nibbling a clover. "The little time singers are restless. They've borrowed your bread, child." He explained that time singers were shy, thumb-sized sprites who tended wild herbs. But they are honorable folk. Something must have disrupted their nightly feast of moon-kissed mushrooms. Benji remembered the blue roses. Could they be using bread to grow strange plants? Hemlock nodded slowly. "Follow the melody when the moon is high, but tread softly. Frightened sprites scatter like dandelion seeds." That night Benji hid near Mrs. Thistlewick's garden, clutching a loaf of rosemary bread as bait. As the village clock chimed midnight, the air sparkled with pinpricks of light. Dozens of time singers fluttered down, their wings chiming like delicate bells. They sprinkled breadcrumbs over the rose roots, singing a desperate, reedy tune. Instantly, the roses pulsed brighter blue. Suddenly, a shadow lurched, a grumpy, pea-green garden gnome named Grimble, who'd been stealing the sprite's enchanted mushrooms for his pickled stews. "No more midnight snacks for you," he grunted, shaking a fist. The sprites trembled, their light dimming. Benji stepped forward, holding out the loaf. "Why not share?" he asked Grimble gently. "The singers need mushrooms to thrive, and you need herbs for your stews." He proposed a bargain. The villagers would leave bread by their windowsills. In return, the singers would share mushrooms with Grimble and use their magic to bless Meadowhaven's gardens. Grimble's scowl softened as a sprite offered him a glowing shiitake. "Well, stew is better with friends," he mumbled. The mystery unraveled like yarn. A rock slide had crushed the singer's mushroom glen. Desperate to sustain their magic, which kept the forest healthy, they'd used breadcrumbs to coax substitute nutrients from garden soil, causing the odd blue blooms. With bread freely given, harmony returned. Now Meadowhaven blooms with rainbows of flowers, nourished by sprite song. Benji leaves crusts on his windowsill nightly, smiling at the chime of wings. And on starry evenings, if you listen closely, you'll hear Grimble's laughter mixing with the time singer's melody, a reminder that even the strangest puzzles unravel with kindness and a shared loaf. Sleep now, little solver. Dreams await where bread rises warm and friendships glow brighter than enchanted roses. Story 14. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stood sentinel and the air hummed with a quiet, ancient magic, the boundaries between the seen and unseen were as thin as spider silk. Sunlight, filtering through the emerald canopy, dappled the mossy floor in patterns that seemed to shift and dance if one watched long enough. Here, the rustle of leaves wasn't just the wind, and the gurgle of the silver thread brook held whispered secrets. This was a realm where the natural world breathed in harmony, each creature, each plant, each droplet of dew playing its part in a grand, gentle symphony. Among the gnarled roots of grandfather birch, a venerable oak whose bark resembled wise, weathered faces, lived a small community. Fern, a bright-eyed field mouse with fur the color of damp earth, scurried along a root highway, her tiny paws barely disturbing the velvety moss. High above, Pip, a swift with feathers like polished slate, darted through shafts of sunlight, his cheerful chirps echoing in the clear air. Near the brook, Mossback, an ancient box turtle whose shell was a miniature forest of lichen, moved with deliberate slowness, his dark eyes observing everything with patient understanding. Their lives were woven into the fabric of the Whisperwood seasons. In spring, the air filled with the heady perfume of bluebells and the excited buzz of newly awakened bees. Fern would help gather pollen-dusted petals for the dewdrop fairies, who used them to weave shimmering cloaks from morning mist. Pip would relay messages carried on thermals, whispering news of thawing streams and returning salmon to the fish hidden in the brook's depths. Mossback would feel the deep, resonant thrum of the earth warming, a signal to nudge sleepy seeds towards the sun. Summer brought long, golden days. Fireflies painted the twilight with living constellations, and the forest hummed with cicada song. Fern and her kin gathered sun-warmed berries, storing them in hollows lined with fragrant pine needles. Pip taught the fledgling swifts intricate aerial dances over the sun-dappled glades. Mossback would bask on a sun-warmed stone by the brook, his presence a calming anchor for the minnows who darted around his sturdy legs. The magic then was vibrant and loud, a celebration of abundance, tied to the warmth and the life-giving rains that fell like liquid silver. Autumn was a painter's palette. Maple leaves blazed crimson and gold, while oak leaves turned the deep brown of well-loved books. The air grew crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves not unpleasant, but rich and deep, promising renewal. Fern busied herself with storing nuts and seeds, her cheeks pouched full. Pip watched the great flocks gather, feeling the pull of the south but content in his chosen home. Mossback felt the earth's energy drawing downwards, a slow, deep sigh. The magic shifted then, becoming introspective, woven into the falling leaves and the thickening morning mists that clung like ghostly lace to the trees. It was a time of gathering in, of sharing stories by the light of glowworm lanterns under Grandfather Birch's sheltering branches. The elders Mossback, Grandfather Birch himself whose thoughts resonated in the roots, and Old Mother Owl who watched from her high hollow would share tales of seasons past, of delicate balances maintained, of the deep, slow wisdom of the forest. The Whisperwood breathes, Mossback would rumble, his voice like stones shifting in a gentle stream. In and out, growth and rest, giving and receiving. Remember, little ones, the strength is in the balance. Like the brook needs the rain and the rain needs the clouds, so do we all need each other, and the forest needs us all. Winter, when it came, was a time of quiet enchantment. Snow fell in soft, silent blankets, muffling sound and turning the forest into a world of sparkling crystal. Frost traced delicate ferns on every surface. The silver thread brook slowed, its song becoming a deep, resonant hum beneath a skin of ice, shot through with trapped bubbles like frozen stars. Fern slept cozily in her root nest, lined with thistle down. Pip fluffed his feathers against the cold, finding warmth in the dense ivy clinging to Grandfather Birch. Mossback slept deeply beneath a blanket of snow and fallen leaves, dreaming slow, earthy dreams. The winter magic was subtle and profound, tied to the deep cold and the patient waiting. It resided in the resilience of dormant seeds, in the intricate ice crystals, in the profound silence broken only by the occasional soft whump of snow sliding from a branch. It was a time for rest, for dreaming, for the deep, slow pulse of the earth gathering strength beneath the frost. One year, however, the rhythm faltered. Spring arrived late, hesitant. The bluebells pushed through the cold soil but remained tightly furled, their perfume weak. The silver thread brook ran sluggish and unusually silent. An unseasonable chill lingered in the air long after the snows should have melted, and a strange, brittle frost clung stubbornly to the shaded northern roots of grandfather birch, refusing to yield even to the midday sun. A palpable unease settled over the forest. The fireflies flickered dimly. The bees moved sluggishly. Pip felt the air currents were sluggish and confused. Fern, venturing out from her nest, shivered. The moss felt cold and lifeless under her paws, not its usual springy resilience. "Something feels wrong," she whispered to Pip, who landed beside her on a frost-rimed twig. "The frost won't leave grandfather birch's roots. It feels hungry." Pip tilted his head, listening. "The wind carries no warmth from the south meadows, only this cold whisper. It tastes thin." They sought mossback, but the old turtle was sunk deeper in his winter sleep than usual, barely a wisp of breath misting the air near his beak. Concerned, they looked up towards Old Mother Owl's hollow. A soft, questioning hoo-oh floated down. "Mother Owl," Pip called up, his voice small in the unnerving quiet. "The frost bites deep and spring sleeps too long. What troubles the Whisperwood?" Old Mother Owl glided silently down, landing on a low branch, her large, luminous eyes reflecting the weak sunlight. "Ah, little ones," she hooted softly, her voice like wind through dry reeds. "The balance is strained. Deep below, where the oldest roots drink from the heartspring, a stone has shifted. A stone of deep chill, long dormant, was disturbed when the great storm uprooted the sentinel pine last autumn. Its cold seeps upwards, tangling the warm threads of the earth." Fern's whiskers trembled. "Can it be stopped? Will spring never come?" "All things can find their balance again," Mother Owl replied, her tone steadying. "But the stone is heavy with ancient cold, and its touch numbs the life around it. The frost on grandfather birch is but a symptom. The heartspring's warmth is being choked." Pip fluttered his wings nervously. "What can we do? We are so small." "Wisdom," Mother Owl intoned, "is not measured in size, but in heart and in listening. Remember Mossback's words, the strength is in the balance, in the weaving together. You cannot move the stone alone, but the forest holds the answer, as it always does. Seek the sunstone." Fern and Pip exchanged puzzled glances. The sunstone. "A memory held deep within the forest," Mother Owl explained. "A gift from summers long past, a piece of captured sunlight, warm and golden. It lies nestled in the roots of the summer sentinel, the great maple that stands where the sun lingers longest at midsummer. Its warmth can counter the deep chill, but it needs awakening. It needs the touch of living things, working in concert, their warmth and goodwill focused upon it." The journey to the summer sentinel was through parts of the Whisperwood fern, and Pip rarely visited. The lingering, unnatural cold made it feel unfamiliar and daunting. The path was slick with stubborn frost, and the air held a metallic tang. They passed clusters of snowdrops, bowed and shivering, their white bells silent. Fern's paws grew numb, and Pip had to fly low, the higher air currents still sluggish and cold. They relied on each other, Pip scouting ahead from the air, warning Fern of icy patches or hidden roots, Fern finding sheltered paths under ferns and fallen logs where the frost was thinner. As they traveled deeper, the sense of disharmony grew stronger. They saw a family of hedgehogs huddled together, their usual spring bustling replaced by anxious stillness. A squirrel chattered fretfully from a bare branch, its stores depleted by the long winter. The very light filtering through the trees seemed weaker, tinged with gray. Finally, after what felt like an age, they reached a sun-drenched southern slope. Even here, the warmth felt fragile, fighting against the pervasive chill. And there stood the summer sentinel, a magnificent maple whose branches, even now, seemed to strain towards the pale sun. Its leaves were only tiny buds, clenched tight against the cold. "Look," Pip chirped, landing near the massive trunk. "They are nestled in those roots." Tucked within a cradle of thick, gnarled roots, partially covered by dry, frost-dusted leaves, lay a stone. It was unassuming at first glance, smooth, oval, about the size of Fern's head. But as they approached, they saw it wasn't gray or brown, but a deep, warm amber. And within its depths, faintly, like an ember banked under ash, a soft golden light pulsed weakly. The sunstone Fern breathed, touching it cautiously with a paw. It felt cool, not warm. "It sleeps." "Mother Owl said it needs awakening," Pip said, hopping closer. The touch of living things working together. He looked at Fern, then at the vast, quiet forest around them. "We need help." Pip took to the air, his wings beating with renewed purpose. He flew to the shivering snowdrops. "Awaken, the sunstone needs your hope." He chirped to the anxious squirrel. "Come, your energy is needed." He darted to the hedgehogs. "Your warmth, lend it to the sentinel." He flew to the dewdrop fairies, shimmering weakly in the cold mist near a frozen puddle. "Your light, fair ones, bring your light." Slowly, hesitantly at first, drawn by Pip's urgent chirps and the shared sense of unease, the creatures of the southern slope began to gather. The snowdrops straightened their stems, focusing their delicate life force towards the sentinel. The squirrel, abandoning its fretful perch, scampered down and placed its small paws on a root near the stone, pouring its nervous energy into a stream of goodwill. The hedgehog family uncurled, pressing their warm, spiny sides against the base of the tree, radiating their shared body heat. The dewdrop fairies, their wings glimmering faintly, settled on the sunstone itself, their tiny forms glowing with concentrated moonlight they'd saved from clearer nights. Fern stood before the sunstone, placing both her front paws upon its smooth, amber surface. She closed her eyes, thinking of the warm spring sun on her back, the scent of blooming clover, the taste of a ripe strawberry warmed by summer. She thought of Grandfather Birch's strength, Mossback's wisdom, Pip's joyful flight. She poured her love for the Whisperwood, her hope for its warmth, into the stone. Pip landed beside her, pressing his warm breast feathers against the stone. He thought of the rush of warm air under his wings, the taste of sun-warmed insects, the sight of the forest bathed in golden evening light. He poured his freedom, his connection to the sky and the sun, into the dormant heart of the stone. They stood together, mouse and swift, surrounded by their neighbors' flowers, insects, mammals, all lending their unique essence, their shared desire for balance. It wasn't a loud clamor, but a quiet hum, a gentle convergence of wills, a tapestry of life woven together against the unnatural cold. The dewdrop fairies' light intensified, becoming tiny points of pure, cool silver on the amber surface. Slowly, so slowly it was almost imperceptible at first, the sunstone began to respond. The faint pulse within it grew stronger, steadier. The deep amber color seemed to brighten, as if lit from within. A gentle warmth began to radiate from it, not fierce but deep and pervasive, like the first true warmth of spring after a long frost. It seeped into the roots of the summer sentinel. The clenched leaf buds on the maple branches above seemed to sigh, relaxing slightly, showing the faintest hint of green. The warmth flowed outward. It traveled through the interconnected roots, a wave of golden energy spreading silently through the mycelial network beneath the forest floor. It reached the shivering snowdrops, and they unfurled fully, their white bells releasing a sudden, sweet fragrance that cut through the cold air. It flowed down towards the silver-thread brook. Beneath the ice, the trapped star bubbles seemed to glow, and the deep hum of the water grew stronger, more resonant. Miles away, near Grandfather Birch, the unnatural frost clinging to the ancient roots began to shimmer. Tiny droplets formed, sparkling like diamonds in the weak sunlight, and slowly, steadily, the frost retreated, melting into the thirsty earth. Mossback, deep in his earthy sleep, stirred. A deeper breath lifted his moss-covered shell. High above, Old Mother Owl watched the golden wave approach through the network of roots and branches, a soft hoo-oh of satisfaction echoing in the suddenly warmer air. The wave of warmth reached the heartspring deep below. It met the cold seep of the shifted stone of deep chill. There was no violent clash, but a gentle absorption, a balancing. The deep chill receded, drawn back into the stone, contained once more by the earth's own rhythms, now reinforced by the awakened sunstone's warmth. The heartspring pulsed strongly, sending fresh, warm energy coursing upwards. Back at the summer sentinel, the creatures felt the shift. The air lost its biting edge, replaced by a gentle, moist warmth carrying the true scent of thawing earth. Fern opened her eyes. The sunstone glowed with a steady, comforting golden light, warm to the touch now, humming with a quiet, contented power. The amber seemed alive, holding captured sunshine within its depths. Pip fluttered his wings, feeling the air currents shift, now carrying the first true warm breeze from the south. It worked, he chirped, his voice filled with wonder. Fern looked around at their gathered neighbors. The snowdrop stood tall and proud. The squirrel chattered happily, already scanning the branches for new buds. The hedgehogs uncurled fully, blinking in the gentle warmth. The dewdrop fairies danced in the air, their light mingling with the sunstone's glow. A profound sense of peace, of rightness restored, settled over the glade. The journey back was a celebration. The frost had vanished completely. The silver-thread brook sang joyously, its waters sparkling and clear. Birdsong erupted from every tree, robins, thrushes, finches a chorus welcoming the true spring. Fern saw tender green shoots pushing through the rich brown earth everywhere. Pip soared high, performing loops and dives in the warm, buoyant air, his chirps pure delight. They found Mossback awake near Grandfather Birch, basking in a patch of sunlight that felt blessedly hot. Grandfather Birch's leaves were unfurling, tiny and bright green, catching the light. "Ah," Mossback rumbled, his eyes warm. "The balance returns, the forest breathes deep once more. You wove the threads well, little weavers." Old Mother Owl glided down silently. "The sunstone remembers now," she hooted softly. "It remembers the warmth of life woven together. Its light will guard the deep places, a sentinel against imbalance, so long as the forest remembers its own strength lies in unity." As twilight painted the sky in soft hues of lavender and peach, Fern snuggled into her nest, now lined with fresh, sweet-smelling clover. Pip nestled in the ivy nearby. The air was filled with the gentle symphony of peepers in the brook and the soft rustle of new leaves. The scent of damp earth, warmed by the sun, and the faint perfume of bluebells drifted on the warm breeze. The unnatural chill was a fading memory. High above, the first fireflies of the season ignited their tiny lanterns, drifting like living stars in the gathering dusk. The Whisperwood hummed its ancient, contented song, the rustle of leaves, the chuckle of the brook, the sigh of the wind, a lullaby of perfect harmony restored. The captured sunlight deep within the summer sentinel's roots pulsed gently, a warm golden heart beating in time with the forest, a silent promise of balance held safe through the quiet, magical night. And under the watchful gaze of Grandfather Birch and the star-strewn sky, the creatures of the Whisperwood slept, wrapped in the deep, comforting peace of a world restored to its rightful rhythm. Story 15. The old oak tree had stood sentinel at the edge of the whispering woods for longer than anyone in the village could remember. Its gnarled roots gripped the earth like giant fingers, and its canopy spread wide and welcoming, a haven for chattering squirrels and drowsy owls. 10-year-old Sam loved that tree. Often after finishing chores, Sam would slip away, basket in hand supposedly for wild berries, but really to sit beneath its mighty boughs, listening to the wind sigh through the leaves and dreaming of hidden wonders. One blustery afternoon in late autumn, a storm unlike any Sam had seen rolled in from the distant mountains. The wind howled like a lost wolf, tearing vibrant red and gold leaves from the trees and whipping them into frenzied spirals. Rain lashed down, cold and sharp. Seeking shelter, Sam ducked under the vast, protective umbrella of the old oak, pressing against its rough, rain-slicked bark. As lightning flashed, illuminating the woods in stark, white light, a tremendous crack echoed through the air, louder than thunder. Sam flinched, heart hammering, as a massive limb, ancient and heavy, tore free from the oak high above and crashed to the forest floor nearby, sending up a shower of mud and splinters. When the rain eased to a drizzle and the wind settled into a weary sigh, Sam cautiously approached the fallen limb. It was enormous, a piece of the forest giant itself. Moss clung to its bark, and rainwater pooled in its crevices. Nestled within a deep, dark hollow revealed by the break, something glowed with a soft, internal light. It wasn't firefly light, nor moonlight caught in water. It was a gentle, pulsing luminescence, warm and amber, like captured sunlight filtered through honey. Sam reached in, breath held, fingers brushing against something smooth and cool, about the size of a large acorn. Carefully, Sam drew it out. It was a seed, but unlike any seed Sam had ever seen. Its shell was a deep, polished brown, etched with intricate silver whorls that seemed to shift and shimmer in the dim light. The amber glow pulsed faintly from within its core. It felt strangely warm and comforting in Sam's palm, radiating a sense of ancient calm and boundless potential. Sam tucked the seed into a small, dry pocket and hurried home through the dripping woods, the storm forgotten, replaced by the thrilling mystery of the glowing seed. That night, tucked under a thick quilt, Sam examined it by candlelight. The silver etching seemed to tell a story Sam couldn't quite decipher: spirals like growing vines, dots like distant stars, waves like flowing water. The amber light pulsed softly, rhythmically, like a tiny, sleeping heart. Sleep came slowly, filled with dreams of shimmering forests and whispering leaves. When Sam awoke, the seed still glowed softly on the bedside table. On a whim, Sam decided to take it back to the old oak, feeling perhaps it belonged there. The morning air was crisp and clean after the storm, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, dappling the forest floor in gold and green. Standing beside the fallen limb, Sam held the seed up. As the first rays of direct sunlight touched its etched surface, something extraordinary happened. The silver whorls blazed bright, and the amber light flared, not blindingly, but intensely warm. It projected a beam not outwards but downwards, onto the mossy ground at Sam's feet. Where the light touched, the moss shimmered and seemed to part. Not physically, but visually, revealing not soil beneath, but an impossible glimpse into another place. Sam saw luminous flowers glowing with soft blues and pinks, vines twisting with leaves like spun moonlight, and tiny, sparkling motes drifting lazily like captured fireflies. Heart pounding with disbelief and wonder, Sam instinctively took a step into the beam of light. It felt like stepping through a curtain of warm honey. There was a moment of disorientation, a soft pop in the ears, and then Sam stood in a world transformed. This was not the familiar whispering woods. This was Lumina. The air itself seemed to hum with a gentle, musical energy, thick with the scent of unknown blossoms, sweet like vanilla, sharp like citrus, and earthy like rich loam. The trees were colossal, their trunks swirling with patterns of living light, soft greens, gentle blues, shimmering golds. Their leaves weren't merely green, they were translucent, filtering the ambient light into cascades of color that danced on the forest floor. Giant glowing mushrooms, some as tall as Sam, pulsed with soft bioluminescence. Delicate vines hung like curtains, dripping with luminous dew that chimed softly as it fell onto crystalline flowers below. Sam stood frozen, eyes wide, drinking in the impossible beauty. The sound of tiny bells made Sam turn. Perched on a nearby mushroom cap, the size of a dinner plate, was a creature unlike any in Sam's world. It looked like a pine marten, sleek and small, but its fur was a deep, shimmering violet, and large, intelligent eyes, the color of polished amber, regarded Sam with cautious curiosity. Its ears twitched independently, swiveling like delicate radar dishes. Around its neck it wore a tiny collar woven from glowing moss and threaded with minuscule, chiming bells. "Hello," Sam whispered, voice trembling slightly. The creature tilted its head. It didn't speak, but a feeling washed over Sam, not words, but sensations. Warmth, curiosity, a gentle question, who? "I'm Sam," Sam said softly, holding up a hand in what Sam hoped was a peaceful gesture. "I found this." Sam carefully took the glowing seed from the pocket. Its light was brighter here, pulsing in harmony with the ambient luminescence of the forest. The violet creature's eyes widened. It chirped a sound like tinkling glass and bounded down from the mushroom, landing lightly on the soft, mossy ground. It approached cautiously, sniffing the air near the seed. The feeling Sam received changed to one of profound recognition and relief. Heartstone. The word formed clearly in Sam's mind, accompanied by an image of the seed pulsing within the roots of a great, light-filled tree. Before Sam could ask anything else, a shadow passed overhead. A large owl, its feathers a tapestry of midnight blues and shimmering silver stars, glided silently down to land on a low-hanging branch woven with light. Its eyes, vast and deep as a moonlit lake, fixed on Sam and the Heartstone. This owl radiated an aura of immense age and deep wisdom. It didn't hoot, a low, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating gently in Sam's bones. Images flooded Sam's mind, the great tree of light, its roots anchoring lumina, its branches cradling the sky. The Heartstone, its core, fallen during a great tremor, the storm, Sam realized with a jolt. Without it, the tree's light was fading, and with it, the very life of lumina. The violet creature, introduced as Kip through the owl's projected thoughts, had been searching. The owl, whose name resonated as Orin, conveyed urgency. The Heartstone needed to return to the tree's roots before the next cycle of dimness. Already Sam noticed the ambient light seemed slightly less vibrant than moments before, like a lamp slowly being turned down. Some flowers had closed their luminous petals. The journey wouldn't be easy. The path was long, and lumina, while beautiful, held its own subtle dangers, shifting light pools that could disorient, patches of clinging gloom moss that sapped warmth, and the ever-present worry of the weepers, shadowy entities drawn to fading light, though Orin assured they were timid unless the light grew very weak. And so, an unlikely fellowship formed beneath the shimmering canopy. Sam, the human child holding the key to Lumina's survival, Kip, the quick, chittering scout with senses attuned to the forest's subtle shifts, and Orin, the ancient, silent guide whose wisdom flowed through mental images and resonant hums. Their goal, the heart of Lumina, the tree of light. Their journey began through meadows of light. Flowers taller than Sam glowed with internal fires, their petals soft as velvet and releasing puffs of sparkling pollen that drifted on the gentle currents. Kip darted ahead, his violet fur blending with the twilight hues, his tiny bells jingling a cheerful counterpoint to the forest's hum. He would stop, sniff the air, tap the ground with a delicate paw, and gesture with his tail left, right, or caution. Orin soared above, a silent guardian, his vast wings occasionally blotting out patches of the shimmering sky, his keen eyes scanning the path ahead. He would sometimes land near Sam, conveying complex thoughts. Deeper moss here, step lightly. Light pool ahead, shimmer is deceptive, walk around. Gloom moss patch to the right, avoid its chill. Sam learned to interpret the silent language of lumina. The way the light vines trembled indicated the presence of unseen creatures. The color shift in the giant mushrooms warned of unstable ground. The scent of the air changed subtly near deep ravines or hidden springs bubbling with liquid light. The heartstone pulsed warmly against Sam's chest, tucked safely inside the tunic now, its light a constant, comforting presence. They rested near a spring where the water glowed a soft turquoise. Kip lapped delicately at the edge, his tiny tongue flicking out. Orin perched on a smooth, light-warmed rock, preening a starry feather. Sam cupped the glowing water. It felt cool and strangely energizing. "It's so beautiful here," Sam murmured, not expecting an answer. Orin turned his great head. An image filled Sam's mind, lumina vibrant, bursting with color and sound, creatures Sam hadn't yet seen flitting through the trees. Then a dimmer image, colors muted, movements sluggish, a sense of deep sorrow. Without Heartstone, the thought resonated, heavy with meaning. Life dims. Song fades. Kip chirped mournfully, curling his tail around himself. The next leg of the journey led them into the Whisper Grottos, a region where the colossal trees grew closer, their luminous trunks forming vast, cathedral-like halls. Strange, musical echoes bounced off the smooth bark. Soft, bioluminescent lichen covered the ground, casting an ethereal blue glow. It was breathtakingly beautiful but disorienting. Sounds came from everywhere and nowhere. Kip's bells became essential, a constant, grounding tinkle. Orin flew lower, his wing beats creating soft whooshes that helped orient them. It was here they encountered their first real challenge. A wide chasm, glowing with faint, sickly green light from below, split their path. The only way across was a bridge formed by a single, massive, fallen light log, its surface smooth and slightly damp with luminous dew. It looked treacherous. Kip scampered across first, light as thistle down, barely causing the log to tremble. Orin simply flew over. Sam stood at the edge, heart pounding. The chasm seemed bottomless, filled with swirling green mist. The log looked impossibly narrow and slippery. Trust, Orin's thought hummed softly. Slow. Steady. Feel the light. Kip chittered encouragingly from the other side. Sam took a deep breath, inhaling the cool, mossy air. Focusing on the warm pulse of the heartstone against their chest, a beacon of calm. Step by careful step, arms outstretched for balance, Sam inched onto the log. It was slippery. The luminous dew made it gleam treacherously. Halfway across, Sam's foot slid. A gasp escaped, arms windmilling wildly. A strong mental image flooded Sam's mind, roots gripping deep, unmoving. Orin's guidance. Sam froze, then deliberately planted their feet, imagining roots anchoring them to the log, just like the old oak back home. The panic subsided. Step. Pause. Breathe. Step. The warm pulse of the heartstone was a steady drumbeat. Finally, shaky but triumphant, Sam stepped onto the solid, mossy ground on the other side. Kip danced around Sam's feet, chirping excitedly. Orin landed nearby, a sense of approval radiating from him. They pressed on, the air growing slightly cooler, the light dimmer. The vibrant colors were softening into pastels. Orin conveyed increasing urgency. They were getting closer to the tree, but time was running short. The cycle of dimness was approaching. Emerging from the grottos, they entered the Vale of Echoes. Here the ground was covered in fine, silver sand that sparkled faintly. Strange, wind-sculpted rocks rose like sentinels, humming softly as the breeze passed through their holes. The path led towards a gentle rise. Atop it, silhouetted against the dimming sky, stood the Tree of Light. Sam's breath caught. It was magnificent. Even in its diminished state, it radiated a profound sense of age and power. Its trunk was wider than a house, swirling with patterns of light that now pulsed weakly, like a fading ember. Its branches, vast and sweeping, held leaves that were like shards of stained glass, but their colors were muted, their light faint. The air around it thrummed with a low, sorrowful vibration. This was the heart of Lumina, and it was dying. But their path was blocked. Between them and the tree, riding sluggishly on the silver sand, were patches of clinging darkness. They weren't solid, they were more like thick, viscous smoke, coiling and shifting, emitting a faint, chilling sigh. The weepers. They seemed drawn to the tree's fading light, yet repelled by it, clustering at the edge of its weakening aura, their sighing a sound of profound melancholy. Orin landed beside Sam, his starry feathers fluffed in unease. An image came, the weepers feeding on fading light, growing bolder as it dimmed. They weren't malicious, just lost, drawn to the absence. But their touch brought a deep, soul-numbing cold. Crossing the veil now would be dangerous. Kip chittered nervously, pressing close to Sam's leg. Sam looked at the Heartstone, pulsing warmly in their hand. Its light seemed stronger here, pushing back the encroaching gloom slightly around them. An idea sparked. The Heartstone was light life. Maybe. Carefully, Sam held the seed aloft, focusing all their will on it, not to take, but to give. To shine. To push back the darkness. The silver etchings flared brightly. The amber core blazed, not like a beacon, but like a warm, welcoming hearth. A beam of pure golden light streamed from the Heartstone, cutting through the dimness of the veil. Their effect was immediate. The sighing of the weepers changed pitch, becoming less mournful, more surprised. The patches of clinging darkness recoiled from the beam, shrinking back like ink stains touched by sunlight. They didn't vanish, but they retreated, clearing a narrow path through the silver sand, directly towards the base of the great tree. Now, Sam whispered, though no sound was needed. Kip darted forward, a streak of violet through the path of light Sam held open. Orin took flight, soaring low over the cleared path. Sam walked steadily, heart pounding, holding the Heartstone high, its light a shield against the sighing gloom that pressed in from either side. The warm pulse was strong, resonating with the tree's fading thrum. Step by step they crossed the veil, the golden light from the seed pushing back the sorrowful darkness, until they stood at the massive, light-etched roots of the Tree of Light. The base was immense. Roots as thick as Sam was tall, twisted deep into the silvery soil. At the very center, where the mightiest roots converged, was a hollow space, shaped perfectly to cradle the Heartstone. But it wasn't empty. Nestled within was a smaller, dimmer version of the seed Sam held, its light almost extinguished, its silver etchings barely visible. The old Heartstone, its energy nearly spent. Orin landed beside the hollow. His thoughts were clear. Place it. Gently. With thanks. Kip chittered softly, his amber eyes wide with hope and reverence. Sam knelt on the soft, glowing moss. The pulse of the seed in their hand was strong, eager. The pulse from the hollow was weak, faltering. Sam reached out, fingers trembling slightly. This felt momentous, sacred. With infinite care, Sam lifted the old, dim seed from its cradle. It felt cool and inert, like polished stone. Then, holding their breath, Sam placed the new Heartstone into the waiting hollow. It settled perfectly, as if it had always belonged there. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. The tree's light pulsed weakly. The sighing of the weepers seemed louder in the silence. Then a deep, resonant thrum vibrated up from the roots, through the ground and into Sam's bones. It was the sound of a giant heart beginning to beat again. The amber light within the seed flared, blindingly bright for an instant before settling into a strong, steady glow. The light raised up the intricate etchings on the seed's shell, then flowed outwards, following the swirling patterns on the tree's trunk. Like liquid gold, the light surged upwards, branch by mighty branch. Leaves that had been dull and dark suddenly ignited. Blues as deep as the twilight sky, greens as vibrant as new spring growth, golds as warm as the summer sun, pinks as soft as dawn, they blazed with internal fire. Light cascaded down from the canopy like liquid rainbows, illuminating the veil of echoes, pushing back the weepers who sighed one last, soft sigh, and seemed to dissolve into harmless shadows that retreated into the deeper woods. The very air shimmered, charged with renewed energy and life. The hum of the Vale rocks shifted from a mournful drone to a joyful, harmonic song. Kip leaped into the air, performing a dizzying series of flips, his violet fur catching the brilliant light, his bells jingling wildly. Orin spread his vast, starry wings and let out a silent cry of pure joy that resonated through the trees. Sam stood bathed in the glorious light, feeling the warm pulse of the heartstone not just in the tree, but resonating through the earth, the air, through their own being. It was a feeling of profound connection, of belonging to something vast and beautiful and alive. The transformation was complete. Lumina sang. The tree of light stood tall and proud, its branches a radiant crown, its roots humming with power. Orin gently nudged the old, dimmed heartstone that Sam still held. An image came. Take it. Plant it. Where your world touches ours. A bridge. A promise. Understanding dawned on Sam. The old heartstone wasn't dead. Its magic was simply transformed, ready to begin anew. It belonged at the boundary, at the old oak. The journey back felt different. Lumina was vibrant, bursting with renewed life. Strange, beautiful creatures Sam hadn't noticed before peeked from glowing foliage, iridescent beetles, furry moths with wings like stained glass, tiny deer with antlers that sprouted glowing crystals. They moved with energy and purpose, their forms singing with the restored light. Kip led the way, his chittering a constant, happy commentary. Orin soared above, a silent guardian once more, but radiating deep contentment. They reached the spot where the beam of light had first opened. The heartstone pulsed warmly within the tree behind them. Orin landed beside Sam. His great eyes held deep gratitude and wisdom. Kip scampered up Sam's leg and perched on a shoulder, nuzzling Sam's cheek with a soft, cool nose, conveying affection and thanks. Images flowed, the forest thriving, the balance restored, and Sam, forever a friend of Lumina. With a final, resonant hum of farewell, Orin took flight, disappearing into the radiant canopy. Kip gave one last chirp, then bounded after him, a flash of violet vanishing into the shimmering undergrowth. Sam stood alone, yet filled with the profound warmth of their adventure and the connection to this hidden world. Holding the old heartstone, now cool and quiet but still etched with faint silver whorls, Sam stepped back into the beam of light projected from the new heartstone deep within the tree. The warm honey sensation, the soft pop, and Sam was standing once more beneath the old oak in the whispering woods. Sunlight, ordinary but beautiful, filtered through the remaining autumn leaves. The world smelled of damp earth and pine, familiar and comforting. Sam looked at the old heartstone. It felt like a precious secret, a sleeping ember. Kneeling at the base of the ancient oak, right where its vast roots met the earth, Sam dug a small hole in the soft, rich soil. Carefully, reverently, Sam placed the old seed within, covered it gently, and patted the earth smooth. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the faintest shimmer, like heat haze, seemed to rise from the spot. A single small shoot, glowing with the softest amber light, pushed through the soil. It unfurled 2 tiny leaves, each etched with a faint silver whorl, catching the afternoon sun. It was small, fragile, but undeniably alive, pulsing with a quiet, steady magic. A bridge. A promise. Sam sat back, leaning against the rough bark of the old oak. The woods whispered their familiar song, the rustle of leaves, the chirp of a distant bird. But now Sam heard something else woven within it. A faint harmonic hum, like distant bells and deep roots singing. The gentle pulse of lumina just beneath the surface. The wind sighed through the branches, warm and comforting. It carried the scent of pine, damp earth, and a faint, impossible hint of vanilla and citrus. Sam closed their eyes, a deep sense of peace settling over them, as warm and golden as the Heartstone's light. The adventure was over, but the magic, the connection, the quiet understanding of balance and the power of gentle light, that was just beginning. And as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky, mirroring Orin's feathers, Sam knew the whispering woods would forever hold a deeper, kinder secret, a hidden world glowing just out of sight, humming a lullaby of roots and light. Sleep, the woods seemed to whisper, sleep and dream of gentle glows and steadfast friends. All was well. Story 16. The soft hum of the Stardust Serpent's engines was the only sound in the vast velvet silence of the Argos cluster. Below, the asteroid mining colony of Pebbles Reach clung to a rugged, mineral-rich rock, its domed habitats glowing like scattered fireflies against the cosmic dark. Inside one such dome, Kalen, a sturdy Zorblaxian miner with skin like rough-hewn granite and eyes like polished obsidian, meticulously catalogued a haul of shimmering viridian quartz. His people valued hard work, tangible results, and the quiet companionship of shared labor. Words were often secondary to a reassuring pat on the back or the shared weight of a heavy load. Meanwhile, gliding silently through the nebula currents high above, observed the same asteroid through multifaceted crystalline lenses. Lyra was a Lumian, her form composed of shifting, iridescent light patterns contained within a delicate, hovering sphere. Her people communicated through intricate pulses of color and frequency, valuing precision, abstract thought, and the silent observation of cosmic patterns. Physical contact was alien, almost unthinkable. Intimacy was found in the resonance of shared light frequencies. Their paths crossed unexpectedly. A minor seismic tremor, common on Pebbles Reach, rattled the mining tunnels just as Kalen was transporting a delicate sensor array near the surface airlock. The tremor caused a power surge, momentarily disrupting the colony's external shielding. Simultaneously, Lyra, mapping the nebula's unique energy signatures, drifted too close, her light form flickering as it brushed against the fluctuating shield. Disoriented, she phased through the momentarily weakened barrier, materializing with a soft chime right in the path of Kalen's trolley. Whoa. Kalen grunted, instinctively throwing out a massive, rocky hand to steady the teetering equipment. His hand passed through Lyra's light form. To Kalen, it felt like plunging his hand into icy, crackling static sharp and unpleasant. He yanked it back with a surprised rumble. To Lyra, the sudden intrusion of dense, foreign matter into her energy field felt like a violent shock, a jarring dissonance. She pulsed a frantic burst of crimson and indigo alarm and pain in her language and darted backwards, her light dimming erratically. Kalen, mistaking the vibrant, distressed colors for aggression, raised his hands defensively. "Easy there, Sparky, didn't mean to bump ya, just tryin' to save the gear." His deep, gravelly voice, meant to be calming, sounded like a rock slide to Lyra's sensitive frequencies. She interpreted the raised hands and loud sound as a threat, pulsing brighter defensive yellows and retreating further into the dimly lit service corridor. This was their first misunderstanding. Kalen saw a skittish, possibly dangerous light creature that invaded his workspace and shocked him. Lyra saw a loud, aggressive rock being that attacked her light field without provocation. Fear and confusion built a wall between them thicker than the asteroid's crust. Their isolation was shattered by a much larger tremor. This wasn't minor. The ground bucked violently. Alarms blared deep, resonant clangs from the Zorblaxian systems, high-pitched, pulsating chimes from the Lumion sensors Lyra had inadvertently triggered. Dust rained from the ceiling. Then, with a groan that vibrated through Kalen's very bones, a section of the tunnel roof ahead collapsed, sealing the corridor with tons of rock and debris. The tremors subsided, leaving an ominous silence broken only by the frantic alarms and the settling dust. Trapped. Kalen was cut off from the main colony. Lyra, her light flickering with panic, was trapped with him. The airlock controls were buried under rubble on the other side of the collapse. Kalen slammed a fist against the unyielding rockfall in frustration, the sound echoing harshly. Lyra pulsed a rapid, distressed violet. "Great," Kalen muttered, wiping dust from his obsidian eyes. Stuck in a hole with a jumpy light bug. He began pacing, his heavy footsteps thudding. Lyra, hovering near the sealed entrance, focused her light onto the debris pile. Her patterns shifted to complex blues and greens analytical scans. She detected minute energy signatures, residual heat from the collapse, and critically, a faint but steady airflow from a narrow gap near the top. She pulsed a series of precise, chartreuse dots towards the gap, trying to indicate the potential weak point. Kalen saw the strange lights dancing on the rocks. "Whatcha doin', Sparky? Tryin' to signal your friends to come finish the job." He misinterpreted her analytical display as more hostile signaling. He turned his back, scanning the walls of their prison for another way out. Lyra dimmed slightly, a Lumion sigh. Her attempts to communicate were failing. She needed data. She drifted closer to Kalen, focusing her light on a section of the tunnel wall where moisture beaded. She pulsed a soft, cool blue light onto the droplets, making them glisten, then shifted her light to a warmer amber, mimicking the heat signatures she detected deeper within the rock. She was trying to show him the composition, the potential instability. Kalen noticed the light playing on the wall. This time he paused. It wasn't aggressive. It was deliberate, like someone pointing. He looked from the glistening moisture under the blue light to the section glowing amber. "Water and heat pockets," he rumbled slowly. You showing me where it's weak." He took a tentative step closer. Lyra pulsed a single, bright green spot affirmation. Hope, warm and golden, bloomed within her light form. Okay, Sparky, truce." Kalen offered slowly, holding out his open palm, not reaching, just showing. Lyra understood the gesture of non-aggression. She pulsed a gentle, steady white light acceptance. Their first fragile understanding. Working together was clumsy at first. Kalen pointed to a promising fissure. Lyra scanned it, pulsing red if it was unstable, green if it seemed safe. Kalen, using his strength, carefully pried loose rocks, guided by Lyra's light. He learned to move slowly, avoiding sudden motions that disrupted her field. She learned to modulate her light intensity, keeping it steady and non-startling. When Kalen strained against a particularly stubborn boulder, groaning with effort, Lyra drifted close and pulsed a soft, rhythmic pattern of calming lavender and silver, a Lumion encouragement song. The unexpected warmth of the light, the gentle rhythm, flowed over Kalen, easing his strain. He managed to shift the rock. "Thanks, Lyra," he said, the name feeling strange but right on his tongue. He deciphered it from a pattern she'd pulsed earlier when scanning a data panel. Lyra brightened, swirling her light in a pleased helix. Hours passed. They were tired. Kalen's rocky skin was chipped and dusty. Lyra's light had dimmed considerably. Maintaining scans and communication was draining without her ship's energy source. They rested against the cool tunnel wall, the only sound their breathing, Kalen's deep rumbles, and the soft hum of Lyra's form. Kalen pulled a small, tough tuber from his utility belt standard Zorblaxian field rations. He broke off a piece, then hesitated. He held the piece out towards Lyra. Hungry, dunno if you eat light or something. He felt foolish. Lyra observed the offered food. She couldn't consume it, but the gesture resonated deeply. She remembered scanning a patch of glowing, bioluminescent fungi near the collapse site. Drifting over, she gathered photons from the fungi, weaving them into a small, concentrated sphere of soft, warm light. She gently nudged it towards Kalen. It wasn't food, but it was energy, warmth. Kalen cupped his hands. The sphere settled, radiating gentle heat, pushing back the tunnel's chill. He stared at it, then at Lyra. "You made me a campfire." A low chuckle rumbled in his chest. "Reckon that's the nicest thing anyone's done for me in a rockfall." He held the light sphere close, its warmth seeping into his stony skin. Lyra pulsed soft golds and pinks contentment, shared warmth. They shared their meal in companionable silence. Kalen described the feeling of cool quartz under his fingers, the satisfaction of a deep, stable mine shaft. Lyra pulsed complex, beautiful patterns, not just information, but feeling. She showed him the swirling colors of a distant nebula birth, the delicate dance of binary stars, the profound quiet peace of deep space observation. Kalen, who usually saw rocks and ore, saw the universe through her light. He saw beauty in patterns he couldn't name. Lyra, in turn, felt the solid, reassuring presence beside her. She sensed the steady thrum of his life force, the deep loyalty inherent in his people, the quiet pride in honest work. The loudness that once frightened her now felt like the grounding pulse of a planet. He wasn't just dense matter, he was steadfastness embodied. Suddenly, Lyra's form flared bright blue. She detected rhythmic vibrations through the rock rescue team's drilling. She pulsed the information urgently to Kalen. He grinned, a crack appearing in his stony face. "They're common, told you we'd get out." He moved towards the sound, but Lyra pulsed a frantic red, projecting a complex scan onto the wall between them and the rescuers. It showed unstable rock strata directly above the drilling path. If they broke through there, another collapse could bury them. Kalen understood instantly. They gotta go slower, angle left. But how to tell them? The comms were dead. Lyra's light pulsed rapidly, thinking. Then an idea. She focused her entire energy, projecting a powerful, complex sequence onto the wall facing the rescuers, a universal mining hazard warning glyph, overlaid with precise geological data showing the instability and the safe drilling path. It was a message only sophisticated sensors could read. Kalen watched awestruck as the wall glowed with intricate, urgent light. "That's it, Lyra, show 'em." He pounded the wall rhythmically with his fist, 3 heavy thuds. A pause, 2 more, the Zorblaxian miner's signal for hold position, hazard. On the other side, the rescue team leader, monitoring sensors, saw the sudden, complex light projection and heard the distinct thudding code. "Hold drill, full stop," he barked. "We've got a Lumian glyph and Zorblaxian code. Instability ahead. Reroute drill path to coordinates marked." He couldn't believe it. A Zorblaxian and a Lumian working together. Carefully guided by Lyra's projected map and Kalen's confirming thumps, the rescuers drilled a new shaft. Light finally pierced the darkness as the drill bit broke through. Kalen shielded his eyes. Lyra brightened, pulsing relief in soft, shimmering waves. As they were helped out, blinking in the brighter light of the main cavern, the colony crew stared in astonishment. The taciturn Zorblaxian miner stood beside the shimmering Lumian observer. Kalen clapped a careful, gentle hand near Lyra's sphere, not touching, but close enough for her to feel the vibration of goodwill. Lyra pulsed a warm, golden helix around his hand. The rescue leader approached. We saw the warning. That coordination saved lives. How? Kalen looked at Lyra, her light reflecting softly in his dark eyes. Misunderstood each other something fierce at first, he rumbled. Thought she was just jittery light, thought I was just a loud rock. He paused. Turns out getting stuck in the dark helps you see the light clearer, and sometimes, he added, a warmth in his voice that had nothing to do with geology, the light sees the strength in the rock. Lyra pulsed a gentle agreement, a pattern that spoke of shared peril, quiet understanding, and the warmth found not in sameness, but in the bridge built across difference. She drifted closer, her light softly illuminating Kalen's dust-streaked face, a silent testament to a friendship forged not on a planet, but in the challenging, beautiful darkness between stars. They had discovered that the true meaning of friendship wasn't about speaking the same language, but learning to listen with more than ears, to see with more than eyes, and to offer warmth in whatever form it could be given. As the colony lights hummed around them, a steady, comforting sound, the unlikely companions knew their journey together was just beginning, illuminated by the newfound light of mutual respect and the unshakable warmth of a bond tested by rock and void. The universe felt a little less vast, a little more like home, with a friend by your side, no matter how different their starlight might shine. Story 17. The first frost hadn't yet silvered the window panes of Leo's little village, but a crispness had settled into the evening air, whispering of autumn's approach. Leo, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of quiet curiosity, often found himself gazing beyond the familiar stone walls and well-trodden paths. One twilight, while collecting kindling near the edge of the great willow wood, a sound unlike any other drifted to his ears. Not the chirp of crickets nor the rustle of squirrels, but a delicate, melodic humming, like tiny silver bells carried on the breeze. It seemed to come from a part of the woods marked by an ancient, moss-covered archway Leo had never noticed before. Its stones, veined with luminous green lichen, pulsed faintly in the fading light. A sign half hidden by ivy bore a single shimmering word, whispering. Driven by a flutter of excitement in his chest, Leo stepped through the arch. The air instantly changed. It grew warmer, softer, and carried the sweet, comforting scent of damp earth and something else, like crushed vanilla pods and moonflowers. He found himself not in the familiar woods, but in the whispering woods. Tall trees, unlike any oak or pine he knew, rose around him. Their trunks were smooth and pale as moonlight, crowned with leaves that shimmered with an internal light soft blues, gentle violets, and warm golds. They cast shifting, colored patterns on the forest floor, which was carpeted not in dead leaves, but in thick, velvety moss that glowed faintly emerald green. Tiny winged lights, like living fireflies but glowing with steady, warm hues, drifted lazily through the air, illuminating clusters of enormous, translucent mushrooms that looked like frosted glass. Leo stood utterly enchanted, his kindling forgotten. The humming grew clearer, resolving into gentle, overlapping voices. From behind one of the giant mushrooms, a small figure emerged. It stood no taller than Leo's knee, with a cap like a russet-colored toadstool and a body woven from fine, pale roots. Its face, etched kindly into the cap, held eyes like polished amber. Good twilight, walker of the threshold, it chimed, its voice like dry leaves skittering. Lost your way, have you? Not lost, Leo replied, his voice hushed with awe. Just exploring, I heard the music. Ah, the wood song. The mushroom creature nodded, its cap bobbing. It calls to those who listen beyond the rustle. I am Squirrel, a keeper of the glimmer paths, and who might you be? Leo, he answered, feeling a surprising ease. Is it all right to be here? Squirrel chuckled, a sound like seeds rattling in a pod. The woodsong called you, Leo, that is permission enough. though the paths here have a mind of their own, they shift with the light. He gestured with a root-like hand. See, the path you walked in on seems to have wandered off. Leo turned. Indeed, the archway was gone. In its place stood another cluster of glowing mushrooms. A tiny flutter of worry touched him, but Squirrel patted his boot gently. Courage, Leo Walker, the wood song guides those who listen. Your path home will reveal itself when the time is right. For now, perhaps you'd walk with me. The luminous pool is singing tonight, and its light is a wonder. Leo, his initial apprehension melting into wonder, agreed. As they walked, Squirrel explained that the Whispering Woods existed alongside his own world, visible only to those who truly paused to look and listen. They encountered other wonders, bushes with berries that pulsed like tiny hearts, shedding soft light, fluffs of dandelion-like seeds that floated upwards, chiming softly, and once a great stag-like creature with antlers made of intertwined glowing vines that grazed peacefully on the luminous moss, its breath misting silver in it. The path, as Squirrel warned, did indeed shift. Mossy stepping stones appeared and vanished. Gentle slopes became unexpected valleys filled with whispering ferns. At one point they came to a wide stream, where the water itself seemed to flow with liquid moonlight. There was no bridge. Leo looked around, his brow furrowed. Squirrel simply waited, humming softly along with the wood song. Then Leo noticed them. Large, flat lily pads, not floating on the water, but hovering just above its shimmering surface. They drifted slowly, glowing with a soft, pearly light. They only hold weight if you step with a light heart and quiet feet, Squirrel murmured. Doubt makes them sink, trust lets them rise. Taking a deep breath, Leo focused on the gentle music, on the warmth of the woods, on the kindness of Squirrel. He stepped onto the nearest lily pad. It dipped slightly, then held firm, bobbing gently. Step by careful, trusting step, Leo crossed the moonlit stream, Squirrel hopping lightly beside him. He felt a quiet surge of accomplishment, not loud or boastful, but warm and steady within him. Courage wasn't always loud, sometimes it was just taking the next trusting step. Finally, they reached the luminous pool. It was a wide, still circle of water, its surface mirror smooth. But instead of reflecting the trees above, it glowed with a soft, internal blue light, like captured starlight. Shapes swam within it, not fish, but shimmering, graceful forms of pure light, weaving intricate patterns. The humming was strongest here, a chorus of pure, resonant tones that vibrated gently in Leo's bones. He sat on the soft moss beside Squirrel, utterly absorbed in the peaceful spectacle. As he watched, the light sprites began to gather above the pool. They swirled and danced, their collective glow intensifying. Slowly, a picture formed in the air above the water, a path winding through familiar trees, leading back to the edge of the great willow wood, right to the spot where Leo had left his bundle of kindling. It was the way home, painted in light. The wood song shows your path, Leo Walker, Squirrel said softly. Your courage in listening, in trusting, in exploring the unknown has been noted. Remember this place. Remember the light you carry within you, the quiet courage of curiosity. Leo felt a profound sense of peace and gratitude. Thank you, Squirrel. Thank you, Whispering Woods. Squirrel patted his hand. Go when you are ready. The path will hold true now. Leo stood. As he turned towards the illuminated path, he saw the shimmering archway materialize at its start. He walked towards it, the glowing moss soft under his feet. He paused at the threshold and looked back. Squirrel waved, a small, warm light beside the radiant pool. The humming faded slightly, becoming a gentle thrum in the background. Stepping back through the arch was like passing through a curtain of cool air. He was back in the familiar twilight of the great willow wood. His bundle of kindling lay exactly where he'd left it. Above, the first stars were beginning to prick the darkening sky. The woods around him seemed quieter now, yet somehow richer, as if holding a secret he now shared. He walked home, the scent of vanilla and moonflowers lingering faintly on his clothes. His mother welcomed him, commenting on the late hour and the lovely scent of the woods. Leo simply smiled, a secret warmth glowing in his chest. That night, as he lay in his soft bed, he didn't feel the usual pull of restlessness. He felt settled, full of quiet wonder. He closed his eyes, and in his mind he saw the shimmering trees, the glowing moss, the kind face of squirrel, and the dance of light above the luminous pool. The gentle hum of the wood song seemed to echo softly in his heart, a lullaby of courage found and wonders embraced. He knew the whispering woods was there, just beyond the edge of sight, waiting for those who dared to listen and step softly into the unknown. And with that comforting thought, wrapped in the memory of soft light and gentle courage, Leo drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, dreaming of paths that glowed and friends woven from roots and starlight. The world was vast and wondrous, and he had only just begun to explore it. Story 18. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore beards of silver moss and sunlight dappled the earth like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here the air hummed with the secret symphony of nature, the rustle of hedgehog paws on dew-kissed ferns, the murmur of brooks carrying stories downstream, and the soft chime of willow herb seeds riding the breeze. Among them was a young red squirrel named Sorrel, whose bushy tail twitched with endless curiosity. Her world was one of perfect balance, where autumn's amber leaves fed the soil that nurtured spring's first bluebells, and summer rains filled the acorn cups that quenched winter's thirst. One mist-laced morning, Sorrel noticed something amiss. Frost, delicate as lace and cold as starlight, clung to the velvet petals of the moonflowers, flowers that should have slumbered until midwinter. The usually vibrant forest felt brittle, the brooks ran thin and silent, and the firefly's evening dance flickered weakly. Even the great heartwood tree, whose roots cradled the forest's memories, seemed to sigh deeper. Grandmother, Sorrel whispered to the oldest badger, whose fur was etched with silver lines like a map of time, "Why does the frost bite too soon?" The badger named Thistle stirred in her burrow woven from sweetgrass and memories. "Ah, little one," she rasped, her voice like wind through dry reeds. "The seasoned stones are grieving." She described 4 luminous stones hidden in the forest's heart, each tied to a season. Spring's emerald moss agate pulsed with new life, summer's sunstone radiated warmth, autumn's amber held the glow of harvest, and winter's ice quartz shimmered with peaceful rest. For generations they'd spun in harmony, guided by the forest's breath. But now winter's stone had grown restless, its frost creeping into autumn's domain. "Imbalance breeds sorrow," Thistle murmured. "Seek the keeper." The keeper was an ancient horned owl named Asher, who roosted in the heartwood's highest branch where twilight lingered. Sorrel climbed, her claws finding grooves worn by centuries of claws, past carvings left by long-gone woodpeckers. Asher's feathers were the color of storm clouds, his eyes twin pools of liquid night. "The stones feel the forest's unease," he hooted softly. When the badgers set flooded last rains, the earth shifted. Debris chokes the stream beneath winter's stone, silencing its song. Without the water's music, it cannot sleep. Sorrel's heart sank. The stream, crystal thread, was buried under fallen branches and mud. Alone, she could never clear it. Remembering Thistle's tales of unity, she raced to the glade of whispers. There she tapped a rhythm on a hollow log, 3 quick, 2 slow, the signal for aid. From fern tunnels came hedgehogs with quills like tiny spears, from canopy highways, squirrels with tails like rust-red banners, from burrowed halls, moles with velvet paws perfect for digging. Even the bees, guardians of summer's stone, buzzed a promise of help. Together they worked. Moles tunneled beneath the sludge, their noses guiding them through darkness. Hedgehogs rolled away pebbles with determined snouts. Squirrels wove strength from wild grapevines, hauling aside waterlogged branches. Sorrel scurried between them, her tiny paws patting backs, her voice a steady hum of encouragement. As they labored, the forest breathed with them. The scent of wet earth and crushed mint rose thick and green, while distant wood doves cooed a gentle chorus. Slowly, Crystal Thread's voice returned, a silver giggle that swelled into a bright, chattering song. Above them, winter's ice quartz began to glow, its frost receding like a sigh of relief. Autumn's amber stone warmed, casting honeyed light over the oaks, and a shower of golden leaves spiraled down, catching the last rays of sun. Asher soared overhead, his wings brushing the clouds. "See, little one," he called. "Harmony is not a single note, but a chorus." That night, as the season stones pulsed in gentle rhythm, emerald, gold, topaz, and diamond, the frost retreated. Moonflowers closed their petals, dreaming until their true season. Fireflies wove constellations above the now babbling brook, and Thistle shared elderberry tea with the weary workers in her burrow, its steam carrying stories of badgers and squirrels long past. Sorrel curled beside her, listening to the forest's heartbeat, the drip of sap, the rustle of owls, the eternal song of crystal thread. She understood now, balance was a living thing, woven from every creature's breath, every root's reach, every act of kindness. And as the stars bloomed like white jasmine in the sky, the Whisperwood settled into its sacred, silent dance, cradled once more in the arms of harmony. Sleep, it seemed to whisper, all is well. Story 19. The little cottage at the edge of Willow Creek always smelled of cinnamon and old paper, especially in the attic where Milo liked to explore. He was a quiet boy, with eyes the color of storm clouds, and a heart that often felt too big for his small frame. He preferred the company of dusty books and forgotten trinkets to the boisterous games in the village square. One rainy Tuesday, seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Milo pulled open a carved rosewood chest tucked beneath the eaves. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, wasn't gold or jewels, but a collection of ordinary buttons. Buttons of all shapes and sizes, pearly white, gleaming jet, polished wood, and chipped ceramic. As the rain drummed a steady rhythm on the roof, Milo picked up a small, unassuming button made of smooth, gray river stone. It felt cool and comforting in his palm. He traced its single, worn hole with his fingertip. A strange warmth pulsed through the stone, faint but undeniable. Startled, Milo almost dropped it. Then he noticed something extraordinary. Through the tiny hole, he wasn't seeing the dusty attic rafters. Instead, he glimpsed a miniature landscape bathed in golden afternoon light, rolling hills covered in impossibly green moss, and a winding path that seemed to beckon. His heart hammered against his ribs. Was it magic? Or just the rain and shadows playing tricks? Curiosity, a timid but persistent flame, flickered within him. He brought the button closer to his eye, peering through the hole like a telescope. The landscape grew clearer, more vivid. He could almost smell the damp earth and hear the rustle of unseen creatures in the moss. Without quite meaning to, Milo whispered, "I wish I could see it properly." The attic dissolved. Not with a bang, but with a soft pop, like a soap bubble bursting. Milo found himself standing on that very mossy hill, the air sweet and cool, the sky a perfect, impossible blue overhead. The world around him was breathtakingly beautiful, yet utterly miniature. Towering blades of grass reached his waist, dandelions were as big as his head, and a nearby pebble was a formidable boulder. In his hand, the gray stone button felt warm and alive. Panic threatened to freeze him. He was impossibly small, impossibly far from home. Just as tears pricked his eyes, a sharp voice piped up from near his feet. "State your business, stranger, and mind you don't tread on the thistle patch." Milo looked down. Perched on a glossy acorn cap, Hands planted firmly on her hips stood a tiny mouse. She wore a waistcoat stitched from bluebell petals and spectacles fashioned from dewdrops perched precariously on her snout. Her whiskers bristled with indignation. I didn't mean to," Milo stammered, holding up the button. It brought me here." The mouse's eyes widened behind her dewdrop spectacles. She scrambled down from the acorn and peered intently at the stone button. "The pebble portal," she breathed, her voice losing its sharp edge. "Bless my whiskers, I thought it was lost forever. Name's Thistlewick, button mistress of the Mosklin Vale." She gave a surprisingly elegant little bow. "And you've tumbled right into the middle of a rather large problem." Thistlewick explained that the pebble portal was one of several enchanted buttons created long ago by the Weaver of Whispers, connecting the human world to the hidden realms of small things. But the delicate balance of Mosklin Vale was crumbling. The sunbeam meadows were dimming, the moonpetal glades were withering, and a deep, unnatural chill was creeping in from the edges. "It's the Great Tear," Thistlewick said gravely, pointing a tiny paw towards the distant horizon where the sky seemed frayed and thin, like worn cloth. "The fabric between our little world and the next is splitting. Without mending, everything will unravel into the gray between." Milo's journey began. Guided by the pragmatic and surprisingly brave Thistlewick, they traversed valleys carpeted in clover, crossed streams on bridges woven from spider silk, and navigated forests of towering ferns. Along the way they sought the wisdom of Tarnhelm, an ancient box turtle whose moss-speckled shell held maps of forgotten paths etched in lichen. Tarnhelm moved with agonizing slowness, his voice a low rumble like stones grinding together. "To mend the Great Tear," Tarnhelm murmured, blinking his ancient wise eyes, "you need the thread of starlight, strong enough to hold realities, gentle enough not to cut, but it lies guarded in the luminous caverns beneath the crystal falls, a perilous path for such as you." The crystal falls were breathtaking water cascading like liquid diamonds, singing a high, clear song. But the entrance to the luminous caverns was hidden behind the thundering curtain of water. Thistlewick, nimble and quick, scouted ahead, returning with news of the Guardian, Lumina, a creature woven from moonlight and shadow, who tested the worthiness of any who sought the thread. Lumina wasn't hostile, Thistlewick reported, but she was sorrowful and suspicious, her form shimmering and shifting like smoke. "Force won't work against sorrow," Tarnhelm rumbled from his resting spot near a warm, sunlit rock. "Only understanding can untangle a shadow." Milo, clutching the comforting warmth of the pebble portal, felt his usual shyness warring with a newfound determination. These small creatures, this beautiful, fragile world, needed help. He couldn't fight, but perhaps he could listen. Taking a deep breath, Milo stepped towards the shimmering veil of water, Thistlewick clinging bravely to his shoulder. Inside the luminous cavern, the air hummed with soft light. Stalactites glowed like captured stars, illuminating Lumina. She wasn't a monster, but a figure of profound sadness, her light dim, her shadow deep and clinging. She hovered protectively over a small pool where a single, silvery thread of pure light glimmered on the surface, the thread of starlight. "Who seeks the thread?" Lumina's voice echoed, hollow and filled with echoes of loneliness. "It cannot mend what is broken in your heart, only the tear in the sky." Milo stepped forward, his voice small but steady. "We seek it to mend the Great Tear, to save Mosklin Vale, but why are you so sad?" Lumina shimmered, her form becoming momentarily clearer, revealing the image of a beautiful, melancholic face within the light. "I am bound," she whispered, the cavern walls seeming to sigh with her. "Bound by a forgotten promise, guarding a treasure that isolates me. The thread is meant for mending, yet I cannot leave to mend my own loneliness, the one who placed me here. They never returned." Understanding dawned on Milo. Lumina wasn't just guarding the thread, she was imprisoned by her duty and grief. The challenge wasn't to defeat her, but to offer her freedom from her sorrow. Thistlewick nudged Milo, her tiny eyes wide. The button, the pebble portal, it connects worlds. An idea sparked in Milo's mind, fragile but hopeful. He held up the gray stone button. This can connect places. Maybe it can connect you to somewhere less lonely, to the one you wait for. He focused, pouring his wish into the stone not to escape, but to connect Lumina to the source of her sorrow, to offer a path. The pebble portal glowed softly. Through its tiny hole, Milo saw not the attic nor Moskland, but a different scene. A small, sun-dappled grove where an elderly, ethereal figure sat weaving starlight into a cloak, their face etched with regret. Lumina gasped, a sound like chimes in the wind. The Weaver. The Weaver of Whispers, Tarnhelm's voice echoed softly from the cavern entrance, having finally arrived. He grieves your absence, Guardian. He believed the duty too heavy, yet could not break the enchantment binding you here. Lumina gazed through the pebble portal's window, her form brightening, the oppressive shadow lifting like mist. He lives. And remembers. Hope pure and bright replaced the sorrow in her luminous eyes. The thread, Milo said gently. May we use it to mend the tear, and perhaps the portal can help you find your way back to him. Lumina didn't hesitate. With a graceful gesture, she lifted the thread of starlight from the pool. It flowed like liquid silver into Thistlewick's waiting paws. Take it, little mistress, mend the world, and thank you. She looked at Milo, her light warm and kind. Your kindness has already begun mending more than you know. Armed with the thread of starlight, guided by Tarnhelm's slow but certain direction, and with Thistlewick expertly wielding a needle crafted from a pine needle, they reached the edge of the great tier. It was a jagged rip in the very sky, leaking cold, gray nothingness. Thistlewick, her dewdrop spectacles gleaming with concentration, began to sew. The thread of starlight flowed from her needle, weaving a pattern of incredible complexity and beauty across the frayed edges. It wasn't brute force, it was delicate, patient craftsmanship, guided by the wisdom of connection and the courage to offer kindness. As the last stitch was placed, a warm, golden light pulsed from the mended seam. The gray chill retreated instantly. Sunbeams burst forth, stronger and warmer than before, bathing Moskland Vale in glorious light. Moon petals unfurled, glowing softly in the rejuvenated glades. The world sighed in relief. Standing on the mended edge, Milo felt the pebble portal grow warm in his hand. It was time to go home. Thistlewick hugged his finger fiercely. You have the heart of a true mender, Milo. Remember the small things. Tarnhelm gave a slow, approving nod. Wisdom grows in quiet places, young one. Carry it gently. Milo peered once more through the pebble portal, seeing his grandmother's familiar attic. With a final wave to his small, brave friends, he whispered, home. The pop was softer this time. He was back kneeling by the rosewood chest, the rain still pattering on the roof. The gray stone button lay cool and ordinary in his palm. But Milo was different. The quiet boy still lived within him, but now he carried the warmth of mossy hills, the bravery of a button mistress mouse, the slow wisdom of an ancient turtle, and the profound understanding that even the smallest act of kindness, the quietest listening heart, could mend tears in the world. He carefully placed the pebble portal back into the velvet-lined box, its secret safe within him. That night, as Milo drifted off to sleep, the scent of cinnamon and old paper wrapped around him like a familiar blanket. Outside his window the moon shone brightly, and he fancied he could see, just for a moment, a tiny, perfect stitch of silver starlight holding the vast, velvet night together. And he knew deep in his newly grown heart that wonder wasn't just in far-off lands. It was nestled in quiet corners, waiting in ordinary things, ready to bloom for those willing to look, to listen, and to mend. The world felt softer, kinder, and infinitely more magical as sleep carried him away, wrapped in the comforting certainty that even the smallest button could hold a universe. Story 20. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunlight lingered like honey, and the air always carried the scent of damp earth and wild thyme. In a cottage bordered by a riot of blooms lived a young gardener named Lila. Her hands, stained with soil, were rarely still. She nurtured her garden with fierce devotion, coaxing roses into velvet perfection, ensuring sunflowers stood tall and unwavering, and trimming hedges into precise, comforting shapes. Lila loved the predictable rhythm of growth. She could control the unfurling of a leaf, the steady climb of a vine. Change, however, the kind that came unexpectedly, like a sudden frost or a wilting bloom, filled her with a quiet dread. She saw it as a flaw, a crack in the beautiful order she tried so hard to maintain. One crisp autumn morning, Layla noticed something unsettling. The vibrant blue petals of her cherished forget-me-nots seemed less substantial. As she reached out to touch one, her finger passed through it like morning mist, leaving only a faint shimmer in the air before the flower reappeared, solid once more. Alarmed, she checked her prized crimson poppies. The same strange flickering occurred, a momentary transparency, a whisper of disappearance. Panic, cold and sharp, pricked at her heart. Her garden, her haven of control, was becoming unpredictable, ethereal. Was it a blight? A curse? Or worse, was she somehow causing it? The thought that her own fear might be poisoning her beloved plants was unbearable. Seeking solace, Leela visited her elderly neighbor, Mrs. Thorn, whose own garden was a wild, joyful tangle of herbs and hardy perennials. Mrs. Thorn's cottage smelled of cinnamon and dried lavender. She listened patiently as Leela described the flickering flowers, her voice trembling. "My dear Mrs." Thorn said, her voice as soft as rustling leaves, stirring honey into a cup of chamomile tea for Leela. "Gardens, like hearts, have seasons within them. They breathe, they shift. What you see as vanishing, perhaps it's something else trying to emerge." She gestured towards her window, where a late-blooming clematis wound its way through an old apple tree, its purple stars defying the cooling air. Magic often stirs when we least expect it, especially magic that mirrors what's growing inside us. Fear makes things brittle, Leela, but acceptance can make them glow. Leela sipped the warm tea, the floral notes calming her slightly, but Mrs. Thorn's words felt like riddles. How could acceptance stop her flowers from disappearing? Her fear felt like a heavy stone in her chest. Her closest friend, Finn, a cheerful lad apprenticed to the village woodcarver, noticed Layla's preoccupation. He found her one afternoon sitting despondently beside a patch of flickering snapdragons, their dragon mouths opening and closing soundlessly in their ghostly state. "Lost in the clouds, Leela?" Finn asked, plopping down beside her, his hands smelling faintly of pine shavings. "Or is it the vanishing flowers again?" Leela nodded miserably, explaining Mrs. Thorn's cryptic advice. "I just want them to stay solid, Finn, like they always were." "But maybe they can't stay like they always were," Finn said thoughtfully, plucking a blade of grass and twirling it. "Look at the trees, they change clothes every year, doesn't mean they're broken. Maybe your garden," he hesitated, searching for the right words, "maybe it's trying to show you something beautiful about change, something new." He rummaged in his leather satchel. Found this tucked away in Master Elwood's shed. He held out a small, unassuming seed pod, rough and gray-brown like a tiny pine cone. He said it came from a traveler years ago, called it a moon moth seed, said no one could ever get it to sprout. Maybe it needs a different kind of gardener. He offered it to her with an encouraging grin. "Something unpredictable for your unpredictable garden." Taking the seed pod felt like accepting a dare. It was strange, alien compared to her familiar marigold and daisy seeds. That night, under a sky dusted with the first stars, Leela prepared a small corner of her garden, away from her established beds. The soil felt cool and welcoming. As she pressed the moon moth seed into the earth, a tiny spark, like a captured firefly, flickered deep within the pod before winking out. She covered it gently, whispering a hesitant wish into the twilight air. Days turned into weeks. Autumn deepened, painting the hillsides in fiery hues. Leela's established flowers continued their unsettling dance, flickering in and out of sight, sometimes vanishing for minutes at a time, leaving behind only a faint, sweet scent and a sense of absence. The villagers whispered, some with curiosity, some with unease. Leela's dread grew, a constant companion. She watered, weeded, and watched the spot where the moon moth seed lay buried with a mixture of hope and fear. Nothing happened. The patch remained stubbornly bare. One frosty morning, despair finally overwhelmed her. She'd found her favorite climbing rose, usually a cascade of deep pink, completely transparent, its form only visible as a shimmering outline against the cottage wall. Tears welled in her eyes, hot and stinging. "I can't fix it," she cried out loud, her breath misting in the cold air. "I don't know how to stop it, I just want it all to stay." Her fear, held tightly for so long, surged outwards like a wave. As her tears fell onto the bare earth where the moon moth seed lay, something extraordinary happened. The soil glowed faintly, a soft, silvery light. Then, with an almost audible sigh, a single, slender shoot pushed through the surface. It was no ordinary sprout. It was translucent, like spun glass, pulsing with a gentle inner light the color of moonlight on water. Tiny, intricate veins of silver and lavender ran through its delicate stem, and at its tip, a tightly furled bud shimmered. Leela gasped, her tears forgotten. The seedling seemed impossibly fragile, yet radiant. It was change made manifest, beautiful and terrifying. And it had appeared because of her tears, her raw emotion, not in spite of it. Mrs. Thorne's words echoed, "Magic often stirs when we least expect it, especially magic that mirrors what's growing inside us." Tentatively, Leela reached out. Her finger didn't pass through it. Instead, she felt a cool, smooth resilience. A wave of awe washed over her, momentarily displacing the fear. This was new. This was unknown. And it was here, in her garden. She tended the moon moth seedling with a different kind of care. It wasn't about rigid control anymore. It was about observation, about learning its needs. It thrived on moonlight, so she ensured its patch was unshaded at night. It seemed to pulse brighter when she hummed quiet tunes nearby. Finn visited often, bringing small polished stones he thought it might like, or just sitting companionably as they watched its slow, luminous unfurling. Mrs. Thorne brought specially brewed teas to nourish the soil around it, whispering encouragement to both Lila and the plant. As the seedling grew into a slender sapling, about knee-high, Leela noticed a change not just in it, but in her own garden. The flickering didn't stop, but it changed. When a cluster of pansies shimmered and faded, they didn't leave emptiness. Instead, they dissolved into a shower of tiny, sparkling motes of light gold, blue, and violet that drifted gently on the breeze before settling like fairy dust on other plants. Where they landed, the other flowers seemed to glow with renewed vibrancy for a moment. The snapdragons, when they flickered, released soft, bell-like chimes that hung in the air. The rose, instead of vanishing completely, would sometimes become a cascade of swirling, fragrant pink mist before reforming. The garden wasn't disappearing, it was transforming. It was becoming something more fluid, more magical, reflecting a truth Leela was slowly embracing within herself. That change wasn't destruction, but a different kind of beauty, a different kind of being. One night, under a full moon that bathed the garden in liquid silver, the moon moth sapling reached its zenith. Its single bud, large and tightly closed, pulsed with intense light. Layla, Finn, and Mrs. Thorn sat on a bench nearby, wrapped in woolen blankets, mugs of spiced cider warming their hands. The air hummed with quiet anticipation. With a soft, crystalline sound like tiny bells breaking, the bud began to unfurl. Layer after layer of luminous, petal-like structures peeled back, not made of plant matter, but of solidified moonlight and stardust. They were large, delicate, and intricately patterned with swirling nebulae and constellations. At the heart of the bloom rested not stamens, but a creature of breathtaking beauty, a moth the size of Leela's hand. Its wings were vast and velvety, the exact color of the midnight sky, dusted with iridescent scales that shimmered like captured galaxies. Its body glowed softly, and its eyes, large and gentle, reflected the moonlight like deep, still pools. It was a moon moth born from the seed, from the earth, from Layla's tears, her fear, and ultimately, her willingness to nurture the unknown. The moth flexed its magnificent wings, sending a shower of tiny, harmless sparks into the air. It didn't fly away immediately. Instead, it fluttered gently towards Leela and landed softly on her outstretched hand. A wave of profound peace washed over her, a warmth that started in her palm and spread through her whole being. It was an understanding, wordless and deep. Growth requires release. Beauty can be transient. Fear locks things in place, but acceptance allows them to transform into something new, something wondrous. As the moon moth lifted off, its wings casting moving constellations on the ground, it flew in a slow, graceful circuit around Layla's garden. Wherever it flew, the flickering flowers seemed to stabilize, not into their old solid forms, but into their new, magical states. The pansies glowed softly, releasing their sparkling motes only occasionally. The snapdragons chimed a gentle, continuous lullaby. The climbing rose shimmered with a permanent, soft pink radiance. The garden hadn't reverted, it had evolved, become a living tapestry of light, scent, and sound, more vibrant and alive than ever before. It was a testament to transformation, both of the garden and the gardener. The moth completed its circle, hovering once more before Layla. It dipped its head in a silent bow, then, with a powerful beat of its cosmic wings, ascended into the night sky. It flew higher and higher, becoming a bright, twinkling star among the others, leaving behind a trail of shimmering dust that slowly faded. Leela stood in her transformed garden, Finn's hand finding hers, Mrs. Thorn smiling beside them. The fear that had clenched her heart for so long was gone, replaced by a profound sense of peace and awe. Her garden was different, yes. It was unpredictable and magical. But it was breathtakingly beautiful. She hadn't controlled the change, she had learned to flow with it, to trust it, and in doing so, she had discovered a deeper magic within herself and the world around her. She looked at her hands, no longer stained with the frantic need to hold things still, but ready to gently guide, to nurture whatever emerged. The garden whispered around her the chime of the snapdragons, the soft sigh of the radiant rose, the earthy scent of soil that now held the memory of moonlight. It was a lullaby of transformation, a promise that change, met with an open heart and the support of friends, wasn't an ending, but the beginning of a more wondrous story. The hearth inside her, once banked by fear, now glowed with the warm, steady light of acceptance. She breathed in the cool, star-kissed air, smiled, and knew that whatever season came next, her garden and her heart were ready to bloom anew. The fireflies, drawn by the garden's new light, began to dance, tiny embers mirroring the stars above, weaving a final, comforting blanket of peace over Willowbrook. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. The first tendrils of twilight were weaving through the sleepy village of Oakhaven when Finn slipped away. While other children chased fireflies or helped pack away market stalls, he drifted toward the shadowed embrace of the whispering woods. Finn moved quietly, a habit born from feeling perpetually overlooked. In a family of boisterous farmers and a village of practical folk, his dreamy nature and worn sketchbook seemed like misplaced puzzle pieces. Yet here, where ancient oaks groaned in the wind and ferns unfurled like emerald scrolls, he felt seen by the rustling leaves and chattering brooks. Tonight something shimmered. Deep within the thicket, where moonlight rarely pierced, a pulse of soft blue light beckoned like a fallen star. Finn's heart thrummed against his ribs as he pushed past spider silk veils and dew-heavy ferns. The air grew colder, scented with petrichor and something else, ozone and old magic. And there it lay, a stone no larger than a robin's egg, nestled in velvet moss. It glowed with an inner luminescence, casting dancing shadows on the tree bark. When Finn's fingers brushed its surface, warmth flooded his palm and the forest erupted in sound, not noise but voices. Lost, so lost, sighed the wind through pine needles. Danger comes, gurgled the creek over polished stones. And then a whimper, sharp and close. Finn whirled around to find a creature huddled beneath a toadstool. It resembled a cross between a hedgehog and a dandelion puff, tiny, quivering with fur like spun moonlight and eyes like liquid amber, wide with terror. You understand me," the creature whispered, its voice like chimes in a breeze. "The stone, you hold the glimmerstone." Finn knelt, the stone's heat pulsing against his skin. "I'm Finn, what's wrong?" "I am Tyndall," the creature quavered. "Guardian of the veil, the glimmerstone anchors the magic between your world and ours, the sylvan hollow, but it cracked when the Shadowroot poisoned the elder tree." Tyndall pointed a trembling paw toward the wood's heart. "Without its light the hollow fades, the whispers grow fearful, the moss grays, even the river's song weakens." Tears like dewdrops welled in Tyndall's eyes. "If the stone isn't healed by the full moon's peak 3 nights hence, our world will vanish, and yours the blight will spread." Finn's breath caught. He saw it now, the sickly yellow tinge on nearby ferns, the brittle silence where crickets should sing. The glimmerstone in his hand flickered, a hairline fracture splitting its light. "How do we heal it?" "Only the elder tree's roots can mend it," Tyndall said. "But the way is perilous. Shadowroot's minions hunt the light, and—" Tyndall shrank back. "Your kind hasn't walked our paths for generations. They fear you. I fear." Finn's fingers tightened around the stone. Fear was familiar, but so was loneliness. He saw it mirrored in Tyndall's gaze. "I'll help," he said softly. "Show me the way." Their journey began at dawn. The whispering woods transformed. Sunlight filtered through a canopy of jewel-toned leaves, painted the path in dappled gold. Giant moths with stained glass wings fluttered past, and trees hummed with hidden life. Finn sketched furiously, a glowing mushroom ring, a family of moss-furred squirrels, while Tyndall perched on his shoulder whispering names. "That's a lumen bloom. Those are bark scuttlers." Yet beneath the wonder, unease lingered. The air tasted metallic and distant howls echoed, thin, hungry sounds. The first trial came at the River of Murmurs. Its waters, usually clear as crystal, ran sluggish and murky. The bridge, a single moss-slicked log, was guarded. A troll, all knotted muscle and lichen-covered skin, blocked their path. He grumbled, shaking the ground with each step. "No passage, stone feels wrong, water's sick." Finn's sketchbook fell open. Without thinking, he tore out a page, a detailed drawing of the troll himself, majestic against a backdrop of healthy, rushing water. "For you," Finn offered. "The river as it should be." The troll blinked, tracing a thick finger over the lines. A low rumble, like stones tumbling, escaped him. Pretty remembers. He stepped aside, his eyes unexpectedly soft. Hurry, dark things stir. They hurried, but the forest grew stranger. Mist coiled around their ankles in the hollow of echoes, thickening until shapes writhed. A towering figure with Finn's father's disappointed frown, voices sneering useless dreamer. Finn froze, the old ache of invisibility crushing him. The glimmerstone dimmed. No, Tyndall's voice pierced the fog, sharp as a bell. He pressed his small, warm body against Finn's cheek. You see what others miss. You drew the troll's loneliness. You found me. That is strength. Finn focused on Tyndall's amber eyes, the stone's faint pulse, his own sketches of beauty in the margins. The mist dissolved, revealing a path lit by bioluminescent flowers. Their respite was brief. Shadowroot's minions found them, creatures of knotted thorns and shifting darkness, drawn to the glimmerstone's waning light. Finn and Tyndall fled, crashing through thorny thickets until they tumbled into a cavern. Moonlight streamed through a crack above, illuminating a massive, ancient owl perched on a quartz column. Her feathers held the colors of twilight. Seekers of the glimmer, she hooted, her voice layered like wind through reeds. I am Orla, you bear the stone in its sorrow. She studied the fracture. The crack is not just in the stone, young ones. It mirrors a rift between worlds. Humans forgot the hollow. Fear became a wall. Shadowroot festers in that forgetting. Finn remembered the village warnings. Stay out of the whispering woods, cursed place. How do we heal the rift? He asked. By mending what was broken, Orla intoned. The elder tree requires a sacrifice, a treasure freely given from each world, woven into its roots with the stone, but choose wisely. The heart knows true value. Dawn of the third day found them at the forest's heart. The elder tree was a tragedy. Once a towering giant, its bark was now cracked and oozing black sap. Leaves, silver-edged and usually luminous, lay brittle on the ground. The air hung heavy and silent. At its base a hollow pulsed with faint, sickly light, the tree's wounded heart. Tyndall trembled. The stone, it's almost time. The glimmerstone's light was a feeble flicker, the cracks spiderwebbing dangerously. Finn opened his sketchbook, every page a testament to his journey. The troll's bridge, the glowing moths, Tyndall's hopeful eyes. His most precious possession. The record of a world he'd grown to love. He tore out the final, pristine page, a blank canvas for new wonders, and placed it gently beside the hollow. I offer my memories, he whispered. The beauty I witnessed, the hope that humans can remember. Tyndall gazed at him, then at his own shimmering fur, the essence of his spirit light. With a soft cry, he plucked a tuft from his chest. It glowed like captured starlight. I offer my light, he said, voice trembling but clear. A piece of my home, freely given. Together they placed the fractured glimmerstone, Finn's drawing, and Tyndall's glowing fur into the hollow. Finn pressed his hands against the sickly bark. We remember you, he whispered fiercely. We see you. The ground shuddered. A groan, deep and ancient, rolled through the woods. Light, pure, blinding, golden light, erupted from the hollow, shooting up the elder tree's trunk like liquid sun. The black sap evaporated. Bark knitted itself whole, stronger than before. Silver leaves burst forth, shimmering with renewed vigor. The light pulsed outward in waves, washing over the forest. Gray moss blushed vibrant green. Withered flowers bloomed in explosions of color. The river's song returned, loud and joyous. Above, the full moon seemed to blaze brighter. The sylvan hollow revealed itself in its true glory. Spirits like living starlight danced on the breeze. Trees walked on gnarled roots, nodding in gratitude. Luminescent butterflies formed constellations above their heads. Tyndall, though slightly dimmer, glowed with pure joy. You did it, Finn, you healed us all. Finn felt the change within himself, too, a quiet confidence, a sense of belonging that warmed him deeper than any fire. The Glimmerstone, now whole and pulsing gently, lay cool in his hand. Its magic had shifted. It no longer translated voices, but hummed with the forest's peaceful song. We did it together, Tyndall. Returning to Oakhaven felt like stepping into a faded painting. The air smelled only of dust and livestock, not magic. But Finn carried the forest within him. He showed the villagers his sketches, not just the mundane market scenes, but the luminous moths, the wise owl, the majestic elder tree. He pointed to the woods, now visibly greener, vibrantly alive. It's not cursed, it's waiting. Old Granny Marn, the village storyteller, gasped, tracing a gnarled finger over his drawing of the Glimmerstone. The heart of the woods from the old tales, I thought it just a story. Her voice, raspy with age, wove a forgotten legend for the gathered crowd, of friendship between humans and forest spirits, of shared magic and a stone that bound them. Fear, faced with wonder and tangible proof, began to crumble. Finn became the bridge. He guided hesitant villagers to the wood's edge, where fireflies now danced in patterns, and the wind carried the scent of lumen blooms. Tyndall, visible only to those with open hearts, sometimes shimmered beside him, a silent testament to the mended bond. Children left honey cakes for the bark scuttlers. Farmers consulted the rustling leaves about the weather. The blight receded, replaced by abundant harvests and a newfound respect. One crisp autumn evening, Finn sat beneath the great oak at the village border, sketchbook open. Tyndall nestled in the crook of his arm, a warm, soft weight. The Glimmerstone, now set in a simple leather cord around Finn's neck, pulsed softly, a steady, comforting rhythm. Below them, Oakhaven's lanterns twinkled like fallen stars. Above, the whispering woods rustled contentedly, a symphony of life restored. Finn sketched the peaceful scene, the village lights, the dark, friendly woods, the tiny, luminous spirit beside him. He no longer felt invisible. He felt woven into the fabric of both worlds, a quiet guardian of the mended veil. The fireflies danced, the wind sighed through silver leaves, and the deep, resonant peace of the forest settled over him like a warm blanket, whispering that all was truly, finally, well. The journey had changed the woods, the village, and the boy who dared to listen, proving that even the smallest spark of kindness, nurtured by friendship, could rekindle the light of worlds. And as the moon rose, full and benevolent, bathing everything in its silvery glow, Finn closed his sketchbook, leaned back against the ancient oak, and simply breathed in the perfect, quiet joy of belonging. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. The evening sun dipped below the hills, painting the sky in streaks of lavender and peach, when young Leo first noticed the peculiar shimmer at the edge of the whispering woods. It wasn't just the last light catching the dew. It was a soft, steady glow emanating from a moss-covered archway Leo had never seen before, nestled between two ancient, gnarled oak trees. The archway seemed woven from living vines, and speckled with tiny, luminous flowers that pulsed like sleepy fireflies. Above it, shimmering letters appeared and disappeared like breath on a frosty window, the door of whispering pines. Leo's heart thumped a little faster against their ribs. The grown-ups always said the woods were deep and best explored in daylight, but this felt different. It felt like an invitation. Taking a deep breath of the cool, pine-scented air, Leo stepped forward. As they passed beneath the arch, a gentle warmth washed over them, and the familiar woods dissolved like a dream. They found themselves standing on a path paved with smooth, glowing stones the color of moonlight. It wound through a forest unlike any Leo had ever imagined. Trees weren't just tall, they were colossal, their trunks wide as cottages, draped in velvet mosses of emerald and sapphire. Instead of leaves, enormous, softly glowing mushrooms, some like parasols, others like delicate bells sprouted from their branches, casting a gentle, honey-colored light. The air hummed with a low, soothing melody, as if the forest itself were breathing a lullaby. It smelled of damp earth, sweet blossoms, and something else, like warm cinnamon and old books. Curiosity, bright and fizzy, bubbled within Leo. They followed the path, their footsteps silent on the luminous stones. Soon they encountered the first wonder, a stream that flowed not with water, but with liquid crystal, clear and sparkling. Tiny, fish-like creatures made of pure light darted beneath its surface, leaving trails of shimmering bubbles that popped with soft pings, releasing miniature rainbows that hovered for a moment before fading. As Leo watched, mesmerized, a cluster of floating stones drifted lazily down the path. Perched upon the largest stone was a creature no bigger than Leo's hand. It resembled a tiny owl, but its feathers were made of swirling, iridescent mist, and its large eyes shone like polished amber. It tilted its head, blinked slowly, and hooted a sound like wind chimes. H-O-O-O-O-O-M, it chimed questioningly. Hello, Leo whispered back, feeling a smile spread across their face. The mist owl blinked again, then fluttered its insubstantial wings, causing the stones beneath it to ripple and chime softly. It seemed to gesture with its beak further down the path before dissolving into a puff of shimmering vapor that drifted upwards, joining the light filtering through the mushroom canopy. Encouraged, Leo continued. The path led them to a bridge spanning a chasm filled with swirling, colorful fog. The bridge, however, wasn't solid. It was made of intertwined beams of pure, soft light humming faintly. As Leo stepped onto the first beam, it wobbled precariously. A wave of dizziness washed over them, and the colorful fog below seemed to swirl faster, whispering indistinctly. Fear prickled Leo's skin. Go back, it seemed to sigh. Too far, too strange. Leo closed their eyes, remembering the warm glow of the archway, the gentle chime of the mist owl. This wasn't meant to be scary, it was wondrous. Taking a slow, deep breath, Leo focused on the steady hum of the light bridge beneath their feet. They planted their next step firmly, calmly. The wobbling lessened. Step by careful step, breathing steadily, Leo crossed. On the other side, the humming softened into a comforting purr, and a cluster of luminous blue butterflies, their wings edged in silver, fluttered around Leo's head in a brief, silent dance of approval before vanishing into the giant ferns. Further along, the path opened into a clearing dominated by a single, magnificent tree. Its bark was pure white and smooth as porcelain, and its branches held thousands of tiny, star-like blossoms that pulsed with a gentle light. Nestled amongst its roots were several small, furry creatures that looked like kittens sculpted from living moss. They blinked sleepy green eyes at Leo. One, bolder than the rest, padded forward and nudged Leo's hand with its cool, velvety nose. It made a soft, purring sound like rustling leaves. Suddenly a cool breeze sighed through the clearing, carrying with it a deeper chill. The star blossoms on the tree dimmed slightly. The moss kittens shivered and huddled closer together, their purrs turning into tiny whimpers. Leo felt the cold seep into their own bones. Looking around, they spotted a small, dark cave mouth at the base of the white tree. The cold seemed to be flowing from it. A low moan echoed from within. Leo's instinct was to back away. Darkness and cold felt ominous. But seeing the shivering moss kittens, their green eyes wide and trusting, stirred something else. Courage wasn't just about facing big dangers, Leo realized. Sometimes it was about offering warmth in the face of coldness. Remembering the cozy feeling of their own blanket at home, Leo knelt beside the moss kittens. Gently, carefully, they gathered the little creatures close, sharing their own body warmth. The kittens stopped shivering, their purrs returning louder this time, a soft vibration against Leo's chest. The purring seemed to resonate, flowing outwards. The star blossoms on the white tree brightened perceptibly. The cold breeze faltered, and the mournful moan from the cave softened, then faded into silence, replaced by a deep, contented sigh that seemed to come from the tree itself. Warmth flooded back into the clearing. As Leo gently set the moss kittens down, they nuzzled Leo's hand gratefully before scampering back to their roots. The largest blossom on the white tree detached itself and floated gently down, landing softly in Leo's palm. It wasn't just light, it held a warmth that spread through Leo's fingers, a feeling of profound peace and quiet gratitude. A deep, resonant voice, like roots shifting deep in the earth, echoed softly in Leo's mind, not with words but with a feeling. Thank you, little light bringer. Kindness warms the deepest shadows. The path back seemed shorter, bathed in the gentle, unwavering glow of the mushroom forest. The liquid crystal stream chuckled softly as Leo passed. Near the shimmering archway, the cluster of floating stones drifted by again. The mist owl reformed, perched proudly. It hooted its wind-chime hoot, a sound that now felt like a familiar farewell, and dipped its misty head towards Leo before dissolving once more. The stones chimed a soft, clear melody that lingered in it. Stepping back through the door of whispering pines felt like slipping through a curtain of warm air. Leo stood once more at the edge of the familiar whispering woods, the last streaks of twilight painting the sky. The archway shimmered one last time, then faded, leaving only the two ancient oak trees. Leo walked home, the warmth from the star blossom still radiating gently from their palm, though the blossom itself had vanished. The ordinary world felt different now, softer, richer, holding secret wonders just beneath the surface. They hadn't fought dragons or found treasure chests, but they had walked a path of glowing stones, befriended creatures of mist and moss, and learned that courage could be found in quiet breaths and shared warmth. The greatest adventure, Leo understood as they climbed into their own cozy bed, wasn't always about how far you go, but about the kindness you carry and the quiet wonders you discover when you dare to step through an unknown door. The memory of the humming bridge, the purring moss kittens, and the grateful sigh of the white tree wrapped around Leo like the softest blanket. And as sleep gently pulled them under, Leo knew, with a heart full of peaceful wonder, that the door of whispering pines would always be there, waiting for those who listened with a curious and courageous heart. The forest outside their window rustled softly, a lullaby whispering of hidden glades and starry blossoms, promising that even in the quiet dark, magic was never truly far away. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient trees stretched moss-draped limbs towards a sky perpetually dappled with starlight, the boundaries between the seen and unseen thinned like morning mist. Here, beneath a canopy of emerald and gold, lived creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest's magic. The air hummed with the scent of damp earth, pine resin, and the faint, sweet perfume of moon-kissed night-blooming jasmine. Sunlight, when it filtered through, painted shifting patterns on the forest floor, warm as honey on the skin. In the hollow root of a grandfather oak, a small rabbit named Sorrel nestled her young kits. Their fur was the soft gray of twilight clouds, and their eyes held the wide wonder of the forest itself. Sorrel's own eyes, deep and knowing, held the quiet wisdom passed down from her mother, and her mother before her. "Listen, little ones," she murmured, her voice a soft rustle like dry leaves. The forest breathes, each rustle, each sigh of the wind, each drop of dew is part of a great song. We are its keepers. Nearby, perched on a branch veiled in velvet moss, a bright-eyed finch named Finch tuned his song. His melody wasn't just sound, it was a shimmering thread of light, visible only to those who truly belonged. It danced in the air, weaving with the scent of wild thyme crushed under delicate paws, and the cool, clean taste of the crystal stream that chuckled over smooth stones. Finch sang the sunrise, the gentle rain, and the promise of ripening berries, a chronicle of the forest's rhythm. High above, in the uppermost branches where sunlight was strongest, lived Thistle, a squirrel whose fur held the fiery hues of autumn. His movements were quick and sure, his paws expertly navigating the intricate lattice of branches. He collected stories whispered by the wind and secrets held in the rings of ancient trees. "The Heartstone sleeps deep," he would chatter to Finch, his voice like pebbles tumbling in a brook. "But its dreams are the seasons. When it stirs, the magic flows." The Heartstone was the forest's secret core, a luminous crystal buried deep beneath the oldest oak, pulsing with the slow, steady rhythm of the earth itself. It was the source of the Whisperwood's magic, the wellspring that tied the lives of all its creatures to the turning seasons and the subtle shifts in weather. Its energy manifested as the luminescent glow on fireflies, the sudden bloom of flowers overnight, and the gentle guidance of breezes that always seemed to lead lost creatures home. Balance was everything. Too much sun without rain or frost before its time, and the delicate harmony could fray. One crisp evening, as the first blush of autumn painted the maple leaves crimson and gold, a creeping chill descended unlike any Sorrel remembered. It wasn't the gentle, expected coolness of approaching fall, but a sharp, unnatural frost that bit deep. It painted the ferns silver and brittle, silenced Finch's luminous song mid-note, and made the stream's chuckle turn to a sluggish groan. Thistle, scampering down, found Sorrel huddled close to her shivering kits, her breath puffing white in the unnaturally cold air. "Thistle," Sorrel whispered, her voice tight with worry, "this frost, it feels wrong, it bites too deep too soon. The Heartstone's rhythm, it feels faint." Finch fluttered down, his usual bright energy dimmed. "The song is fading," he peeped mournfully. "The light threads are thin and cold." A deep, resonant voice, like stones grinding slowly together, echoed through the roots. It was old Oak, the ancient tree who had witnessed countless seasons. "The frost comes from beyond the Whisperwood," he rumbled, his leaves trembling despite the lack of wind. "A sickness in the wider world, a chill born of broken balance far away. It seeks to numb the Heartstone, to silence the forest's song." Fear, cold and sharp as the frost itself, prickled through them. But Sorrel remembered her mother's tales. "The Heartstone's strength is ours," she said, her voice gaining strength. "Its magic flows through every root, every leaf, every creature. We are its song." Thistle's eyes sparkled with determination. "We need to remind the Heartstone of its own warmth. We need to sing the forest back to life." He recalled the stories, how the collective warmth and harmony of the creatures could bolster the stone's power. Finch took flight, his small chest puffing out. "I will sing the sun," he declared. He flew to the highest branch, braving the biting air. He poured his heart into a melody, not of light threads now, but of pure, desperate sound, a song of golden warmth, of dappled sunlight on moss, of the drowsy heat of summer afternoons. It was thin against the pervasive cold, but it was a start. Sorrel nudged her kits gently. "Come, little ones, think of the warmest burrow, the softest moss, the sweetest clover." Together they closed their eyes and focused. A soft, gentle warmth began to radiate from their small bodies, not fire, but the comforting heat of shared life, like the sun-warmed earth. They pressed close to old Oak's massive roots, where the connection to the deep earth was strongest. Thistle didn't sing, he moved. He darted through the frost-laden branches, shaking loose clumps of snow, revealing resilient green leaves beneath. He gathered dried moss and the last warm autumn leaves, carrying them down to pile near Sorrel and her kits, adding their stored, earthy warmth to the growing pool. He chattered instructions to the field mice and the shy voles who peeked from their holes, encouraging them to stir, to move, to generate their own small warmth. "Remember the turning," Sorrel murmured to her kits, her voice a steady anchor. "Remember the spring rains, the scent of wet earth waking. Remember the summer sun, generous and golden. Remember the gentle fade into autumn's rest. This frost is not part of the true cycle. The Heartstone knows the true rhythm. Help it remember." Finch's song grew stronger, joined now by the tentative chirps of other birds roused by his courage. A wood thrush added a rich, mellow note, a wren a bright trill. The combined melody wove through the cold air, a tapestry of sound yearning for warmth. The warmth radiating from Sorrel, her kits, and the small creatures gathered grew more tangible. It wasn't a roaring fire, but a deep, pervasive glow, like the first hint of dawn, spreading outwards from old oak's roots. Deep below, the faint pulse of the Heartstone seemed to hesitate, then strengthen. A tremor ran through the earth, subtle as a sigh. Where the creature's combined warmth touched the frost-laden ground, tiny beads of water appeared, sparkling like diamond dust. The brittle silver coating on the ferns began to soften, revealing vibrant green beneath. The stream's groan lessened, replaced by a tentative trickle. High above, a single shaft of actual weak autumn sunlight pierced the heavy gray clouds, striking the forest floor where they gathered. It felt like a benediction. Finch's song sword now threaded again with faint, shimmering light. Thistle whooped, scampering up to catch the sunbeam on his fur. Sorrel nuzzled her kits, their shivering finally easing. The unnatural, biting edge of the frost melted away, leaving behind the crisp, clean chill of a true autumn morning. The frost that remained was delicate, beautiful, adorning spiderwebs like lace, and dusting fallen leaves without harming them. The Heartstone's pulse settled back into its deep, steady rhythm, stronger now, resonating through the roots and into the bones of every creature. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, the scent of damp earth and pine resin returning, rich and comforting. Old Oak's voice rumbled again, warm and deep as the earth itself. "You see, little ones, the magic isn't just in the stone. It lives in the harmony of all who call the Whisperwood home. When we remember our connection, when we share our warmth and our song, the forest endures. Balance is not stillness. It is the constant, gentle dance of giving and receiving, of singing and listening. Remember this wisdom as it was remembered for you." As the true autumn day unfolded, crisp and golden, Sorrel watched her kits explore the renewed forest, their tiny paws leaving prints in the softened earth. Finch sang a song of gratitude, the light threads dancing strong and clear. Thistle scampered, gathering nuts beneath a properly frost-touched oak. The stream chuckled merrily once more. The Whisperwood stood, ancient and resilient, its hidden life vibrant beneath the dappled light. The creatures had woven their small strengths together, a tapestry of warmth and song against the unnatural chill, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the generations. They had touched the Heartstone's magic, not as separate beings, but as part of the forest's living, breathing whole. And as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky, a profound peace settled over the woods, deep and comforting as a well-loved blanket, whispering that all was well, all was in balance, and the forest's gentle song would play on through the long, safe night. Story 60. 61. Story 62. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced through sycamore leaves, and the air always smelled of damp earth and wild thyme. In this quiet corner of the world lived a boy named Leo, whose favorite pastime was combing the pebbled shores of the singing river. Leo had eyes the color of storm clouds and a habit of noticing things others overlooked, the way dew clung to spiderwebs like diamond necklaces, or how the old stone bridge hummed when the wind blew just so. One misty morning, Leo's fingers closed around a pebble unlike any other. It was no larger than a hazelnut, milky white, with a single amber streak swirling through its center. As he wiped away the river silt, the stone pulsed warmly against his palm. Then, clear as birdsong, a tiny voice whispered, "Carry me to the Whispering Woods." Keeper Leo nearly dropped it in surprise. The pebble, it seemed, was no ordinary stone. It was a heartstone, a fragment of the world's oldest magic, and it had chosen him. That night the heartstone glowed like captured moonlight beneath Leo's pillow. Its voice, soft as dandelion fluff, explained its purpose. The woods are fading, their songs grow faint. You must restore the balance. Leo packed a satchel with crusty bread, a wedge of cheese, and his coziest woolen scarf. With the heartstone nestled in his pocket, radiating gentle warmth, he slipped into the dawn-lit forest. The Whispering Woods had always been a place of rustling secrets, but now an unsettling silence hung between the birches. Leaves curled brown at the edges, and mosses lay dull as faded velvet. Leo's first helper appeared as he tripped over a gnarled root. "Mind the ankles, young traveler," chuckled a voice like dry leaves. A badger named Bramble emerged, stout, gray-muzzled, and wearing spectacles perched precariously on his snout. Bramble, a historian of forest lore, explained the crisis. The wood's heart song, a melody woven from roots and rain, had frayed. Something stolen its harmony, he sighed, polishing his spectacles anxiously. Their path led deeper, where shadows pooled like ink. Here they met Piper, a kingfisher whose feathers shimmered teal and copper. Piper could hear the faintest vibrations in the air, the music of the unseen, she called it. "The sadness comes from the crystal caves," she trilled, landing on Leo's shoulder. "But the way is guarded by the thicket of thorns. It bites." True enough, ahead loomed a wall of brambles, each thorn glistening like black ice. The thicket wasn't merely sharp, it was sorrowful. As Leo approached, the heartstone pulsed, translating the vine's mournful creaks. Alone, always alone, no sun, no song. Piper fluttered nervously. "We could find a way around. It might take weeks." Bramble suggested digging under, but the roots ran fathoms deep. Leo knelt, heartstone glowing in his cupped hands. Wisdom stirred within him, not force, but understanding. "They're not guarding the caves," he realized softly. "They are lonely." He placed the heartstone gently against a gnarled stem. Instantly the vine trembled, its thorns retracting slightly. Leo hummed the lullaby his mother sang, a simple tune of comfort. Bramble joined in with a rumbling bass, Piper with a fluting descant. Slowly the thicket parted, not in submission, but in relief. Vines curled like welcoming fingers, revealing a path dappled with sudden sunlight. "You listened," murmured the vines, their voices now soft as ferns uncurling. "No one ever listens." Beyond lay the crystal caves, where geodes sparkled like frozen starlight. But the caves wept. Tears of liquid quartz dripped from the ceiling, pooling in silent misery. At the center stood the source of the woe, the Harmony Spire, a crystal column that usually pulsed with light. Now it was fractured, its glow dimmed. Perched atop it was a small, shivering creature, a rock wren named Shale, whose nest had crumbled in a tremor. Each time she shifted, her claws scraped the spire, deepening its cracks. "My home," she chirped desperately. "All broken." Piper darted forward. "Shoo, silly bird, you're hurting the woods." But Leo raised a calming hand. He felt the heartstone's warmth spread through him, weaving together the threads of what he'd learned. Bramble's lore, Piper's attunement, the thicket's loneliness, and now Shale's fear. Force would only shatter the spire further. Wisdom whispered a different solution. "Your home isn't gone, Shale," Leo said gently, pointing to a crevice brimming with soft moss. "It's waiting for you." He placed the heartstone at the spire's base. Amber light bloomed, touching the fractures. Bramble tell her the story of the Cave of Echoes, where nests never fall. As Bramble spun tales of resilient stone nests, Piper trilled a soothing melody. Shale cocked her head, curiosity replacing panic. She hopped toward the mossy niche, and as she settled, the spire's cracks sealed with a sound like chimes. Light swelled, warm and gold, flooding the caves. Outside, the woods sighed. Leaves unfurled emerald bright, mosses plumped like velvet cushions, and the air thrummed with 1,000 rustling harmonies, oak bassoons, fern flutes, brook babble percussion. The heart song was restored. As thanks, the woods gifted Leo. Bramble presented him a spectacles cloth woven from spider silk, for seeing clearly. Piper dropped a blue kingfisher feather, for hearing deeply, and Shale chirped a new lullaby into his heart. Leo returned to Willow Brook as dusk painted the sky lavender. The Heartstone, its amber streak now a contented glow, nestled once more in his pocket, a quiet guardian. That night, as crickets sang outside his window, Leo understood. Magic wasn't in grand spells or roaring power. It lived in listening, in kindness that mended broken things. He fell asleep smiling, the forest's lullaby woven through his dreams, knowing the world hummed with secret wonders waiting for a gentle heart to hear them. And in the whispering woods, if you press your ear to the oldest birch, you might still hear 3 friends, a badger, a kingfisher, and a boy, singing the world whole again. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. The first time Milo heard the soft chime of the silverwind chimes, he thought it was just the breeze playing tricks through the old oak outside his window. But on the third night, when the full moon painted his bedroom floor in liquid light, the sound grew clearer, a melody like ice crystals tinkling against glass, pulling him toward the forgotten path behind the village mill. Wrapped in his patchwork cloak, Milo followed the music into the whispering woods, where trees wore beards of luminous moss that cast gentle blue halos on the path. The air smelled of crushed mint and rain-kissed stone. Deeper he wandered until the trees parted to reveal the glimmer-glass vale, a hidden valley where flowers bloomed like captured starlight, their petals pulsing with soft gold and violet light. Streams flowed with liquid moonlight, and mushrooms glowed like tiny lanterns along the banks. A gasp escaped Milo as a cluster of floating lights danced toward him. They resolved into tiny creatures with wings of spun sugar and bodies like flickering candle flames. Glow wisps. Milo whispered, remembering his grandmother's tales. They chimed merrily, circling his head before darting toward a bridge woven from living vines. Crossing the bridge, Milo encountered the mossback guardians, 3 tortoises with shells like mossy hillocks and eyes like polished amber. They moved with the slowness of centuries, blocking the path to the valley's heart. Seeker, rumbled the eldest, its voice like stones rolling downhill. Answer this, I dance without feet, sing without breath, and guide wanderers home. What am I? Milo's heart fluttered. He glanced at the stream's shimmering surface, where the moon's reflection rippled like a silver coin. The moon, he ventured. The guardians remained still. Then he noticed the glow-wisps bobbing patiently above the water, their light painting the path. Fireflies. Again, silence. Suddenly a breeze swept through the vale, making the starflowers sway and the silverwind chimes sing anew. Milo smiled. It's the wind. The guardians blinked approvingly. Wisdom blooms in stillness, said the eldest, lumbering aside. Pass, little listener. Beyond them lay the vale's heart, a meadow where the silverwind chimes hung from a tree with bark like woven moonlight. Each chime was a teardrop of frozen starlight, singing a different note in the breeze. Beneath the tree sat a creature like a rabbit sculpted from cloud and dandelion fluff, its eyes 2 drops of twilight. It nudged a smooth, opalescent stone toward Milo with its nose. Thank you, Milo breathed, pocketing the stone. It warmed his palm, humming softly. The cloud rabbit twitched its ears, and Milo understood without words, share this courage. As dawn tinged the sky peach, the veil began to fade. The glow wisps escorted Milo back to the vine bridge, chiming a farewell tune. He crossed just as the first sunbeam struck the valley, turning the starflowers to dew and the luminous streams to ordinary water. Back in his room, Milo placed the humming stone on his windowsill. It glowed softly, mirroring the moon's rhythm. That night and every night after, he'd touch its warmth and remember, the world brims with enchanted corners for those who listen to the wind's song. And though his feet stayed in his cozy bed, his heart would wander back to the glimmer-glass vale, where kindness was the compass, and wonders bloomed just beyond the edge of fear. He'd close his eyes, the stone's gentle pulse against his fingertips, and drift into dreams where mossback guardians whispered riddles, and cloud rabbits hopped through fields of endless starlight. And somewhere in the whispering woods, the silverwind chimes sang him a lullaby of brave beginnings and quiet returns. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the sun always seemed to set a little softer, painting the sky in hues of lavender and peach. Chimneys puffed gentle spirals of wood smoke, the scent mingling with cinnamon from the bakery and damp earth from the river banks. It was a place where cobblestones remembered every footstep, and the lanterns glowed with a warm, buttery light come evening. Everyone knew everyone, and life flowed as smoothly as the Willow River itself. That was until the week the small, quiet strangeness began. It started with Mrs. Gable's prize-winning knitting. Every morning she'd find the intricate pattern on her half-finished woolen shawl, subtly changed overnight. A cable twist would be reversed, a cluster of pearls misplaced. Then Old Man Hemlock reported his favorite walking stick, carved with owls and badgers, mysteriously propped upside down against his door each dawn. The baker, a kind woman named Agnes with flour perpetually dusting her apron, discovered her jars of rainbow sprinkles rearranged by color, not alphabetically as she always kept them. Small things. Puzzling things. Nothing frightening, just odd. A gentle murmur of confusion rippled through Willowbrook. Young Theo, with eyes the color of mossy stones and a quiet, observant nature, noticed the patterns first. He spent his afternoons exploring the nooks and crannies of Willowbrook, often accompanied by his friend, a plump ginger cat named Marmalade, who seemed to know more than he let on. Theo saw the misplaced sprinkles in Agnes's window. He heard Mrs. Gable tutting over her knitting. He saw the upside-down walking stick. "It's like someone's tidying," Theo murmured to Marmalade one crisp afternoon, sitting on the old stone bridge overlooking the river. But getting it all wrong. Marmalade blinked slowly, a purr rumbling deep in his chest, as if agreeing. Theo also noticed something others missed, tiny, almost invisible flecks of silvery dust near each altered item, glittering faintly in the sunlight like crushed stardust. The strangeness escalated slightly. One morning, all the brass doorknobs along Maple Lane were polished to a blinding shine. The next, every flower pot on Widow Cleary's porch was turned precisely a quarter turn to the left. The village hummed with gentle bewilderment. Was it a prank? A very peculiar ghost? The tension was mild, a curious itch rather than a fright. Theo decided to investigate. He knew the village's unofficial wise soul was Agnes the baker. Her shop was a haven of warmth, filled with the comforting aroma of rising dough and baking bread. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating dancing dust motes. Theo found Agnes kneading a large lump of dough, her face serene despite the village's quiet puzzlement. Agnes, Theo began, placing a small jar containing a few flecks of the silvery dust on her flour-dusted counter. Have you seen this? It's near all the changed things. Agnes paused, wiping her hands on her apron. She peered at the dust, her eyes kind and thoughtful. She dipped a finger gently into the jar, then held it up to the light. The dust shimmered with an inner luminescence. Ah, she breathed, a soft smile touching her lips. Star thistle pollen, rare, only blooms under the light of a full moon in the Whisperwood's glade. The Whisperwoods bordered Willowbrook, a place of ancient trees and soft, sighing breezes. Respectful villagers entered, but rarely went deep, especially after dusk. It was said to be home to gentle, shy folk. This pollen, Agnes continued, her voice low and soothing like the crackle of her oven fire, belongs to the dust sprites. Tiny, shy creatures, no bigger than your thumb. They love order and tidiness, but they see the world a little differently. They find beauty in patterns we might miss. Theo's eyes widened. Dust sprites. He'd heard whispers of them, creatures woven from moonlight and cobwebs, who tended the hidden corners of the world. But why are they tidying Willowbrook and getting it wrong? Agnes chuckled softly. Perhaps they mean well, perhaps they're lost or confused, or maybe, she mused, looking thoughtfully at Marmalade, who had curled up on a warm sack of flour, they sense a change, a small discord they're trying in their own way to mend. Look for the pattern they see, Theo, not the one we expect, and look for where the dust is thickest. That might lead you to them. Armed with Agnes's wisdom, Theo became a gentle detective. He observed with fresh eyes. He noticed that the rearranged sprinkles formed a perfect, if nonsensical, rainbow spectrum. The altered knitting stitches, while wrong for the shawl, created a beautiful, intricate lattice pattern all on their own. The upside-down walking stick. Its carved creatures faced the rising sun perfectly when placed that way. The sprites weren't making mistakes. They were imposing a different kind of order, one based on color, symmetry, or light. Following the faint trails of star thistle pollen, shimmering like tiny fallen constellations on the cobblestones only visible at certain angles, Theo and Marmalade were led deeper into Willowbrook, towards the older part of the village where ivy climbed thickly over stone walls. The trail grew stronger near the ancient, disused mill house by the river bend. Its great water wheel stood silent, draped in moss. The pollen dust seemed to glow brighter here, especially near a crack in the old mill's foundation, half hidden behind a curtain of ferns. Theo knelt, his heart beating a gentle rhythm of excitement. Marmalade sat beside him, tail twitching. Theo peered into the crack. It wasn't just a crack, it opened into a small, shadowed space beneath the mill's stone floor. And there, catching the dappled afternoon light filtering through the ferns, was the source of the shimmering dust. Nestled on a bed of impossibly soft, silver moss were 5 tiny creatures. Dust sprites. They were delicate, almost translucent, their bodies seeming woven from cobwebs and moonbeams. Their hair was like spun thistledown, one pale blue, one silvery gray, one golden, one rose pink, and one moss green. Tiny, luminous eyes like captured stars blinked at him. They wore minute waistcoats fashioned from petals and beetle wings. Around them, arranged with meticulous care, were the missing items, a single pearl from Mrs. Gable's knitting basket, a sprinkle shaped like a tiny star, a sliver of polished brass from a doorknob, and a single, perfect dewdrop clinging to a blade of grass. They weren't stealing, they were collecting beauty, creating their own miniature, perfect order. One sprite, the one with moss-green hair, was meticulously polishing a tiny acorn cap with a scrap of cloth. Another, the rose-pink one, was carefully arranging the sprinkle, the pearl, the brass sliver, and the dewdrop into a symmetrical pattern on the moss. They hummed a sound so high and soft it was like the ringing of distant frost. They hadn't noticed Theo yet. He understood. They weren't lost or malicious. They were homesick. The Whisperwood's glade, Agnes had said, was where the star thistle bloomed. The old mill with its deep shadows and quiet river sounds felt safe, but it wasn't their moonlit glade. They were trying to recreate a sense of their lost order and beauty here, using fragments from the village they found lovely or intriguing. Their tidying was an attempt to make this new place feel like home, according to their own delicate sensibilities. Theo didn't startle them. He sat very still, breathing softly. Marmalade gave a low, reassuring purr. Slowly, Theo reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, smooth river stone he always carried, striped with bands of gray and white. He placed it gently on the ground just outside the crack, not too close. It was beautiful in its simplicity, a piece of Willowbrook's order. The sprites froze. Their tiny star eyes fixed on the stone, then lifted to Theo's face. There was no fear, only intense curiosity. The moss-green sprite floated closer, hovering near the stone, tilting its head. "You like beautiful things," Theo whispered, his voice barely louder than the rustling ferns. "We have beautiful things in Willowbrook, but maybe the Whisperwood's glade misses its beautiful things too. The star thistle needs its pollen," Agnes says. The sprites exchanged glances, their tiny forms shimmering. The rose-pink one pointed a minuscule finger towards the deeper woods, then back at their collection of treasures. A soft chime of sound, like tiny bells, echoed their confusion. Theo had an idea. He remembered Agnes mentioning the full moon was tonight. "The star thistle blooms tonight," he said softly. "Under the moon, it must be very beautiful in your glade then. Maybe you could take your beautiful things back, show them the moonlight." He gently nudged the river stone a fraction closer. "You can keep this, a piece of Willowbrook to remember, if you like." Understanding seemed to dawn in their luminous eyes. They chimed softly to each other. The moss-green sprite darted forward, impossibly light, and touched the river stone. It vanished, presumably tucked into some tiny, unseen pocket. Then with swift, delicate movements, they gathered their precious collection, the pearl, the sprinkle, the brass sliver, the dewdrop. One by one they floated out of the crack, hovering for a moment before Theo. They dipped in tiny, graceful bows. Then, like dandelion seeds caught in a breeze, they zipped away, a shimmering trail of star thistle pollen marking their path back towards the heart of the Whisper Woods. Theo watched them go, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. Marmalade bumped his head against Theo's hand, purring loudly. The next morning, Willowbrook awoke to a different kind of quiet. Mrs. Gable found her knitting untouched, the pattern perfectly intact. Old Man Hemlock's walking stick stood right side up. Agnes's sprinkles were back in their alphabetical jars. But there were small, beautiful differences. On every doorstep lay a single, perfect autumn leaf, arranged just so. On the bridge railing, someone had woven a tiny, intricate wreath of dried river grass and wildflowers. And outside the bakery, perfectly centered, lay Theo's striped river stone. The mystery was solved. The village sighed a collective breath of gentle wonder. Agnes smiled knowingly at Theo when he came in for a warm cinnamon bun. "You found them then?" she asked, her voice warm as the oven. Theo nodded, biting into the sweet, soft bread. They were just homesick, trying to make things beautiful their own way. Agnes poured him a small cup of milky tea. A wise observation, young Theo. Sometimes what seems like chaos is just a different kind of order. And kindness, she added, placing the river stone back into his hand, is the best way to understand it. They left us beauty in return. Life in Willowbrook returned to its peaceful flow. The brass doorknobs stayed polished. The flower pots remained slightly turned to catch the morning sun, small reminders of the dust sprite's visit. Occasionally, on nights when the full moon bathed the valley in silver light, villagers might catch a glimpse of tiny, shimmering forms dancing near the edge of the Whisper Woods, or find a single, impossibly perfect dewdrop on a windowsill. But the strange rearrangement stopped. The dust sprites were home, tending their moonlit glade, perhaps occasionally admiring a striped river stone under the stars. Theo kept the stone on his windowsill. It reminded him that the world held gentle mysteries, solved not by fear, but by quiet watching, a wise friend and a kind heart. And as he drifted off to sleep each night in his cozy room, the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke drifting through the window, he sometimes fancied he could hear the faintest, sweetest chime on the breeze, a lullaby from the woods, a whisper of thanks carried on the stardust. All was peaceful, all was understood, and the gentle magic of Willowbrook and the world beyond felt just right. The stars above the emerald meadows of Terraloon shimmered like spilled sugar across velvet darkness, their light filtering through the translucent leaves of whisperwillow trees. Beneath their gentle glow, a small humanoid girl with moss-green hair and bark-textured skin knelt by a bubbling brook, her luminescent amber eyes reflecting the water's dance. Leela's fingers trailed through liquid starlight as she hummed the evening song, her melody harmonizing with the chiming crickets and rustling ferns. The piece shattered when a metallic screech tore through the night, followed by an earth-shaking crash that sent fireflies scattering in panicked constellations. Through the smoke and sparking debris emerged a hulking figure of angular obsidian plates, its faceted eyes glowing crimson. Zorblax of the crystal wastes coughed static, his jagged hands clutching a fractured power core that hissed violet vapor. Organic life form detected, his translator box crackled in monotone. Surrender nutrient-rich soil samples or face disintegration. Layla's initial fear melted into confusion as she noticed the alien's trembling joints and flickering chest lights. "You're leaking," she observed, pointing at the viscous purple fluid pooling around his triangular feet. When Zorblax staggered, his threat protocols misfiring sparks, the Terralunar did something unprecedented in his 87 solar cycles of existence. She offered a hand wrapped in healing lichen. Their first week together passed in halting exchanges and comic misunderstandings. Zorblax nearly vaporized Leela's herb garden while attempting to increase photosynthetic efficiency with gamma-ray pruning. Leela, in turn, nearly short-circuited his systems by offering a hug after noticing his depressed humming frequency. Yet through these fumbles, fragile bridges formed. The crystalline warrior learned to distinguish between invasive weeds and snack blossoms, while the planetary caretaker deciphered the meaning behind his prismatic eye flashes. The true test came when ancient defense drones awakened beneath Terraloon's crust, their rusted cannons targeting both native and alien as equal contaminants. During a frantic retreat through glowing mushroom caves, Layla's ankle twisted in a crystal fissure. To her astonishment, Zorblax abandoned his prized plasma sawblade to carry her, his normally efficient speech patterns glitching with unfamiliar urgency. "Friend unit integrity. Paramount," he stuttered, shielding her body with his own as energy bolts sizzled against his backplates. In the smoldering aftermath, Leela tended his scorched armor with bioluminescent salve. "Why risk yourself?" she whispered. Zorblax rotated his trapezoidal head, studying the way moonlight refracted through her tear-filled eyes. Calculation, 73% probability of mutual destruction if separated, 27% chance of... His vocal emitter crackled, then emitted a sound like grinding quartz that she somehow recognized as laughter. Revised analysis, some variables defy quantification. Their final alliance against the drone hive became legend across 3 spiral arms. Leela's knowledge of subterranean route networks guided them through labyrinthine tunnels, while Zorblax's combat algorithms predicted attack patterns. Victory came not through force, but when the mismatched pair jury-rigged an empathic pulse transmitter, combining his neutron battery with her neural connection to the planet's mycelial network. As the ancient machines stilled, their visual sensors finally perceiving the world's beauty, Leela noticed Zorblax's new habit of collecting iridescent pebbles for optimal tactical arrangements that suspiciously resembled terralunar wind chimes. On the dawn of his repaired ship's departure, the crystalline warrior stood awkwardly at the meadow's edge, his shadow stretching across dewy grass. Conclusion: this unit's mission parameters have expanded, he announced, extending a clawed hand holding a tiny sapling potted in recycled armor plating. Proposal: designate Terraloon as secondary maintenance hub, frequency indefinite. Leela's answering smile outshone the rising sun as she pressed a seed capsule into his buzzing palm. Translation: friends are family we choose across the stars. Now, when meteor showers dance above Terraloon, villagers smile at the glinting object in synchronous orbit, part warship, part greenhouse, its prismatic sails tuned to sing harmonies with the evening song. And across the galaxy, a certain ambassador teaches that understanding blooms brightest not through sameness, but in the spaces where jagged edges and tender roots intertwine. The rain whispered secrets against the window pane of old Mr. Thimblebee's clockwork shop. Inside, the air hummed with the steady tick-tock of 100 timepieces and smelled of oiled brass, polished wood, and the faintest hint of cinnamon from the tea mister Thimblebee always kept brewing. His apprentice, a quiet boy named Leo with ink-smudged fingers and a head full of cogs and springs, was sorting through a dusty box of forgotten parts. He sighed. Nothing but broken mainsprings and chipped gears. Then his fingers brushed something smooth and cool beneath the tangle of metal. He pulled out a teacup. Not brass or porcelain, but something else entirely like polished moonlight held in a curve. It felt impossibly light, yet solid. Delicate swirls like captured smoke danced just beneath its surface. Leo held it up, utterly bewildered. How had this ended up in a box of clock parts? He carried it to Mr. Thimbleby, who peered over his spectacles. "Ah," the old man murmured, his voice like a well-oiled gear. The luminous cup thought it was lost to the dust bunnies years ago. He didn't seem surprised, only thoughtful. Not for telling time, that one, for finding things. Finding things. Leo echoed. "Lost things, Mr. Thimbleby clarified, tapping the cup gently. Pour warm tea into it, see what appears." Intrigued, Leo filled the small kettle, lit the spirit lamp beneath it, and selected Mr. Thimblebee's special chamomile blend. As the water heated, filling the shop with its gentle, floral scent, he placed the luminous cup carefully on the workbench. He poured the steaming tea. Instantly, the liquid inside the cup began to shimmer, not reflecting the lamplight, but glowing with its own soft, internal light. Wisps of steam curled upwards, forming shapes. Leo gasped. Within the steam, he saw a miniature image not of the shop, but of a sun-dappled forest path. And there, lying half-buried in fallen leaves beside a gnarled oak root, was the tiny, perfect image of his most treasured possession, his father's old brass compass, lost weeks ago during a walk in the whispering woods. His heart leapt. "Mr. Thimbleby, it shows the compass, in the woods," Leo exclaimed. The old clockmaker smiled faintly. "It shows what the heart seeks most when lost, but the cup only shows the where. Finding it, that's the journey, and journeys are best not taken alone, especially into the whispering woods near dusk. Be mindful, Leo." Wisdom sees clearer than haste. Leo understood. He filled a small thermos with the fragrant tea, carefully wrapped the luminous cup in soft cloth, and set out. The rain had softened to a mist that clung to the cobblestones as he left the cozy glow of the shop. The image in the cup led him towards the edge of town, where the neat houses gave way to the ancient, towering trees of the whispering woods. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth, pine resin, and secrets. His first helper appeared near the old stone bridge. Mrs. Nettle the baker was wrestling with a sack of flour that had tipped precariously from her cart. She was a woman built like a sturdy loaf herself, cheeks rosy and perpetually dusted with flour. "Blast this stubborn thing," she huffed. "Can I help, Mrs. Nettle?" Leo offered. She beamed. "Bless you, lad, strong arms are welcome." Together they righted the sack. Seeing Leo glance towards the woods, she asked about his journey. He showed her the cup, pouring a little warm tea into it. The swirling steam reformed, showing the compass nestled by the oak root, deeper in the woods. Mrs. Nettle's eyes widened. "Lost things finding their way back, that's a bit of magic, that is. Here." She rummaged in her cart and handed him a small, warm parcel. "Hazelnut shortbread for the path. And remember, lad," she added, her voice softening, "sometimes the loudest problems crumble like pastry if you give him a gentle touch, not a shove." Her kindness was like the warmth from the thermos against his chest. Deeper into the woods, the mist thickened, and the light grew dimmer. The path became tangled and confusing. Doubt began to creep into Leo's heart. Had he taken a wrong turn? He poured a little more tea. The image flickered, the compass still waiting, but the path around it seemed obscured by shifting shadows. Suddenly, a soft, rhythmic clink-clink echoed nearby. Following the sound, Leo found Mr. Filbert, the lamplighter, perched precariously on a ladder, carefully cleaning one of the rare glass lanterns that marked the safe paths through the deeper woods. He was a thin, quiet man who moved with deliberate grace. He saw Leo's worried face and the glowing cup. "Lost, young master?" "Mr." Filbert asked, his voice as soft as lamplight. "Not lost," Leo said, showing him the cup's image. "But the path seems hidden now." Mr. Filbert studied the steam picture, then the surrounding gloom. "Ah, the glimmer moss is thick here after the rain, tricks the eyes, makes straight paths seem crooked and safe ground look treacherous." He descended the ladder. "Come, I'll walk with you a ways. These old lamps need tending deeper in, regardless." Walking beside the quiet lamplighter was calming. Mr. Filbert pointed out things Leo would have missed: the safe stepping stones across a gurgling stream, the subtle notch on an ancient birch tree marking a fork, the way the fireflies gathered where the ground was firmest. "The woods speak," Mr. Filbert murmured, polishing a lantern globe as they walked. "Not in words but in signs. Moss grows thickest where the earth is solid. Birdsong falters near hidden water. Patience listens, young master. Patience sees what haste rushes past." His quiet wisdom was a lantern itself in the growing dusk. Finally, guided by the lamplighter and the occasional sip of tea to renew the cup's vision, they reached the great gnarled oak. And there, just as the image showed, half buried in damp leaves, gleamed Leo's brass compass. Relief washed over him. He knelt to retrieve it. But as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a low, rumbling growl echoed through the trees. A massive shadow detached itself from the deeper gloom beneath the oak. It was a guardian stag, its coat the deep brown of ancient bark, its antlers like tangled branches tipped with points of sharpened moonlight. Its eyes, intelligent and wary, fixed on Leo and the compass in his hand. It stood squarely over the path Leo needed to take back. Leo's heart hammered. He remembered Mrs. Nettle's words about gentle touches and Mr. Filbert's advice about patience. He remembered Mr. Thimbleby's warning, Wisdom sees clearer than haste. Force wasn't an option against such a majestic creature. What did it want? Why was it guarding the path? He looked at the luminous cup, still warm in his hand. He had one last measure of tea in the thermos. An idea sparked. He poured the tea slowly into the luminous cup. The steam swirled, but instead of showing the compass, Leo focused his thoughts, his deepest wish. Show me what the guardian needs. The steam shimmered, shifted, and reformed. This time it showed not an object, but a scene. The guardian stag limping slightly, its powerful flank marred by a deep, angry gash tangled with thorny vines. The image pulsed with the creature's pain. Understanding dawned. The stag wasn't guarding the path out of malice. It was protecting itself, wounded and vulnerable. "Mr. Filbert," Leo whispered urgently, "do you have anything sharp, but small?" The lamplighter, understanding instantly, pulled a tiny, precise folding knife from his pocket used for trimming wicks. Leo took it gratefully. He held up the luminous cup, showing the stag the image of its own wound. The great beast snorted, its eyes fixed on the glowing steam. Slowly, cautiously, Leo approached, not towards the path, but towards the stag's flank. He spoke softly, words he didn't fully understand, but that felt calm and reassuring, like the ticking of a well-made clock. The stag remained tense but didn't move away. With painstaking care, using the tiny knife, Leo gently began to cut and unwind the cruel thorns biting into the creature's hide. It took time. He moved slowly, deliberately, whispering apologies whenever the stag flinched. Mr. Filbert stood quietly nearby, his presence a steady anchor. Finally, the last thorn came free. Leo stepped back. The guardian stag shook its massive head, then lowered it. Not in threat, but in what looked remarkably like gratitude. It nudged Leo gently with its velvet nose, then turned and limped away, disappearing silently into the trees, leaving the path clear. Leo's hands trembled, but his heart felt light. He had his compass, cold and reassuring, in his palm. He looked at the luminous cup. The steam had faded, leaving only the dregs of chamomile tea. Its magic felt spent for now, but its lesson glowed warmly within him. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The mist still curled, but it seemed softer. The sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl felt like companions, not mysteries. Mr. Filbert walked beside him, his lanterns casting warm pools of light on the path, his quiet presence a comfort. They parted ways at the edge of the woods, the lamplighter heading back to his rounds with a nod and a soft, well-found young master. Back in Mr. Thimbleby's warm, ticking shop, the smell of cinnamon and brass was a welcome embrace. Leo placed the brass compass carefully on the workbench and set the now cool, ordinary-looking luminous cup beside it. He told the old clockmaker everything: the finding, the woods, Mrs. Nettle's kindness, Mr. Filbert's guidance, the guardian stag, the thorns. Mr. Thimbleby listened, polishing a gear with a soft cloth. When Leo finished, the old man nodded, a slow, satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Extraordinary secrets hide in ordinary things, lad," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "But the greatest magic isn't always in the object. Sometimes it's what the object helps us find within ourselves. Wisdom, patience, kindness, and the courage to use them." He poured fresh tea chamomile into 2 ordinary mugs. "You found more than a compass today, Leo. You found your own true north." Leo sipped the warm tea, the gentle floral taste soothing. He looked at the luminous cup, now just a beautiful, silent vessel on the bench. It had shown him the way, but the journey, the helpers, the gentle wisdom to overcome the challenge, that had all been his own. The steady tick-tock of the clocks filled the cozy room, a comforting rhythm marking the peaceful end of an extraordinary day. Outside, the night was still and quiet, holding its secrets close, while inside, warmed by tea and accomplishment, Leo felt a deep sense of calm settle over him, as soft and sure as the moonlight finally breaking through the clouds outside the window. He had journeyed, he had discovered, and he had returned, not just with a lost treasure, but with a quiet understanding that would tick steadily within him, like the most reliable clock of all. Sleep, when it came, would be deep and dreamless, wrapped in the cozy certainty that even in a world of hidden wonders, kindness and wisdom were the truest magic. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was Arzan, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moonhaven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Leela lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Leela turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Leila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Leila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Leila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Leila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Leila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp, they explained. It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost. Intrigued, Lila asked, what could be lost that the melody seeks? The wind harp's song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance, the sprites continued. Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales. Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. Mr. Thistle, Lila began, have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately? The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing. Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began? Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished. Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. The little village of Bramblebrook was the sort of place where cobblestones remembered every footfall, where chimney smoke curled into lazy spirals, and where everyone knew that Mrs. Higgins' apple tarts tasted best on Tuesdays. It was ordinary in the most comforting way. And in this ordinary village lived a quiet boy named Leo, whose greatest treasures were the smooth stones he collected from the brook and the stories his grandmother told by the hearth. Leo's grandmother had a small cottage tucked away at the edge of the village, where the fields met the whispering woods. It was filled with the comforting scent of drying herbs, beeswax, and memories. Amongst her possessions was an old copper kettle. It wasn't particularly beautiful, dented in places, tarnished where the years had touched it, and possessing a spout that curved like a curious bird's beak. It sat unused on a high shelf, gathering dust alongside jars of buttons and faded photographs. "That old thing belonged to my great-aunt," grandmother would say with a dismissive wave. Never could get it to whistle properly. One crisp autumn afternoon, while grandmother napped in her rocking chair, Leo was tasked with dusting the high shelves. Reaching for the kettle, his fingers brushed its cool surface. As he lifted it down, a faint, almost imperceptible hum vibrated through the metal and into his hand. It felt warm, alive. Startled, Leo nearly dropped it. He peered inside. Nothing but darkness and a faint scent of was that cinnamon and damp earth. Curiosity, that quiet spark, flared within him. He carried the kettle to the small kitchen pump, filled it with cold water, and placed it carefully on the stove. He watched as the flame licked the copper base. Minutes ticked by. The water began to bubble, then simmer, then boil with a furious energy. But no whistle came. Instead, the kettle began to glow with a soft, internal light, like a captured sunset. And then from its spout, instead of steam, poured a ribbon of shimmering, golden mist. The mist didn't dissipate. It swirled lazily in the air, forming shapes, miniature trees, a winding path, a distant, star-shaped peak. It felt warm and smelled of pine needles and distant rain. A gentle, melodic humming filled the room, resonating from the kettle itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt deep in Leo's bones, an invitation, a call. Leo knew with a certainty that surprised him that the mist was a map and the humming was a song meant only for him. The kettle held a secret, and it was asking him to follow. He carefully lifted the still glowing kettle from the stove. It felt warm, not scalding, wrapped it in his thickest woolen scarf, and tucked it into his worn canvas satchel alongside his favorite skipping stone and a crust of bread. He left a quick note for his grandmother, gone exploring. Back soon. Love, Leo. The golden mist led him past Mrs. Higgins' fragrant bakery, past the chattering blacksmiths, and straight towards the edge of the whispering woods. The woods were usually a place of dappled sunlight and birdsong, but today, as Leo stepped beneath the ancient oaks, the mist map intensified, glowing brighter, and the kettle's humming grew stronger, thrumming softly against his back. The woods felt different, deeper, older, watching. His journey began easily enough, following the mist path through sunlit glades carpeted in emerald moss. But soon the path led into a denser part of the woods, where the trees grew close together, their gnarled roots forming intricate patterns on the forest floor. Here the mist map faltered, swirling confusedly, unable to find a clear route. Leo stopped, feeling a prickle of unease. The humming kettle felt suddenly heavy in his satchel. A rustle came from behind a large, moss-covered boulder. Leo froze. Slowly, a badger emerged. He wasn't just any badger. He wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on his nose and carried a small, knotted walking stick. His fur was silver-tipped, and his eyes held a deep, patient wisdom. HMMPH, grunted the badger, peering at Leo and then at the swirling mist. Lost the scent, have you, or rather the path? His voice was a low rumble, like stones shifting in a brook. I have a map, Leo stammered, gesturing to the mist. But it's confused here. The badger, who introduced himself as Thorn, tapped his spectacles. Maps are tricky things. They show the way, but they don't always show the why of the way. These roots, he gestured with his stick, they remember every step taken here for 1,000 years. They're tangled with memory. Your mist map means well, but it's trying to take the shortest path. Sometimes the wise path is the one that wins. Thorn showed Leo a hidden trail, barely visible, that skirted the worst of the root tangle. Patience, young traveler, look for the moss on the north side of the stones. It points the truer way when the obvious path fails. Grateful, Leo followed Thorn's advice. The mist map settled, flowing smoothly again along the winding trail. He thanked the old badger, who merely nodded sagely and shuffled back into the ferns, muttering about misplaced earthworms. Deeper into the woods Leo traveled. The air grew cooler and the light dimmed. The mist map now pointed towards a steep ravine, spanned by a rickety rope bridge. It swayed ominously in the breeze, its wooden slats looking rotten and precarious. The chasm below was deep and shadowed. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. How could he cross this? A flash of brilliant blue darted past his ear. It was a small finch, her feathers like shards of summer sky. She landed on the frayed rope handrail, tilting her head. Squeaky, squeaky, she chirped, her voice surprisingly loud and clear. Not strong, not strong, wind sings bad song. It looks unsafe, Leo agreed, eyeing the bridge warily. The kettle hummed anxiously in his bag. The finch, whose name was Pip, fluttered down and landed on Leo's shoulder. Listen, she urged. Listen to the wind, not just noise, feel. Leo closed his eyes, forcing his fear to quiet. He focused past the rushing sound of the wind. He felt it. It wasn't just blowing, it was pulsing. Strong gusts, followed by moments of eerie calm. Pip was right. The wind wasn't constant, it came in powerful, rhythmic bursts. It gusts. Leo realized aloud. It pushes hard, then stops. Pip bobbed excitedly. Yes, yes, run when quiet, hold tight when loud, like skipping stones, wait for the whoosh to pass. Taking a deep breath, Leo waited for the next powerful gust to roar through the ravine. He felt the bridge strain. When the wind abruptly died, leaving an unsettling silence, he ran. He dashed across the fragile slats, heart pounding, as Pip darted ahead, calling encouragement. Just as the next gust began to build, he reached the solid ground on the other side, gripping the post tightly as the bridge groaned and swayed violently behind him. Pip landed triumphantly on his head, chirping a happy little tune. The kettle hummed a note of profound relief. The mist map glowed brighter than ever now, leading Leo and Pip up a winding path towards the star-shaped peak he'd seen earlier. It was a small, ancient hill crowned with a circle of standing stones, weathered smooth by time. At its center stood an immense, ancient oak tree, its bark deeply fissured, its branches spreading wide like sheltering arms. This, the map seemed to pulse, was the destination. But as Leo approached the stone circle, a profound sense of stillness descended. The forest sounds faded. The mist map dissipated. The kettle's humming ceased, replaced by a deep, resonant silence that seemed to emanate from the great oak itself. Leo felt a wave of awe, but also confusion. He'd arrived. Now what? What was the kettle's secret? What was he supposed to do? Pip flitted nervously. Old tree sleeps deep, she whispered. Very deep. Leo approached the oak, placing his hand gently on its ancient bark. It felt cool and rough, humming with a slow, ancient energy. He remembered Thorn's words, maps show the way, but not the why. The kettle had brought him here, but what wisdom was needed now? Force wouldn't wake an ancient tree. Shouting wouldn't help. He sat down on a mossy stone at the oak's base, taking the copper kettle from his satchel. It felt warm but inert. He thought about its journey unused, forgotten, dismissed as broken. He thought about the map of mist, the song of invitation. It hadn't demanded, it had offered. It hadn't forced a path, it had needed guidance, patience, and listening. Perhaps the kettle wasn't broken. Perhaps it was just different. Its magic wasn't in whistling a loud alarm, but in singing a quiet song and painting a path only the patient could see. Its purpose wasn't to announce boiling water, but to guide towards something deeper. Leo closed his eyes again, tuning into the deep silence of the place. He remembered the kettle's warm hum, the scent of cinnamon and earth. He poured a little water from his flask into the kettle, not to boil it, but simply to fill it. He held it in his lap, his hands warming the copper. Slowly, softly, he began to hum. Not the kettle's song, but his own, a simple, wordless melody his grandmother sang while knitting. He poured his feelings into it, his wonder at the journey, his gratitude for Thorn and Pip, his awe for the ancient tree, his understanding of the kettle's quiet magic. As he hummed, a faint, answering vibration began in the kettle. A soft, golden light seeped from its spout, not as mist this time, but as a gentle, warm radiance. It flowed over the moss, touched the roots of the great oak, and rose like luminous dust motes in the still air. The ancient oak tree shivered. Not a violent shake, but a deep, slow sigh, like a sleeper stirring. One massive root shifted slightly, revealing a hollow Leo hadn't seen before. Nestled within, glowing softly with the same golden light as the kettle, was a cluster of crystal acorns. They pulsed with a gentle, comforting warmth. A deep, resonant voice, like the earth itself speaking, filled the clearing, though no mouth moved on the tree. You have listened, young one, not just with ears, but with your heart. You understood the song of the forgotten vessel. You sought not to take, but to understand. The voice wasn't loud, but it vibrated through Leo's bones. The kettle of whispers was not broken. It was waiting. Waiting for one who would hear its quiet song, who would value guidance over force, patience over haste. Its magic is the map of the heart's true journey. The crystal acorns glowed brighter. These are seeds of stillness. They hold the quiet wisdom of the ancient woods. Take one. Plant it where the heart is open, and it will grow a sanctuary of peace, a place where the lost may find their way by listening inward, not by seeking loud answers. Leo, his heart full, carefully reached into the hollow. The crystal acorn felt warm and smooth in his hand, humming with a soft, steady pulse. The other acorns faded slightly, sinking back into the protective embrace of the root as the hollow closed. The great oak settled, the deep hum subsiding into its eternal slumber, but Leo felt its awareness linger, warm and approving. Pip chirped softly, a sound of pure wonder. The kettle of whispers in Leo's lap gave a final, contented sigh, its glow fading to a warm copper sheen. It felt complete. Its secret had been shared, its purpose fulfilled. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The path seemed clearer, the woods friendlier. Thorn was waiting near the ravine, a knowing glint in his eye behind his spectacles. He simply nodded as Leo passed, a silent salute. Pip accompanied Leo all the way to the edge of the woods, singing a bright, complex song that seemed to tell the whole tale before she zipped back into the green depths. Grandmother was waiting on her cottage doorstep, her face etched with worry that melted into profound relief as she saw Leo. He rushed to her, showing her the now ordinary-looking copper kettle and the glowing crystal acorn nestled safely in his palm. He poured out his tale, the map of mist, Thorn's wisdom, Pip's guidance, the ancient oak, and the seeds of stillness. Grandmother listened, her eyes wide with wonder, tears glistening at the corners. She touched the kettle with reverence. "My great-aunt," she whispered, "she was the quietest soul, always listening, always knowing the right thing to say without raising her voice. She cherished this kettle. Now I understand why." Together they planted the seed of stillness in grandmother's small, sun-dappled garden. As Leo placed it in the rich earth and covered it gently, the crystal acorn pulsed once, sending a wave of warm, calming energy through the soil. Almost instantly, tiny, shimmering green shoots emerged, curling towards the light. The kettle of whispers found a new place of honor, not on the dusty shelf, but on grandmother's sturdy kitchen table. They discovered it still wouldn't whistle, but when filled with water and placed near warmth, it would sometimes emit a soft, comforting hum and a faint scent of cinnamon and earth, filling the cottage with a sense of peace and gentle guidance. Villagers who felt lost or troubled sometimes found themselves drawn to grandmother's cottage. Sitting near the kettle, sipping chamomile tea, they often found their worries softening, a quiet clarity replacing their confusion. The small sapling in the garden grew steadily, its leaves shimmering with a faint inner light, a beacon of quiet wisdom. Leo still collected stones from the brook, but now he listened to their smoothness, feeling the stories they held within their silent forms. He understood that the world was filled with quiet magic, hidden in plain sight in an old kettle, in the patience of a badger, in the courage of a finch, in the deep sleep of an ancient tree, and within the stillness of his own listening heart. The greatest journeys, he knew, weren't always across ravines and through woods, but into the gentle, extraordinary secrets held within the ordinary, waiting only for a patient ear and a kind spirit to discover them. And as the fire crackled low in the hearth, the scent of earth and peace lingering in the air, Leo knew that true wonder was always just a quiet whisper away. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty wood mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Isla awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. In the quiet village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes like sleeping cats and every garden gate squeaked in its own peculiar melody, there was a mystery brewing as soft as the steam from a teacup. It began on a crisp autumn evening when young Milo, the clockmaker's apprentice, noticed something odd. The village sundial, which had always pointed faithfully to the sun's position, now spun lazily clockwise every time a cloud passed overhead. By the next morning, whispers fluttered through the cobblestone lanes like autumn leaves. Baker's bread turned lavender overnight, the mill pond rippled in perfect geometric patterns, and every third stair in the library staircase had gone mysteriously silent underfoot. Milo, a boy with a mop of chestnut hair and a pocket watch that ticked in time with his curiosity, decided to investigate. His first clue came from old Mrs. Thistle, the village knitter, who claimed her yarn had begun knitting itself into tiny sweaters for the mice in the walls. "It's not mischief," she insisted, her silver needles clacking like crickets. "It's lonely magic, like something's trying to talk but doesn't know the words." Guided by the scent of cinnamon drifting from the hearth of the village's wise apothecary, Master Corwin, Milo found himself in a cozy shop where jars of starlight and dried thunder hummed on shelves. Corwin, a man whose beard seemed to hold constellations in its tangles, listened gravely. "Magic always has a reason," he murmured, stirring a copper pot of soup that smelled like forgiveness. "Look for patterns, lad. Even whispers leave footprints." The next day Milo noticed the anomalies followed a rhythm. The sundial spun fastest at noon, the bread turned lavender only when the wind blew east, and the library's silent stairs formed a perfect spiral. That night, under a moon the color of buttercream, he followed the trail of a glowing moth, a creature with wings like stained glass, to the edge of the whispering wood. There, beneath an ancient oak with roots like knuckles, he found a small, shivering creature, a dust hare, a rare magical being made of powdered starlight and autumn thistledown. Its ears drooped like wilted petals, and its eyes held the ache of 1,000 unsung songs. I didn't mean to cause trouble, it hiccuped, voice like a rustling diary. I was looking for a home. My old burrow was washed away by rains, and when I'm sad, my magic leaks. It gestured weakly to the air, where motes of its stardust swirled into shapes, a spinning sundial, a lavender loaf, a silent stare. I just wanted someone to notice. Milo's heart folded like a well-loved letter. With Corwin's guidance, the village rallied. Children gathered acorn caps to catch the dust hare's runaway magic, weavers spun a nest from thistle silk, and the baker crafted a honeycake steeped in welcome. On the night of the harvest moon, the dust hare, now named Pippin, burrowed into its new home beneath the oak, its magic settling into gentle hums that made the sundial chime at noon and the library stairs sing lullabies. Years later, travelers would remark on Willowmere's enchantments, clocks that ticked in haiku, bread that tasted like cherished memories, and stairs that carried tired feet like a mother's arms. But the villagers simply smiled, sipping cider by firesides, and said, "The best magic isn't in the wonders you see, it's in the listening." And in the heart of the whispering wood, under an oak tree that glowed softly on lonely nights, a little creature who'd once been lost sighed contentedly, its stardust weaving dreams for every soul who'd learned to hear the world's quietest, kindest whispers. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting, with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. But lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kaelin and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kaelin, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kaelin nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kaelin remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. "Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion?" Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. "No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin." Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. "Change is the valley's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone," she said softly. "It seems unchanging, but look closer." She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. "Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around." Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. "I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud, and trying to make anything new happen." He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. The whispering glade, Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. Grandmother used to say it's a place where the valley's heart speaks, where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours. The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kalen bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. "Listen," she murmured. "Not just with your ears. Feel the forest breathe." As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the Whispering Glade. "All right," Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. "What do I do?" "Just be," Mara suggested. "Let the glade feel you as you feel it." Kalen plopped down onto the moss. "Yeah, maybe try not trying." Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds. The rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, a nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. "It sees you, Silas," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It shows you what you feel." Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kalen's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection. About sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing starflowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Sela's like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him, it felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Sela still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Sela's didn't become like Kaelin, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Sela's felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. One frosty morning, Sela stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kaelin and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kaelin exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Sela smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him, more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Sela's, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone. The embers in the hearth glowed like captured sunsets, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain whispered secrets to the thirsty earth, a soothing lullaby for the night. Tonight's story begins not with a bang, but with the soft plink of a single dewdrop falling onto a velvety moss cushion, deep within the whispering woods. here lived a young dew-keeper named Rowan. Rowan's world was small, measured in mossy glades, sun-dappled clearings, and the intricate dance of dawn light on spiderwebs. His task, passed down through generations, was sacred, to tend the morning jewels. These weren't ordinary dewdrops. They were condensed moonlight, starlight, and the purest dreams of sleeping creatures, gathered on the petals of moonflowers that bloomed only in the deepest, quietest hours. Each dewdrop held a tiny spark of magic, essential for the wood's delicate balance. They nourished the shyest flowers, guided lost fireflies, and painted the first light with shimmering rainbows. Rowan, slight and quiet as a falling leaf, moved with silent grace. His fingers, nimble as a spider's legs, would gently coax the precious jewels into tiny, hollowed acorn cups before the sun grew too bold and drank them away. He wore a cloak woven from cobwebs and twilight, shimmering faintly, and carried his most precious tool, the dew lens. Crafted from a single, flawless drop of ancient amber, it allowed him to see the intricate patterns of magic within each jewel, ensuring its purity. His only companions were Lumina, a firefly whose light pulsed with gentle curiosity, and the rustling gossip of the ferns. He was content, finding profound peace in his small, vital role. But one mist-laden morning, Rowan noticed something unsettling. The moonflowers, usually vibrant silver, seemed dull. The jewels they bore felt thin. Holding the dew lens to one, he gasped. Instead of the usual swirling constellations of light, the magic inside was faint, flickering weakly, like a dying candle flame. A cold prickle, entirely unfamiliar, traced its way down his spine. This had never happened before. The next morning was worse. Whole patches of moonflowers bore no jewels at all. Where they should have been, Rowan found only a faint, greasy residue that smelled faintly of burnt sugar and sorrow. Fear, cold and heavy, settled in Rowan's chest. The whispering woods felt different. The rustle of leaves held an anxious edge. The birdsong was muted. The lifeblood of his world was draining away. That night, unable to sleep, Rowan sat beneath the oldest oak, its gnarled roots forming a protective cradle. He held the dew lens, not to examine a jewel, but to gaze into the amber depths, seeking an answer. As the moon climbed high, painting the world in silver, the lens grew warm in his hand. Images flickered within the amber, not reflections, but visions. He saw a path he'd never taken, winding deep into the heart of the woods, where the trees grew so close their branches knitted a perpetual twilight canopy. He saw a shimmering, almost invisible barrier, like heat haze over stone. And he felt a pull, an undeniable summons. The lens was showing him the way to the source of the blight. Terror warred with duty within Rowan. His world was the open glades, the familiar paths. The heart of the woods was a place of rumor and shadow, spoken of in hushed tones by the wind. But the fading jewels, the woods growing unease, he couldn't ignore it. With trembling hands he packed a small pouch, a few precious, still bright jewels, some dried moonflower petals for strength, a flask of crystal-clear spring water, and the dew lens, now cool against his skin but humming with latent power. Lumina, sensing his resolve, settled on his shoulder, her light a tiny, brave beacon. "Stay close, little light," Rowan whispered, his voice barely stirring the air. "We journey where the sun fears to tread." The path the lens had shown was treacherous. Thorny vines snagged at his cloak, roots twisted unexpectedly underfoot, and the air grew thick and still, smelling of damp earth and ancient secrets. The perpetual twilight beneath the canopy was disorienting. Strange, phosphorescent fungi glowed eerily on tree trunks, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Whispers not of wind, but like the murmur of hidden voices, brushed against his ears, indistinct yet unsettling. Lumina's light seemed smaller, swallowed by the oppressive gloom. After what felt like hours, Rowan stumbled into a small, utterly dark clearing. the air hummed with a low, resonant vibration. Before him stood the barrier from his vision, a shimmering curtain of energy, like distorted glass, stretching from the mossy floor up into the impenetrable canopy. It pulsed faintly, and where it touched the ground, the moss was blackened and dead. This was the source of the greasy residue, the drain on the magic. This barrier was consuming the life force of the woods, siphoning the magic meant for the morning jewels. Heart pounding, Rowan lifted the dew lens. Peering through it at the barrier was like looking into a storm. Chaotic, dark energies swirled within it, lashing out like hungry tendrils. It was ancient, powerful, and deeply wrong. He sensed a profound hunger emanating from it, a hunger for light, for magic, for life itself. How could he, a mere dewkeeper, stand against such a thing? Despair threatened to engulf him. He sank to his knees, the cold, dead moss chilling him through his clothes. Lumina landed on his hand, her light dimming in sympathy. Just then a sharp twang echoed through the silence, followed by a soft curse in a voice like dry leaves skittering on stone. Rowan froze. From the shadows near the base of a colossal, decaying cedar, a figure emerged. It was large, easily twice Rowan's height, with 8 long, jointed legs moving with unnerving grace. Multiple eyes, like polished obsidian beads, gleamed in Lumina's faint glow. A weaver spider. Rowan's breath hitched. Spiders were creatures of cautionary tales, spinners of traps, inhabitants of dark corners. Instinct screamed at him to flee. The spider paused, its gaze fixed on Rowan. It raised one long leg, pointing not at him, but at the shimmering barrier. Then it gestured towards the cedar tree. Rowan saw it then, the most magnificent, intricate web he could ever imagine, spanning the entire width of the massive trunk. It was woven not just of silk, but of captured moonlight and starlight, threads shimmering with soft silver and blue. But parts of it were torn, sagging, the luminous threads frayed and dull. Where the web touched the barrier, the silk was blackened and brittle, dissolving into dust. The spider made a series of complex gestures with its forelegs, accompanied by soft clicks and sighs. Rowan, still terrified, slowly lifted the dew lens. Looking through it at the spider, the fear melted away, replaced by awe. The spider wasn't just large, it was old. Its carapace was etched with patterns like ancient constellations, and its eyes held a depth of weary wisdom. The web wasn't a trap, it was a shield, a vast, delicate net designed to catch ambient magic and weave it back into the fabric of the woods, reinforcing life. It was a guardian just like Rowan, and the barrier was tearing its work apart. The greasy residue. It was the corrupted remnants of the magic the barrier consumed, and the web tried to protect. My name, the spider's voice resonated directly in Rowan's mind, a sensation like cool silk brushing his thoughts, is Arania. I am the keeper of the twilight loom. This blight, it tears at the threads of the world. Her mental voice was filled with sorrow and frustration. It feeds on magic, growing stronger as the woods grow weaker. My web, it was meant to mend, to strengthen. Now it barely holds. Shame washed over Rowan. He had judged based on fear, on stories. Here was another guardian, fighting the same enemy, suffering the same loss. He lowered the lens, meeting Arania's gaze directly. I am Rowan, dewkeeper. The morning jewels fade, the woods are sick. Arania dipped her head in acknowledgement. The jewels are the dawn's promise, the concentrated essence. This blight drains the source, the ambient magic my web tries to gather. Without the jewels' daily renewal, the woods wither. Without the wood's life force, my web fails. We are caught in the same snare, little keeper. An unexpected warmth bloomed in Rowan's chest, pushing back the fear. He wasn't alone. He pulled out one of the precious, still bright morning jewels from his pouch. Its gentle light pushed back the oppressive gloom of the clearing. Can this help? Can it mend your web? Arania's eyes glinted. It is pure light, pure magic, but it is a drop in an ocean of need. The barrier consumes it too quickly. We need to find the source behind the barrier, the anchor point feeding this hunger. She gestured towards the shimmering curtain. The lens, it showed you the way here. Can it show us beyond? Rowan lifted the dew lens again, focusing not on the chaotic swirls of the barrier itself, but through it, towards the heart of the ancient cedar. The chaotic energies resisted, blurring the image. But Rowan concentrated, pouring his worry for the woods, his newfound determination, into the lens. The amber warmed, glowed softly. Slowly, the chaotic swirls parted like fog. Beyond the barrier, nestled deep within the hollow core of the decaying cedar, Rowan saw it, a stone, dark and jagged, like a piece of the night sky fallen to earth. It pulsed with the same greasy, hungry energy as the barrier. Thin, dark tendrils snaked from it, feeding the shimmering curtain. This was the anchor, the heart of the blight. The night shard, Arania's mental voice, was grim. A fragment of pure void, fallen long ago. It slept harmless until something disturbed it. Now it wakes hungering. She pointed a leg towards the base of the barrier. There, a small weakness where the roots of the cedar resist its touch, but it is too small for me, too small for anything but. Rowan understood. The gap was tiny, barely large enough for a rabbit, let alone Arania's large form. But it was large enough for him. The thought of stepping through that terrifying energy made his knees tremble. The dark stone pulsed in his vision through the lens, radiating cold malice. Someone must go, Arania said softly. Someone small, someone who carries pure light, the jewels in your lens, it sees truth. Perhaps it can show the shard its own emptiness, reflect its hunger back upon itself. Rowan looked at the fading morning jewel in his hand, then at Lumina on his shoulder, then at the ancient, weary spider whose web was a shield for the world he loved. He thought of the dull moonflowers, the silent birds, the woods holding its breath. His small world needed him to be brave. He took a deep breath, the scent of decay and ozone sharp in his nostrils. I will go, he said, his voice firmer than he felt. Tell me what to do. Arania instructed him carefully. He would need to move swiftly. The gap was unstable. He must carry a jewel pure, concentrated magic, and hold the dew lens facing the night shard. The lens, attuned to light and truth, might disrupt the shard's dark resonance, reflecting its own consuming nature back at it. It was a fragile hope, a theory spun from moonlight and desperation. Rowan emptied his pouch except for 3 remaining morning jewels and the dew lens. He gave Lumina a gentle nudge. Stay with Arania, little light, watch for me. The firefly bobbed reluctantly, settling onto one of Arania's forelegs. Crouching low, Rowan approached the weak point near the cedar roots. The air crackled with static, raising the hair on his arms. The greasy smell was overpowering. Through the gap he could see the dark hollow, the night shard pulsing like a diseased heart. Taking one last steadying breath, clutching a jewel and holding the lens before him like a shield, Rowan pushed through the gap. The world twisted. Cold, deeper than winter, seeped into his bones. Whispers became screams in his mind, voices of fear, despair, endless hunger. The greasy residue coated his skin, sticky and foul. The hollow was small, oppressive, the air thick and suffocating. The night shard sat on a bed of dead roots, radiating waves of chilling darkness that seemed to leach the warmth and hope right out of him. It was mesmerizing in its terrible emptiness, a void that promised only oblivion. Gritting his teeth against the mental assault, Rowan raised the dew lens, focusing its amber eye directly on the jagged stone. He poured all his focus, all his love for the dewdrops, the moonflowers, the rustling ferns, the gentle rain into the lens. He thought of Arania's weary wisdom, of Lumina's brave little light. He held the morning jewel aloft, its soft radiance a defiant spark in the overwhelming gloom. Show it, he thought fiercely, directing his will through the lens. Show it what it is. Show it the emptiness it creates. The dew lens flared. A beam of warm, golden amber light, infused with the pure white radiance of the morning jewel, lanced out, striking the night shard. For a moment, nothing happened. The darkness seemed to swallow the light whole. Then the shard screamed. Not a sound, but a psychic shriek that vibrated through Rowan's very soul. The beam from the lens wasn't hurting it, it was reflecting. Within the amber light, Rowan saw, magnified and horrifyingly clear, the true nature of the night shard, not power, but profound, infinite lack. It was a bottomless pit of need, consuming everything yet forever empty, forever starving. The lens was forcing it to see its own desolation. The shard pulsed erratically, the dark tendrils flailing wildly. The greasy residue on its surface began to bubble and smoke. The waves of cold grew jagged, unstable. The barrier outside flickered violently. Rowan could feel the resistance weakening, the oppressive hunger momentarily stunned by the shock of its own reflection. Now, Rowan. Arania's mental shout cut through the chaos. This was the moment. He couldn't destroy the shard, but he could disrupt its anchor. Summoning every ounce of courage, Rowan lunged forward, not at the shard, but at the dead roots beneath it. He jammed the glowing morning jewel deep into the crumbling, decayed wood, right where the darkest tendrils emerged. He pushed it in with all his strength, then scrambled back, holding the lens steady, the beam unwavering. The pure, concentrated magic of the jewel, embedded at the source of the corruption, was like throwing water onto hot oil. A violent hiss filled the hollow. The night shard shuddered, its pulsing light stuttering. The dark tendrils connected to the barrier recoiled, snapping back towards the stone with a sound like cracking ice. The barrier outside flickered wildly, then with a sound like a sigh of release, it dissolved. Not vanished, but flowed back, retreating into the night shard like ink sucked into a bottle. The greasy residue on the stone solidified into a dull, inert crust. The pulsing stopped. The hunger ceased. The shard didn't vanish, but it became still, dormant once more, encased in a shell of its own corrupted residue and the spent magic of the jewel. The crushing cold lifted, replaced by the damp, earthy smell of the hollow, now just a hollow, not a prison. Rowan slumped against the mossy inner wall of the tree, gasping, trembling with exhaustion and relief. The dew lens was cool in his hand, its light dimmed. He had done it. Through the gap where the barrier had been, weak dawn light began to filter into the clearing. Arania's large form filled the opening. She gently helped Rowan out. Lumina zipped to his shoulder, her light pulsing rapidly with excitement and concern. The clearing felt different. The oppressive hum was gone. The air, while still cool and damp, felt clean, alive. The blackened moss near where the barrier had stood was already showing faint signs of green regrowth. "You were brave, little keeper," Arania's voice resonated warmly in his mind. Braveler than the tallest oak, you faced the void and showed it a mirror. The jewel, Rowan whispered, looking at the hollow tree. "Is it enough?" "The immediate drain is broken," Arania said, examining the dormant shard with several eyes. "The barrier is down, but the shard is wounded, not gone. The pure magic you embedded, it has created a seal, a counterweight to its hunger. It will sleep again deeply, but the woods, they need time and care, more than before." She turned her gaze to her magnificent, damaged web. "My loom is weakened. It will take seasons to reweave what was lost." Rowan looked at the two remaining morning jewels in his pouch, then at the dew lens. An idea sparked, fragile but hopeful. The jewels, they are concentrated magic, pure light, Could they help mend your threads? Could the lens help you see how to weave them stronger? Arania tilted her head, considering. She extended a delicate spinneret, touching the luminous silk of her web. The magic is similar, pure, undiluted. Yes, yes, I believe it could. She looked at the dew lens. And the lens, it sees the patterns, the flows of magic. It could guide my work, show me where the fabric is thin. A sense of profound understanding passed between them, dewkeeper and weaver, guardians of light and pattern. Rowan didn't hesitate. He offered Arania the 2 remaining jewels. For the loom, for the woods. Arania accepted them with surprising gentleness, cradling them in her palps. And I offer my threads, she resonated. When the moonflowers bloom, I will spin threads of captured moonlight to protect them, to help gather the dreams more safely. My web will shield the sources, as it was always meant to do. She gestured towards the path leading out. Go, Rowan Dewkeeper, tend your jewels, the dawn needs them. We will mend the woods together, you and I, from the glade and from the twilight. The journey back was different. The heart of the woods no longer felt oppressive, just deep and ancient and peaceful. Sunlight, real, warm sunlight, began to filter through the high canopy in places it hadn't reached in years. Birdsong, tentative but clear, echoed through the trees. As Rowan emerged from the dense growth into a familiar sun-dappled glade, the change was immediate. The air tasted sweeter, lighter. The leaves seemed greener, the moss springier underfoot. He reached his moonflower patch just as the first rays of true dawn painted the eastern sky. The flowers glowed with renewed vigor, their silver luminescence almost blinding. And on their petals, sparkling like diamonds strewn by a joyful giant, rested perfect morning jewels. Fat, radiant, brimming with swirling constellations of magic visible, even without the lens. Rowan knelt, tears of relief stinging his eyes. His fingers trembled as he began his work, collecting the jewels with a reverence deepened by the night's trial. Life returned to the whispering woods with a sigh of profound relief. Rainbows arched brighter over the dewy meadows. Fireflies danced in larger, more exuberant swarms. Flowers bloomed with colors unseen in seasons. The birds sang symphonies at dawn. Rowan's routine changed. Each dusk, before tending the moonflowers, he would journey to the edge of the twilight canopy. Sometimes Arania would be waiting, sometimes not. But always woven into the lower branches near the path, he would find a small, perfect gift, a tiny pouch of the strongest, most luminous spider silk, designed to hold the jewels safely, a dewdrop caught mid-fall, perfectly preserved in a filament of moonlight thread, or a small charm woven from fern fronds and stardust that seemed to whisper reassurance. He left offerings in return, a particularly bright jewel placed on a specific leaf, a vial of the clearest spring water, sometimes just sitting quietly, sharing the peace of the evening through their unique bond. He used the dew lens differently now. Not just to examine jewels, but sometimes to gaze towards the heart of the woods, seeing the faint, strengthening pulse of Arania's twilight loom, a vast, shimmering net of silver and blue light woven through the ancient trees, gathering and redistributing magic, reinforcing the seal around the dormant night shard. It was a shield, a healer, a silent partner in the dance of light and life. Rowan was still quiet. He still cherished the small glades and the soft plink of dewdrops. But his world had grown vast. He had journeyed into darkness and found not just fear, but an unexpected friend. He had faced the void with a mirror of light and a heart full of care for his small world. He understood now that even the smallest guardian, tending the tiniest drops of magic, held a thread in the vast tapestry of life. And that true strength often bloomed in the unlikeliest of friendships, woven together by shared purpose and quiet courage. As the fire crackled its final embers, casting the room in deep, peaceful shadows, remember Rowan, the dewkeeper, and Arania, the weaver in the twilight. Remember that even in the deepest dark, a single spark of kindness, a moment of bravery, and the bond of an unexpected friend can mend the world, one dewdrop, one silken thread at a time. Sleep now under the watchful stars, knowing that guardians, seen and unseen, tend the gentle magic of the world. Rest well. The dawn will come, bright and jeweled. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the window pane, a lullaby for the night. Settle in now, close your eyes, and let the warmth carry you away to the edge of a sleepy village, where the ordinary world brushed against something extraordinary. Young Finn lived in a cottage nestled where the cobbled streets of Meadowbrook met the ancient, sprawling expanse known as the Whispering Woods. Finn was a quiet child, thoughtful beyond his years, with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a heart that often felt too big for the bustling village life. He found solace not in the marketplace games, but in the quiet corners of his garden, tending to his grandmother's cherished moonpetal flowers, whose silvery blooms only unfurled fully under the starlight. Yet even that quiet joy was dimming. The moonpetals had begun to droop, their luminescence fading, and a strange, grayish mist had started to creep from the edges of the Whispering Woods towards the village, carrying with it an unnerving silence where birdsong used to be. One crisp autumn afternoon, while digging near the old oak stump at the very boundary of the woods, Finn's spade struck something hard and smooth. Brushing away the damp earth, he unearthed a curious object. It wasn't metal nor stone, but seemed carved from a single piece of dark, polished wood, warm to the touch. It was shaped like a compass, but instead of cardinal points, its face held intricate, swirling carvings that seemed to shift subtly when looked at directly. At its center, nestled in a small depression, was a smooth, milky white stone that pulsed with a faint, internal light. As Finn held it, a low hum vibrated through his palm, and a single word echoed softly in his mind, clear as a bell: Whisperwood. That night, under a sky thick with stars, the compass glowed more brightly, the stone pulsing like a captured heartbeat. It tugged gently in Finn's hand, its wooden needle pointing insistently towards the dark line of the Whispering Woods. The fading moonpetals seemed to sigh towards the woods, their remaining light flickering weakly. Finn felt a pull deeper than curiosity, a sense of responsibility, a whisper that he needed to go. Tucking the warm compass into his pocket, its hum a comforting presence, he slipped quietly out of the cottage, the damp grass cool beneath his bare feet. Crossing the boundary felt like stepping through an invisible curtain. The air changed instantly, becoming richer, cooler, and laden with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something ancient and green. The mist was thicker here, swirling around the gnarled roots of immense trees whose branches wove a dense canopy overhead, blocking out most of the starlight. Yet the compass glowed steadily, casting a soft, pearly radiance that pushed back the gloom, illuminating moss-covered boulders and intricate spiderwebs beaded with moisture. The silence was profound, broken only by the drip of water from leaves and the occasional rustle in the undergrowth that made Finn's heart skip. He followed the compass's pull deeper into the woods. The path, if it could be called that, was overgrown and treacherous. Roots snaked across the forest floor, rocks lurked beneath carpets of moss, and the mist coiled around his ankles like cold fingers. The compass guided him unerringly, its needle shifting minutely, leading him around impassable thickets and treacherous sinkholes masked by ferns. It felt less like an object and more like a patient, silent companion. After what felt like hours, the compass suddenly grew warmer. Its light flared, illuminating a small clearing. In the center stood a creature unlike anything Finn had ever imagined, let alone seen. It was roughly the size of a large badger, but covered in short, dense fur, the color of storm clouds shot through with streaks of iridescent blue. It had large, round eyes like polished amber, currently wide with surprise and suspicion, and long, tufted ears that twitched nervously. Its most striking feature was a pair of large, delicate wings, like those of a dragonfly but shimmering with the same iridescent blue as its fur, currently folded tightly against its back. It was perched on a toadstool, nibbling mournfully on a gray, withered mushroom. The creature froze, its amber eyes locking onto Finn and the glowing compass. A low growl rumbled in its chest. "HSSSD, what are you doing here, soft skin, trespassing, thieving?" Its voice was surprisingly deep and gravelly for its size, like stones tumbling in a brook. Finn stopped, holding up his hands slowly, the compass pulsing warmly in one palm. I didn't mean to trespass. My name is Finn. I found this compass. It led me here." He gestured with the glowing object. "The woods, they feel sick, and the mist is spreading to my village. My moon petals are dying." The creature's ears flattened against its head. "Sick HMPH, the woods are grieving, and why shouldn't they? Forgotten, abandoned, choked by silence and shadow." It puffed out its chest. "I am Thistle, keeper of the glimmering glade, or I was." Its defiance faltered, replaced by a profound weariness. It looked down at the withered mushroom. "The glade, the heart, it fades, the weave unravels, and I cannot mend it." A tremor ran through its small frame. Finn took a tentative step closer. "The heart, what heart, what's the weave? Maybe I can help, the compass brought me." Thistle eyed the compass warily. "The Whisperwood compass, lost for generations. It senses the weave, the living magic that binds the woods. The heart is the source, the glimmering glade, but it is hidden, protected, and now weakened." It looked at Finn, suspicion warring with a desperate hope. "Why would it lead you? Soft skins bring noise and axes, not healing." "Not me," Finn said softly, thinking of his quiet garden, his drooping moon petals. "I just want to understand, to help if I can. My grandmother said the woods and the village used to be friends. Maybe they can be again." Thistle studied Finn for a long moment, the silence stretching. Finally it gave a curt nod, a flicker of reluctant acceptance in its amber eyes. "The compass leads, Thistle follows for the glade, but no tricks, soft skin." It fluttered down from the toadstool, landing lightly on the moss beside Finn. "Call me Thistle, keeper titles seem hollow now." Thus began an unlikely partnership. Finn, guided by the warm pulse of the Whisperwood compass, and Thistle, navigating the deeper, older paths with an innate knowledge of the forest, moved deeper into the whispering woods. The journey was a revelation. The compass didn't just point the way, it reacted to the forest's ailment. When they passed a cluster of trees whose leaves were turning brittle and gray, the milky stone dimmed, and a faint, discordant chime echoed from it. Near a sluggish, murky stream choked with slime, the compass grew cold, its light flickering erratically. Thistle explained in his gruff way. "The weave is the song of the woods, the rustle of leaves, the chatter of streamlets, the buzz of insects, the memories held in ancient roots all woven together. The glimmering glade is the loom, the heart where the song is strongest, but the song is fading. Silence grows, shadows deepen, the mist is the wood's sorrow made visible." They encountered wonders, groves where luminescent fungi painted the ground in soft blues and greens, trees whose bark shimmered with veins of silver light, clear pools reflecting star patterns unseen in the sky above. But each wonder was marred by the encroaching grayness patches of dead, silent ground, streams running sluggish and dark, trees groaning as if in pain. The discordant chimes from the compass became more frequent. One evening, as they sheltered under a giant, hollowed-out willow, its once vibrant leaves now hanging limp, Finn shared his own quiet sorrow, the fading moon petals, the feeling of not quite belonging in the village, his grandmother's stories about the wood's old magic. Thistle, nibbling a slightly less withered mushroom Finn had found, listened intently. Then, hesitantly, Thistle spoke of his own burden. The glimmering glade wasn't just a place. It was sustained by joy, by connection, by the shared memories of all who lived within the woods and those who respected it. As the village grew distant, forgetting the old ways, and as fear replaced wonder, the connection frayed. Thistle felt every fraying thread as a physical ache. He tried everything ancient chants, tending the oldest trees, even attempting to sing the weave back into strength, but his own heart was heavy with loneliness and failure. "The song needs many voices," Thistle murmured, his voice softer than Finn had ever heard it. "One keeper's voice is not enough." The compass pulsed warmly against Finn's chest. He looked at Thistle, truly seeing the weariness beneath the bristly exterior, the deep love for the woods masked by grumpiness. Maybe it led me because I can hear the silence too, and maybe we can find more voices together." He offered Thistle a small, slightly squashed berry he'd saved. Thistle took the berry, a flicker of something like surprise crossing his face. He gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. Perhaps Finn, perhaps. Days blurred into nights. They forded streams turned sluggish and cold, climbed moss-slicked ridges where the mist clung thickest, and navigated valleys choked with gray, brittle ferns. The compass guided them through illusion's paths that doubled back, walls of thorn that seemed solid until the compass light touched them, revealing an opening. Thistle's knowledge saved them from hidden sinkholes and patches of quicksand, disguised as ordinary moss. They shared meager rations, Finn's dried bread and cheese, Thistle's knowledge of which forest grubs were surprisingly edible and which berries wouldn't make you see dancing badgers. Slowly, a grudging respect, then a tentative friendship, bloomed between the quiet boy and the gruff keeper. Finn learned to move with the forest's rhythm, to listen beyond the silence. Thistle, in turn, found himself sharing stories of the woods past glory of great gatherings under the moon, of trees that sang, of starlight distilled in dewdrops. Finally, after a particularly arduous climb up a sheer rock face guided by the compass's insistent light, they emerged onto a high plateau. Before them lay the glimmering glade. It was a sight that stole Finn's breath, even in its faded state. A vast natural amphitheater ringed by ancient, towering trees whose bark shimmered with embedded crystals that caught the weak sunlight filtering through the mist. At the very center stood an enormous, ancient oak, its gnarled trunk wider than Finn's cottage, its branches spreading like a protective canopy. But the crystals were dull, their light feeble. The great oak's leaves were sparse and tinged with gray. Moss that should have been emerald green was patchy and brown. A shallow pool at the oak's base, which Thistle called the memory pool, was murky and still, reflecting only the oppressive gray sky. The air hummed not with vibrant life, but with a low, discordant thrum that vibrated in Finn's bones, the sound of the weave unraveling. The mist here was thickest, swirling like smoke. "The heart," Thistle whispered, his voice thick with despair. He fluttered weakly to the base of the great oak, landing on a root. "See, the loom tree weakens, the pool remembers only sorrow, the song, it's almost gone." He slumped, his iridescent wings drooping. "The compass led you, Finn, but what can we do? The silence is too deep." Finn stood at the edge of the glade, the Whisperwood compass burning warmly against his palm, its light a defiant beacon in the gloom. He felt the immense sadness of the place, the weight of forgotten connections. He thought of his drooping moon petals, of the village elders dismissing the mist as just weather, of Thistle's loneliness. He thought of his grandmother's stories filled with laughter shared under these very trees, of offerings of song and gratitude, of the woods and village woven together. Suddenly, the compass pulsed intensely. Its light flared not outwards but inwards, bathing Finn in its pearly radiance. An image filled his mind, not a spell or a chant, but a feeling. A memory. The pure, simple joy he felt when his moon petals bloomed under the stars, the connection he felt to the tiny plants. He remembered Thistle's face when he'd accepted the berry, the flicker of surprise and connection. The answer wasn't force. It wasn't just Thistle's duty. It was connection. It was sharing the light inside, the small joys, the memories. Taking a deep breath, Finn walked slowly towards the murky memory pool. He knelt beside it, ignoring the cold dampness seeping through his trousers. He placed his hands on the compass, its warmth flowing into him. Closing his eyes, he didn't try to sing a grand song. Instead, he focused on a single, quiet memory. He pictured his grandmother's face, kind and lined, as she showed him how to plant the first moonpetal seed. He felt the cool earth under his small fingers, the anticipation, the shared wonder when the first silver shoot emerged. He poured that feeling, the warmth, the love, the simple joy of growth and connection into the compass. The milky stone blazed. A beam of pure, soft light, warm like starlight, shot from the compass and touched the surface of the murky memory pool. Where the light touched, the murkiness cleared, like ink dispersing in clean water. For a moment, the image of Finn's grandmother smiling, holding the tiny seedling, shimmered on the pool's surface. A soft gasp came from Thistle. Finn opened his eyes. The cleared patch of water glowed faintly. The discordant thrumming lessened just a fraction. Hope, fragile but real, flickered in Thistle's amber eyes. "Thistle," Finn called softly. "Your turn. Think of something good, something joyful you remember here." Thistle hesitated, then fluttered closer to the pool. He looked uncertain, then closed his eyes. He thought, Finn imagined, of sunbeams dappling the glade, of the crystal trees ablaze with light, perhaps of a time when other voices filled the air. A low, hesitant hum started in Thistle's chest, rough at first, then smoothing into a deep, resonant tone. It wasn't a song with words, but a pure note of remembrance and belonging. As he hummed, a tiny spark of iridescent blue light, like a captured firefly, drifted from him and touched the pool beside Finn's clearing patch. The water there cleared too, showing a fleeting image of the glade bathed in golden sunlight. Encouraged, Finn focused again. He thought of the first time he saw a shooting star, the awe that filled him. Another beam of light, another patch of the pool cleared, shimmering with starry reflections. Thistle, gaining confidence, hummed louder, recalling the scent of rain on hot earth in the glade, releasing another spark of blue light. Finn remembered the taste of wild strawberries Thistle had shown him, the burst of sweetness. Light. Thistle remembered the feeling of the wind under his wings on a clear day. Light. They worked together, boy and keeper, kneeling by the pool. Finn shared quiet human joys, the comfort of a warm hearth on a rainy night, the smell of baking bread, the sound of his grandmother's laughter. Thistle poured in the deep, ancient joys of the forest, the unfurling of a fern, the chatter of squirrels at dawn, the silent strength of the oldest trees. Each memory, each spark of joy, each moment of connection, channeled through the Whisperwood compass, became a beam of light or a spark of blue energy that touched the memory pool, clearing the murkiness patch by patch. The discordant thrumming faded, replaced by a soft, harmonious hum that rose from the pool itself, weaving together their disparate melodies. As the pool cleared, reflecting not sorrow but the shared tapestry of their memories and joys, the change rippled outward. The crystals embedded in the surrounding trees began to glow brighter, their light pulsing in time with the hum. The gray tinge receded from the loom tree's leaves, replaced by a vibrant, healthy green. The moss at its base turned emerald and plush. The mist within the glade didn't vanish, but it thinned dramatically, becoming a soft, luminous haze that diffused the growing light beautifully. The air itself felt lighter, warmer, alive with the returning song of the weave, a complex, beautiful melody woven from rustling leaves, trickling water, insect buzz, bird calls tentatively starting again in the distance, and the deep, resonant hum of the loom tree itself, strengthened by their offering. Finn and Thistle sat back, exhausted but filled with a profound, quiet awe. The glimmering glade was still regaining its strength, but the heart was beating again, strong and steady. The Whisperwood compass in Finn's hand was warm but calm, its light soft and constant, the milky stone glowing with a serene inner light. The needle pointed steadily towards the great oak. "We did it," Finn breathed, his voice barely a whisper. Thistle looked around, his amber eyes wide, reflecting the burgeoning light. He looked at Finn, the suspicion gone, replaced by a depth of gratitude and newfound respect. "We did," he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. "The song, it remembers, the connection, it lives." He fluttered up and landed gently on Finn's shoulder, a surprising but comforting weight. "You brought the lost voice, Finn, the voice of remembering, the voice of the heart." The journey back felt different. The whispering woods were still healing, but the oppressive silence was gone. Birds tentatively sang melodies. Streams chuckled over stones, clearer now. The mist had receded to the deepest hollows, no longer threatening the village boundary. The gray, dead patches were smaller, showing signs of green shoots pushing through. The compass guided them, but its pull was gentle, content. Finn carried it not just as a guide, but as a symbol of the bond forged. When they finally emerged from the tree line near Finn's cottage, dawn was painting the sky in streaks of pink and gold. Finn's grandmother stood in the garden, her face lined with worry that melted into disbelief, and then radiant joy. For there in Finn's moonpetal patch, every single flower had unfurled fully, their silvery petals glowing with an ethereal light even in the dawn, healthier and more luminous than they had been in years. The creeping gray mist was gone from the village edge. Finn ran to her, Thistle fluttering discreetly to perch on the garden fence, watching. Finn poured out the tale, the compass, the sick woods, Thistle, the fading glade, the journey, the memory pool, the sharing of memories and light. His grandmother listened, tears glistening in her eyes. She nodded slowly. "The old bond," she whispered. "We forgot to listen, we forgot to share our song." News spread through Meadowbrook, not with alarm, but with wonder. Finn, once the quiet boy, became a bridge. He showed the elders the Whisperwood compass, though it only glowed warmly for him and his grandmother, and he spoke of Thistle and the glimmering glade. Hesitantly at first, then with growing enthusiasm, villagers began to visit the edge of the whispering woods. Not to take, but to listen. To leave simple offerings of song or stories, or well wishes whispered to the wind. Children left drawings of the woods. The blacksmith, inspired, forged a small wind chime with leaves and acorns, and hung it where the breeze caught it, adding its gentle melody to the forest's edge. Finn visited Thistle often. Sometimes Thistle would grumble about soft-skin noise, but he always met Finn by the old oak stump, and sometimes he'd even venture closer to the village, hidden in the twilight, listening to the laughter and songs drifting out. The keeper was no longer alone. The weave grew stronger, fed by the renewed connection. Finn kept the Whisperwood compass on his windowsill. It no longer tugged him into the deep woods, but it often glowed softly, especially on nights when the moon petals bloomed, or when he sat quietly, remembering his journey. It was a reminder that the greatest magic wasn't in grand spells or hidden powers, but in the quiet courage to listen, the willingness to reach out to the unexpected, and the simple, profound power of sharing joy and memory. It reminded him that even the smallest voice, when woven together with others in kindness and understanding, could mend a broken song and light the way home. The mist never returned to Meadowbrook's edge. The whispering woods thrived, a symphony of life once more, its song a gentle counterpoint to the village sounds. And on quiet nights, if you listened very carefully near the old oak stump, you might hear the deep, contented hum of a keeper, and the soft, answering laughter of a boy who had discovered that friendship and understanding could bloom in the most unexpected places, and that every heart, no matter how small or seemingly different, holds a light that can help heal the world. Sleep now, little one, wrapped in the warmth of that knowing. The fire crackles low, the rain whispers on the roof, and the world is full of quiet, interconnected magic. Dream well. In a quaint village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and a gentle stream that sang softly as it wound its way through the countryside, there lived a young woman named Linnea. Her home was a modest cottage, its roof adorned with moss and ivy, and its windows framed by cheerful boxes bursting with lavender and daisies. Linnea was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she was often troubled by the winds of change that seemed to blow ever stronger in her life. Each morning she would awaken to the sweet melody of bird song, the air alive with the scent of dew-kissed grass and blooming wildflowers. But beneath this serene surface, Linnea felt an unease growing within her, like a vine creeping through her soul. She feared the unknown changes that loomed in the distance, much like the approaching autumn wind that rustled through the trees, turning their leaves to gold. Her life had been simple and predictable, revolving around the village and its gentle rhythms. She tended her garden, baked bread, and often helped her neighbors with their daily tasks. However, as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a yearning for something beyond what she knew, yet she was hesitant to embrace it, fearing what it might bring. One crisp, clear morning, as Linnea wandered through the village square, she noticed an unfamiliar figure setting up a colorful stall draped with vibrant silks and shimmering trinkets. This was Marisol, a traveling enchantress known for her wisdom and the magical wonders she carried in her caravan. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Linnea approached, her curiosity piqued by the mystical aura that surrounded Marisol. Marisol welcomed her with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, dear Linnea," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze, "I see in you a heart that longs for growth and transformation, yet fears the journey it may require." Linnea nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "I feel something inside me changing, but I don't know what to do. How can I embrace what I don't understand?" With a knowing look, Marisol reached beneath her counter and retrieved a small, intricately carved box. "This," she said, presenting it to Linnea, "is a seed of transformation. Plant it under the full moon, and it will guide you on your path to discovery." Clutching the box to her chest, Linnea thanked Marisol and returned home, her heart alight with a mix of hope and uncertainty. That evening, as the silver moon hung like a lantern in the sky, she ventured into her garden, the cool earth soft beneath her feet. With a deep breath, she planted the seed, feeling a strange warmth spread through her fingers as she covered it with soil. In the days that followed, Linnea tended the spot with care, watering it with love and anticipation. Slowly, a delicate sprout emerged, its leaves unfurling like tiny green hands, reaching for the sky. As it grew, Linnea found herself drawn into a world of wonder, for the plant was unlike any she had ever seen, its petals shimmering with colors that danced in the sunlight. With each passing day, Linnea noticed changes within herself, mirroring the plant's growth. She became more attuned to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the songs of the birds. Her heart, once heavy with doubt, began to lighten, filled with a newfound sense of purpose and connection to the world around her. The villagers, too, noticed the change in Linnea. Her eyes sparkled with a vitality that seemed to brighten even the cloudiest days. Encouraged by her transformation, they sought her advice, drawn to her warmth and wisdom. Linnea, in turn, found joy in sharing her journey, realizing that by helping others, she was also nurturing her own spirit. One afternoon, as she sat beneath the shade of an ancient oak, her friend Tomas joined her. Tomas was a gentle soul with a love for stories and a knack for seeing the world in hues of wonder. "Linnea," he said, his voice soft and thoughtful, "the changes in you are like the seasons, inevitable and beautiful. You've learned to dance with them, and that is the true magic." Linnea smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "The seed Marisol gave me was just the beginning," she replied. "It taught me that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. Every leaf that falls, every blossom that blooms, carries a lesson if we're willing to listen." As the seasons continued to turn, Linnea's garden flourished, a testament to her journey of growth and self-discovery. She had learned that change, like the gentle flow of the stream, could lead to new and wondrous places. Her fears had dissolved like morning mist, replaced by a deep-seated belief in the beauty of life's ever-unfolding path. And so, in the heart of the village where magic and wisdom mingled beneath the starlit sky, Linnea found her place. She had become a beacon of hope, reminding all those around her that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, daring step into the unknown. As the sun set over the hills, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Linnea stood in her garden, surrounded by the soft hum of twilight. She whispered a silent thank you to Marisol and the seed that had set her on this path of discovery. For in the gentle embrace of nature and the kindness of others, she had found the courage to grow, to change, and to truly become herself. And so, dear reader, as you drift into the gentle embrace of sleep, remember that, like Linnea, you too can find magic in the changes life brings. For every challenge holds the promise of growth, and every ending is but the beginning of a new and wondrous journey. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded. It was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Granddad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup, it feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined great-aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes." "The cup of echoes," Ben breathed. "Indeed," Thistle nodded gravely. "It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now, it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home. But—" his small shoulders slumped. "The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever." Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. "The great echo, what is it? How can it fade?" "It's the heart song of the glen," Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song. But the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer. Well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening. Ben understood the unspoken plea. Can I help? Can I go there through the cup? Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping. Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. You did it, oh splendid. Welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben. The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. We need to follow the fading song to its source, Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends. Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found? Both, perhaps, Zephyr, Thistle chuckled. This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it. Zephyr buzzed excitedly. Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather. But it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy. She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. I can guide you. Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain. His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. We seek the source of the silence, Moss, Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones. Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come. The journey through the Whispering Glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet, the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. "Go away." Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. "Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe." He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. "See, told you, all boom and no listen." Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. "Grumble, old friend," he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. "The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks." Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. "Silence is solid, safe." Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. "The stones are strong," he murmured, echoing Moss. "They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song." He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. "Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts." Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, Grumble, silence isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at Moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. Alone, he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. The song hurt. No, Ben said softly, still kneeling. The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the Glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup. He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. Gentle, he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. Comfort. Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song, touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the Glen, the kindness of Thistle, Zephyr, and Moss, the newfound understanding for Grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone-toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half-closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben. The Glen remembers. We all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep "thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander, whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. Well done, young willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart. With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Leela met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Leo always felt the forest called to him. While other children chased hoops through cobblestone streets, he'd linger by the edge of Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stood like sentinels guarding secrets. One crisp autumn afternoon, as amber leaves pirouetted to the mossy ground, a glint beneath a gnarled root caught his eye. It wasn't a stone or lost coin, but a smooth, egg-sized crystal humming with soft, internal light, shifting from dawn pink to twilight blue as he cradled it. Instinctively he whispered, "Hello." The crystal pulsed warmly against his palm, and the air before him shimmered like disturbed water. A hidden archway woven from ivy and starlight materialized between two trees. Curiosity, bright and insistent, nudged him forward. Stepping through was like diving into a sunlit pond. The forest transformed. Giant bioluminescent mushrooms glowed along velvet-soft paths. Trees bore fruit like crystallized honey, and the air tasted of rain-kissed petals and cinnamon. This was Sylvanara, a realm folded within Whisperwood, vibrant yet strangely silent. Leo soon discovered why. The heartwood tree, source of Sylvanara's magic, was fading. Its colossal trunk, once pulsing with golden sap, now showed cracks like dried riverbeds. Leaves, normally singing in the breeze, fell brittle and mute. A mournful tremor ran through the ground beneath Leo's feet. His guide appeared unexpectedly, a creature no taller than his knee, with bark-like skin, mossy hair, and eyes like chips of peridot. "I am Bramble," it rasped, voice like rustling leaves. Bramble belonged to the rootlings, shy guardians of the heartwood. "The weave weakens," Bramble explained, pointing a twiggy finger at Leo's crystal. "That is a keystone, it chose you. Only a bond between rootling and keeper can mend the heartwood." Leo hesitated. He was just a quiet boy. How could he mend magic? But Bramble's eyes held desperate hope, and the keystone glowed reassuringly. An unexpected friendship sparked, human and rootling, bound by a shared purpose. Their journey began at the Whispering Falls, where liquid moonlight cascaded into a pool, holding the first fragment of the fractured weave. To reach it, they needed to calm the agitated water sprites, whose songs usually soothed the falls but now crackled with discord. Bramble knew their language, a symphony of droplet chimes and ripple sighs, but fear made Leo clumsy. His first attempts to mimic the sounds with the keystone's aid produced jarring notes, scattering the sprites. Discouraged, Leo sat by the pool. Bramble didn't scold. Instead, it placed a small hand on Leo's wrist. "Listen not with ears," it murmured, "but with the quiet place inside." Leo closed his eyes, feeling the keystone's warmth sink with his heartbeat. He heard not noise but the sprite's sorrow, a melody of loneliness. Humming softly, Leo poured that understanding through the crystal. Gentle blue light flowed, weaving harmony into the discord. The sprites swirled joyfully, gifting him the shimmering fragment. Leo learned his first lesson: true listening heals. Next came the veil of echoing winds, a canyon where breezes carried memories. The second fragment lay atop a treacherous spire, guarded by invisible wind dancers, spirits who tested resolve by amplifying doubt. As Leo climbed, the winds hissed his deepest fears. "You don't belong here, you'll fail them." Bramble clung to his shoulder, whispering encouragement, but the voices grew louder, chilling his bones. Paralyzed halfway up, Leo gripped the keystone. It flared, projecting an image. Bramble's trusting gaze, the heartwood's fading light, the sprite's renewed song. Courage wasn't the absence of fear, he realized, but choosing to act despite it. "I belong now," he declared into the gale. The keystone blazed, scattering the doubting winds like smoke. He climbed, hand over hand, the winds now humming with approval as he claimed the second fragment. Courage, he learned, is a choice echoed in action. Their path then led underground to the crystal caves. Glowing geodes lit their way, but the third fragment lay deep within, protected by the stone sentinels, massive, slow-moving beings who valued wisdom above all. To pass, they had to solve the sentinel's riddle, what grows lighter with every burden it bears. Bramble scratched its mossy head. Feather. The sentinels remained impassive. A smile. Leo guessed. No response. They pondered as the earth rumbled impatiently. Leo thought of the keystone's weight in his pocket, of Bramble's unwavering faith, of Sylvanara's fading beauty. "Trust," he said softly. The more burdens trust carries, fear, doubt, hardship, the lighter the heart becomes because you don't carry them alone. The sentinel's stony faces softened into something like approval. The cave walls parted, revealing the fragment. Wisdom, Leo understood, blooms in shared burdens. The final trial awaited at the heartwood itself. The great tree stood gaunt, its life force dim. To restore the weave, Leo and Bramble had to channel all three fragments through the keystone simultaneously, weaving light and intention into the cracks. But the shadow vines, parasitic tendrils feeding on the heartwood's weakness, thrashed violently, repelling their light. Bramble darted forward, trying to distract them, but a vine lashed out, trapping the small rootling. "Leo!" Bramble cried, struggling as the vine tightened. Panic seized Leo. Alone, facing the monstrous vines, his friend in peril, the old whispers of inadequacy surged. He clutched the keystone, now holding all three fragments. They pulsed erratically, mirroring his fear. Then he saw Bramble's face, not fear but absolute trust. "The quiet place inside," Bramble gasped. Leo closed his eyes. He remembered the sprite's harmony, the wind's challenge, the sentinel's riddle. He felt the keystone not as a tool, but as an extension of his friendship with Bramble, his care for Sylvanara. Calm washed over him. He didn't fight the vines, he poured light into them, light filled with understanding, courage, wisdom, and profound friendship. The light wasn't harsh, but warm and accepting. The shadow vines shuddered, not destroyed, but transformed. They softened, greened, and gently retracted, becoming flowering tendrils that curled protectively around the heartwood's base. Leo ran to Bramble, the keystone flaring as it effortlessly dissolved the vine. Together, they placed their hands on the heartwood's trunk. The three fragments merged within the crystal, unleashing a river of pure, golden light. It flowed into the cracks, sealing them with seams of living gold. Sap, bright and singing, surged through the branches. Leaves unfurled, shimmering emerald and singing a chorus of pure, clear notes that resonated through Sylvanara. The realm exhaled, vibrant and whole. The weave was restored, stronger than before, thrumming with the power of their bond. Bramble beamed, peridot eyes shining. "You were never just a boy, Leo. You were the keeper Sylvanara needed." The heartwood showered them in glowing pollen that smelled of deep earth and new beginnings. The archway shimmered back into view. Saying goodbye was bittersweet. Bramble pressed a small, luminous acorn from the heartwood into Leo's hand. "So you remember," it whispered. Sylvanara is always with you, and so am I. Stepping back into his own world, Leo found the sun setting over Whisperwood, painting the sky in Sylvanara's colors. The keystone had vanished, but the acorn glowed warmly in his pocket. He wasn't the same quiet boy. He carried Sylvanara's light within him, the harmony of listening, the strength of chosen courage, the weightlessness of shared trust, and the unbreakable warmth of a friendship that crossed worlds. That night, as he lay in bed, the acorn pulsed gently on his nightstand, casting dancing leaf shadows on the wall. Outside his window, the wind through Whisperwood sounded remarkably like a contented sigh, and Leo drifted to sleep, a small smile on his lips, forever keeper of a hidden world and a friendship written in starlight and roots. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft, white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. "But," Fendrel cautioned, "this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond." Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. "How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance?" Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. "By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive." Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. "So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues." "Exactly," Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. "And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts." As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Leo always believed the woods behind his cottage held secrets. Not the ordinary kind, like where squirrels hid their acorns, but deeper, older mysteries. Every evening he'd sit by his window, watching fireflies blink like fallen stars above the ferns. But lately the lights had dimmed, leaving the forest cloaked in an unsettling gloom. On his 10th birthday, Leo's grandmother pressed a smooth, milky white stone into his palm. "This," she whispered, her eyes crinkling like dried apple peels, "is a moonstone. It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, who could see what others couldn't. Keep it close when the world feels too dark." That night, unable to sleep, Leo crept into the woods, the moonstone warm against his skin. As moonlight filtered through the oaks, the stone began to glow, softly at first, then brighter, painting silver veins across the moss. Suddenly a path shimmered into view, woven from cobwebs and starlight, winding toward the ancient willow-heart tree. Its trunk, wider than Leo's cottage, pulsed with a faint, golden light. Heart pounding, Leo touched the bark. It rippled like water, and he tumbled through into a world drenched in twilight hues. Here, the air smelled of crushed mint and damp earth. Giant mushrooms glowed violet, and rivers of liquid amber flowed between roots. But the fireflies, now enormous, with wings like stained glass, drifted listlessly, their light sputtering. A small creature darted from behind a toadstool. No taller than Leo's knee, it had velvety fur the color of moss, ears like fern fronds, and anxious, lantern-yellow eyes. "You're human," it gasped, voice like rustling leaves. "I'm Pip, and you shouldn't be here. The glimmer is fading." Pip explained that this realm, the Valewood, thrived on light, especially the firefly's glow, which fueled the magic keeping the Valewood hidden. But a creeping chill was devouring the light, withering flowers and silencing the crystal crickets. "It started when the Shadowkin arrived," Pip murmured, pointing to Inkai smudges staining the tree trunks. "They're not evil, just lost, and terribly cold." Leo held up the moonstone. Its light flared, pushing back the nearest shadow. Pip's eyes widened. "The Heartstone, legends say it can mend broken light." Together they devised a plan: follow the Amber River to the Crystal Peaks, where the oldest fireflies nested. Perhaps there they'd find answers. Their journey was a tapestry of wonders and perils. They crossed the Bridge of Whispers, made of singing reeds that hummed warnings when shadows neared. In the moss grove they met elderly tortoises whose shells glittered with embedded quartz, who spoke in riddles. "To warm what's cold, seek not the blaze, but the spark within the haze." Deeper in the Valewood they faced the Shiverwind, a gust that stole warmth from bones. Leo shared his woolen scarf with Pip, wrapping them both tight, while the moonstone glowed like a tiny hearth. "Friendship," Pip chirped through chattering teeth, "is a good shield against the cold." One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow log, Leo noticed Pip shivering, wings drooping. "Your light's dimming too," Leo realized, horrified. Pip nodded. The shadow can drain warmth just by being near. They're lonely, I think. Loneliness can make you cold. Leo remembered winters by his grandmother's fire, how stories and hot cocoa thawed his own solitude. An idea sparked. What if we helped them? At the crystal peaks they found the firefly nests, great geodes pulsing with frail light. But curled beside them was a shadowkin. Unlike the smudges in the trees, this one had a shape, a wispy, wolf-like creature made of swirling smoke, with eyes like frozen ponds. It whimpered, reaching toward the fireflies, but recoiling as their light guttered. It's hurting them by accident, Leo breathed. Stepping forward, Leo raised the moonstone. Instead of driving the shadowkin away, he focused on the warmth Pip had kindled in his chest, the warmth of trust, of shared laughs under glowing mushrooms, of Pip braiding starflowers into his hair. The stone blazed not with harsh light, but with a gentle, golden radiance. The shadowkin flinched, then stilled as the glow washed over it. Slowly its smoky form softened, revealing fur as white as birch bark, and eyes thawing into warm amber. "You see me," it rasped. Its name was Frost, and it had wandered into the Valewood through a crack in the mountains, drawn by the firefly's glow but cursed with a chill that extinguished light. "I only wanted to be near something warm," Frost whispered. "But my touch brings frost." Leo understood then, Frost wasn't a thief, but a prisoner of its own nature. The trio huddled together, Leo's arms around Pip and Frost. Frost trembled. "I'm so tired of being cold." Pip placed a tiny paw on Frost's muzzle. "Let's share our warmth." Leo pressed the moonstone to Frost's chest. He poured every memory of kindness into it, grandmother's stories, Pip's laughter, the tortoise's wisdom. The stone pulsed, and Frost's fur began to shimmer. Not with borrowed light, but with a soft, internal glow, like dawn breaking through mist. As Frost's new warmth spread, the fireflies stirred. One by one their wings brightened, casting prismatic rays across the peaks. The shadowkin smudges on the trees dissolved, revealing woodpeckers with emerald feathers and squirrels that glowed like coals. The Valewood itself sighed, roots uncurling, rivers running clear and bright. "You mended the glimmer," Pip breathed. But the moonstone's light was fading. Leo knew his time here was ending. At the willowheart tree, Frost nuzzled his hand. "Thank you for seeing me." Pip pressed a luminous flower into Leo's palm. "Whenever you feel lost, this will glow, so you remember." Leo stepped through the rippling bark, emerging into his own woods just as dawn pinked the sky. Back home, the fireflies danced brighter than ever. Leo kept the moonstone on his windowsill. Some nights when the moon was full, he'd glimpse a moss-eared silhouette waving from the ferns, or feel a warm breeze that smelled of amber and mint. He'd smile, touching the now dull stone. It had taught him that light wasn't just to banish darkness, it was to welcome what lingered there, to offer warmth instead of fear. And in the quiet moments before sleep, Leo would whisper stories into the dark, knowing somewhere in the Valewood, a creature with birch bark fur and gentle amber eyes was listening, finally warm at last. The ancient starship drifted silently through the velvet expanse of space, its hull scarred by micrometeorites and dusted with starlight. Within its cavernous botanical garden, a forgotten oasis of towering ferns and bioluminescent flowers, two very different explorers first laid eyes on each other. Pip was a small, furry being from the mist-shrouded forests of Veridia. With large, luminous eyes adapted to twilight and delicate paws that barely disturbed the moss beneath them, they communicated through soft chirps and expressive ear twitches. Across a bubbling stream of liquid starlight stood Kale. Born on the crystalline mountains of Solara Prime, their bodies shimmered with embedded geodes that refracted light into rainbows. Kale spoke in deep, resonant hums that vibrated through the metal floor plates. Sure whistle. Pip trilled nervously, flattening their silver-tipped ears. They'd never seen a walking mountain before. Hoo and Brumble, Kale responded, mistaking Pip's cautious posture for aggression. A protective layer of sharp quartz spines emerged from their shoulders with a sound like cracking ice. Thus began the great misunderstanding. For 3 planetary rotations, they avoided each other. Pip hid among weeping willow ferns when Kale's heavy footsteps echoed through the garden's overgrown paths. Kale, believing the tiny creature to be a territorial pest, deliberately took wide detours around the berry thickets Pip favored. Pip thought Kale's crystal glow was a predatory lure. Kale assumed Pip's shimmering fur was a warning of toxicity. Both were desperately lonely. The turning point came when the ship's decaying gravity generator faltered. Floating pollen became dangerous projectiles, and a massive century-old glowwood tree tore from its roots, crashing toward Pip's nest. With a panicked squeak, Pip scrambled only to get tangled in vine tendrils. Kale, without thinking, lunged forward. Their crystalline arms braced against the trunk with a sound like grinding glaciers, stopping the tree centimeters from Pip's head. Quartz spines shattered against the bark. Whir. Pip trembled, staring at the glittering shards. Regret hum Kale resonated softly, retracting their damaged spines. Not harm. Slowly, Pip nudged a fallen starberry toward Kale. The crystal being hesitated, then absorbed the offering through a palm facet, emitting a surprised ping of delight. Pip's ears perked up the universal sound of sweetness. Their shared challenge began hours later. A klaxon wailed the ship's failing core, threatened to implode. Lights flickered as emergency bulkheads slammed down, sealing them in the engine access corridor. Pip's sensitive nose wrinkled at the acrid stench of melting conduits. Kale's facets dimmed under stress. Escape, Pip chirped, pointing delicate claws at the ceiling vent. Too small, Kale hummed mournfully, too large to fit. Fix core. Pip gestured at the pulsing, erratic energy sphere behind cracked shielding. Too dangerous, Pip shivered one energy surge could vaporize them. They huddled together as the corridor heated. Pip noticed Kale's facets glowing erratically not with fear, but with concentrated data streams. You know machines. Memory stones, Kale tapped their chest, where ancestral knowledge crystallized, but cannot reach panel. The control interface was behind a warped door only Pip could squeeze through, and the manual override. A heavy lever requiring Kale's strength. Silence hung between them, thick with unspoken trust. Then Pip nuzzled Kale's rough hand. Show. Kale projected holographic schematics from their palm. Pip watched, whiskers twitching in concentration. Hot wires blew to gold. A firm hum. Danger close. Pip took a shuddering breath and darted through the gap. Inside the chamber, radiation alarms screamed. Following Kale's projected instructions, Pip's tiny paws reconnected frayed neural cables, singing fur in the process. Kale now. Outside, Kale threw their full weight against the lever. Metal shrieked in protest. Hurry. Pip's pained chirp echoed. With a roar that shook dust from the ceiling, Kale shattered a facet pouring crystalline energy into the mechanism. The lever slammed home. Coolant flooded the chamber. Pip tumbled out, fur smoking. Kale gathered them gently, applying soothing mineral paste to burns. For the first time, Pip heard Kale's true voice beneath the hums, a melody of sorrow and solitude from a shattered homeworld. In turn, Pip shared their own loss through chirped lullabies how Viridia's forests burned, leaving them adrift. As the ship stabilized, they sat beneath a holographic nebula projection. Kale carefully repaired Pip's singed fur with adhesive gem dust. Why help? Pip chirped. You small, but heart big. Kale pulsed warm amber light. Alone no more. Pip nestled against Kale's sturdy form, purring a harmony to Kale's grounding hum. They didn't notice the ship's navigation system reactivating, charting a course toward an uncharted green and blue planet. Nor did they see the ship's central display flicker to life, revealing its original mission, arc of understanding seeking common ground. What mattered was the quiet understanding flowing between them, Kale's strength sheltering Pip's fragility, Pip's agility mending Kale's broken facets. When Pip offered a foraged moonmint leaf, Kale didn't absorb it. Instead, they cradled it in a palm, marveling at its delicate veins. When Kale shared a memory stone's soft glow, Pip didn't flinch. They curled within the light, bathing in its warmth. The true test came upon landing. Hostile native fauna surrounded the ship, screeching, clawed creatures drawn by the crash. Pip froze, terror-stilling their song. Kale stepped forward, spines extended, but the creatures swarmed. One lunged, fangs snapping toward Pip. Without thinking, Pip darted up Kale's arm and stood atop their head, puffing their fur and emitting an ear-splitting, ultrasonic shriek, a Viridian forest warden's cry. The creatures recoiled, confused. Seizing the moment, Kale struck the ground, creating a harmonic tremor that scattered them. Afterward, Pip trembled against Kale's neck. Never made big noise before. Courage found, Kale hummed proudly, their facets glowing sunset orange. Together, they built a shelter from salvaged ship panels. Kale lifted and shaped, Pip wove insulating vines. Kale learned to read Pip's subtle ear lifts and tail twitches. Pip deciphered Kale's complex hum spectrums. When Kale accidentally stepped on Pip's favorite moss garden, instead of fleeing, Pip guided their massive foot away with gentle pats. When Pip fell ill from alien pollen, Kale stayed awake for days, humming healing frequencies learned from Solara's wind-hewn caves. One evening, as twin moons rose, they shared stories. Kale projected holograms of crystalline cities singing under auroras. Pip chirped tales of emerald canopies alive with firefly symphonies. They realized their homes weren't gone, they lived in each other's memories, made brighter by sharing. Friends. Pip asked softly, placing a paw on Kale's warmest facet. More Kale resonated, enveloping Pip in a gentle, light-filled embrace. Family found. Years later, their shelter had blossomed into a thriving homestead. Solar vines climbed walls Kale had forged. Pip's terraced gardens cascaded down hillsides. Galactic travelers would visit, marveling at the crystalline wood structure and the legends of two beings who spoke different languages yet shared one heart. Pip would greet them with a chirp, perched safely on Kale's shoulder. Kale would hum a welcome, their facets glowing with contentment. And on quiet nights, when the moons cast silver paths across the meadow, they'd sit beneath the stars, Kale's resonance a steady heartbeat against Pip's purring melody. No words were needed. The ship's final log, discovered long after, said it best. Understanding is not the absence of difference, but the gentle bridge built across it. Sometimes the bridge begins with a berry and ends with a shared sky. The distant hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was usually a comfort to Kip, a small, fur-covered botanist from the mist-shrouded planet of Glimmerfell. Tonight, however, it felt thin and strained against the backdrop of the unfamiliar void. Kip clutched a sprig of luminous moon moss, its soft blue glow reflecting in their wide, dark eyes as they studied the ship's other occupant, Borvan. Borvan hailed from Xerxes Prime, a world of scorching sands and towering mesas. He was easily 3 times Kip's size, his body covered in plates of smooth, heat-resistant stone that shifted subtly with his movements. His eyes, deep-set in obsidian black, seemed to absorb the light. He was the ship's engineer, a stoic figure who communicated mostly in low rumbles and practical actions. They'd been assigned together for this deep space survey mission, Kip to catalog exotic flora, Borvan to maintain the ship, and the journey had been quiet. Too quiet. Kip found Borvan intimidating, his silence misinterpreted as disapproval. Borvan, in turn, found Kip's constant nervous fluttering and tendency to communicate in soft, complex patterns of bioluminescent flashes across their fur utterly baffling and slightly alarming. Approaching survey coordinates, System Zeta-7, the ship's comm AI announced. Planetary body designated Whisper shows promising atmospheric readings for non-sentient botanical life. Kip perked up, their fur rippling with hopeful green streaks. Finally, Whisper is said to have cryoblooms that survive in absolute zero. Imagine the adaptations. Borvan merely grunted, a sound like pebbles tumbling down a slope, and focused on the console. He tapped a sequence, and the ship shuddered violently. Warning lights flared crimson across the bridge. Gravimetric shear detected. The AI's voice lost its calm. Structural integrity compromised. Brace for impact. The universe tilted. Kip let out a high-pitched chirp, instinctively flashing frantic red patterns of fear. Borvan roared, not in anger but in effort, wrestling with the controls. Metal screamed. The viewscreen showed a swirling vortex of ice and debris they'd hit an uncharted asteroid field, cloaked by Whisper's perpetual ice storms. With a final, sickening lurch, the Stardust Weaver slammed into something unforgivingly solid. The lights died, replaced by the harsh, intermittent strobe of emergency beacons. Silence descended, thick and cold, broken only by the hiss of escaping atmosphere and Kip's terrified whimpers. Borvan was the first to move, his stone plates scraping against the buckled deck. He located Kip huddled beneath a collapsed console, trembling violently, their fur pulsing erratic, frightened reds and oranges. Borvan reached out a massive hand. Kip flinched, flashing a bright, defensive yellow, a glimmerfell signal for back off. Borvan froze. He misinterpreted the flash not as fear, but as aggression, a warning flare. On Xerxes, bright lights often signaled danger or territorial challenge. He rumbled low in his chest, a sound of confusion and frustration. He needed to get them both off this dying ship, but this tiny, flashing creature seemed determined to hinder him. Cold, Kip managed to whisper, their voice thin. So cold. Their breath misted in the rapidly dropping temperature. Whisper lived up to its name, a frozen ball of ice and howling winds. Borvan understood that word. He looked at Kip's thin fur, then at the jagged tear in the hull, revealing a landscape of blinding white and razor-sharp ice spires. Survival here required cooperation, however baffling his companion might be. Heaving a sigh that sounded like grinding rocks, he pointed a thick finger towards the emergency locker, then mimicked shivering. He then pointed firmly towards the exit hatch. Kip, teeth chattering, understood the gesture, if not the rumbling. Survival. They needed to get out. Nodding shakily, their fur dimming to a wary, pale blue, they scrambled towards the locker. Inside were thermal suits. Kip struggled with the bulky, human-sized suit. Borvan watched for a moment, then, moving with surprising gentleness, knelt and helped Kip fasten the seals, his large, stone fingers surprisingly deft. Kip flashed a hesitant, grateful turquoise. Borvan blinked, unsure what it meant, but the lack of aggressive yellow was a relief. Outside, the cold was a physical blow. The wind screamed, laden with ice crystals that stung like needles. The wreckage of the Stardust Weaver was already half buried in drifts. Borvan, his stone body naturally insulating, scanned the desolate landscape. Kip, bundled in the suit, pointed a shaky hand towards a dark smudge on the horizon, a cliff face, perhaps offering shelter. The trek was agony. Kip struggled through deep snow, their small frame battling the vicious wind. Borvan moved steadily ahead, breaking a path. Kip fell repeatedly, each time flashing bursts of exhausted purple and embarrassed pink. Borvan, glancing back, saw only confusing flashes. He mistook the purple for distress signals he didn't understand and the pink for something else entirely unknown. Frustration mounted. Why wouldn't this creature just say what it needed? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Kip with a sickening crunch. They vanished into a hidden crevasse, a yelp swallowed by the wind. Borvan lunged forward, peering into the dark fissure. Kip dangled precariously, held only by a tangle of frozen roots, their suits snagged on jagged ice. Their fur was flashing pure, terrified white. This flash Borvan understood implicitly. Terror. Immediate danger. Without a second thought, he lowered himself, bracing his immense weight on the unstable edge. Ignoring the biting cold and groaning ice, he stretched his long arm down. "Grab," he bellowed over the wind, the single word thick with urgency. Kip looked up, seeing not the intimidating stone giant, but a lifeline. They reached, their small gloved hand grasping Borvan's massive stone fingers. With a grunt that shook the ice, Borvan hauled Kip up, cradling them against his surprisingly warm chest plate for a moment before setting them down on solid ground. Kip's fur pulsed with warm, steady gold, the glimmerfell color for profound gratitude and relief. Borvan felt a strange warmth spread through his own core, unrelated to the cold. He hadn't been thanked like that before. He nodded stiffly. "Careful," he rumbled, the word softer this time. They found the dark smudged the entrance to a vast ice cavern. Inside, the howling wind faded to a mournful sigh. It was still bitterly cold, but sheltered. Kip immediately spotted what Borvan had missed, strange, gnarled roots snaking across the walls and floor, glowing with a soft, internal light. Cryobloom roots. Kip breathed their scientific fascination, momentarily overriding fear. They generate heat, not much but some. Working together in silent, newfound understanding, they gathered dry, fibrous sections of the roots. Borvan used his strength to break off larger pieces. Kip used their knowledge to find the driest, most combustible parts. Borvan tried striking sparks from his stone knuckles. Kip, remembering basic survival training from their multi-species academy, pulled a small emergency igniter from their suit pocket. Soon, a small, precious fire crackled in a makeshift pit scooped from the icy floor. The warmth was meager but life-saving, painting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. As they huddled close, the shared fire became a bridge. Kip, emboldened by the rescue and the warmth, pointed to their own fur, now glowing a calm, steady blue. "Safe," they explained softly. They then flashed the earlier defensive yellow. Scared, not angry. They pointed at Borvan. Borvan stared, the pieces clicking. The flashes weren't nonsense or aggression, they were words. Feelings. He rumbled thoughtfully. He pointed to Kip's earlier golden glow. "That when pull up." "Thank you," Kip said, flashing the gold again. "Big thank you, friend." "Friend," Borvan repeated, the word unfamiliar, but the warmth it sparked undeniable. He tapped his own chest plate. Borvan thought light danger, on Xerxes bright light bad, mean attack. Kip's eyes widened. "Oh no, on Glimmerfell light is talk, like sound for you. Red is scared, blue is calm, gold is thanks, green is happy." They demonstrated small, gentle pulses. Borvan watched, fascinated. He tried to mimic a rumble, but it came out as a gravelly purr. Kip giggled, a sound like tiny bells, and flashed cheerful green. Borvan found himself making the purring sound again. Communication wasn't just about words spoken, it was about listening with more than ears. Over the next few cycles, measured by the dimming and brightening of the cryo blooms, not the unseen sun, they faced the frozen wilderness together. Borvan used his strength to carve ice blocks, building a windbreak around their fire. Kip discovered edible lichen growing near the warm roots and purified ice melt using salvaged filters. They took turns keeping watch, sharing stories not with perfect words, but with gestures, drawings in the frost, and the growing language of shared experience. Kip learned that Borvan's stoicism masked a dry wit and a deep loyalty. Borvan learned that Kip's nervous energy hid remarkable courage and resourcefulness. One day, while searching for more fuel, Kip ventured deeper into the cavern system. They found a breathtaking chamber where the cryo blooms weren't just roots, but full, crystalline flowers blooming in the darkness, radiating gentle warmth and bathing everything in soft, rainbow light. "Borvan, come see," Kip called, their voice echoing. Borvan lumbered in, his obsidian eyes widening at the spectacle. "Warm," he rumbled appreciatively. "Good." He noticed Kip gazing in awe at a particularly large bloom, its light shimmering like captured starlight. He saw the longing in their small frame. Without a word, Borvan carefully broke off a small, radiant crystal petal, ensuring he didn't harm the plant. He presented it to Kip. Kip took it reverently, the petal glowing in their hands, casting warm light on their fur. They looked up at Borvan, their eyes shining. They didn't flash a color. Instead, they reached out and gently placed their small hand on Borvan's massive, stone forearm. The touch was brief, warm, and spoke volumes. Borvan rumbled, a deep, contented sound. He understood. Their salvation came not long after. Kip, remembering their botany, suggested using the highly concentrated heat from a cluster of cryo blooms, focused through a salvaged piece of reflective hull plating Borvan shaped to create a powerful thermal signal. It was a long shot. They worked side by side, Kip directing the angle of the light, Borvan adjusting the reflector. For hours they sent their desperate beacon pulsing into the frozen sky, a silent plea woven from fire, ice, and newfound trust. Just as hope began to dwindle, a distinct, answering flare pierced Whisper's atmosphere a rescue shuttle. As the shuttle descended near their cavern, its engines a welcome roar, Kip and Borvan stood together. Kip held the glowing crystal petal. Borvan had carved a small, intricate representation of a cryobloom root from a piece of dark ice, a token for Kip. The rescue crew, a mix of species, stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair, the tiny, furred botanist and the towering stone engineer, standing side by side, not just surviving, but seemingly content. Back on the rescue ship, wrapped in thermal blankets and sipping warm broth, they sat together. The journey wasn't over, they still had to return to the bustling starbase. But the vastness of space felt different now. "You stay on ship," Borvan rumbled, looking at Kip. "After repairs, new mission, maybe." Kip looked up, their fur glowing a soft, steady blue, interwoven with threads of warm gold. They placed their small hand back on Borvan's arm, where the stone felt familiar and safe. "Yes," Kip said simply, their voice filled with a quiet certainty. Together, friends watch each other's path. Borvan rumbled again, that deep, purring sound that had become their shared language of comfort. He didn't need flashing lights to understand the warmth radiating from the small being beside him, a warmth that had melted the ice not just outside, but within. It was the warmth of trust earned, differences understood, and a friendship forged in the coldest void, now burning bright enough to light their way home, and wherever else the stars might lead. In the quiet hum of the rescue ship, surrounded by the gentle light of distant suns, they knew the true meaning of their bond wasn't just about surviving the storm, but about finding a shared fire that no darkness could extinguish. And as sleep finally claimed them, safe and warm, The memory of the ice cave bloomed in their dreams, a testament to the unexpected garden's friendship could grow, even on the frozen edge of forever. Deep in the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, older than the stones in the creek bed. It was a place where the boundaries between the world and something more were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web kissed by dawn dew. Among the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak named Old Man Thistle lived a community of mosskin. Small folk barely taller than a buttercup, they wore tunics woven from spider silk dyed with crushed berries and lichen. Their leader was a gentle elder named Birch, his face as lined and wise as the bark of his home tree. Birch's granddaughter, a bright-eyed sprite named Fern with hair the color of sun-dappled ferns, was known for her boundless curiosity about the Whisperwood's deepest secrets. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a symphony conducted by the seasons. In spring, the lumina petals bloomed, their soft, internal light painting the forest floor with constellations that mirrored the sky above. Their sweet, honeyed scent summoned the dreamwing butterflies, whose iridescent wings scattered pollen carrying whispered wishes and gentle dreams. Summer brought the rain singers, tiny frog-like beings who lived in the crystal-clear pools. When clouds gathered, they climbed onto lily pads and sang complex, rhythmic songs that coaxed the rain down gently, drop by drop, ensuring no seedling thirsted. Autumn saw the leaf weavers, industrious squirrels with coats the color of russet leaves, meticulously guiding each falling leaf to blanket the earth, insulating roots and nurturing the soil with their decay. Winter belonged to the frost sprites, ethereal beings formed from the first breath of cold air. They danced silently on the frozen streams, tracing intricate, glittering patterns that held the promise of spring's return deep within their icy hearts. Fern loved listening to Birch recount the old ways beside their glowing hearth mushroom. The warm, earthy smell of the mushroom mingled with the comforting scent of cedar bark burning low. Birch's voice, soft as rustling leaves, wove tales of the great heartwood tree, rumored to stand at the very center of the Whisperwood. It was said to be the source of the forest's magic, its roots drinking deep from hidden springs of starlight, its leaves capturing the moon's silver song. The heartwood's rhythm pulsed through the forest, unseen but felt in the thrum of life, the unfurling of a bud, the steady beat of a woodpecker's drum. "Balance, little Fern," Birch would murmur, the firelight dancing in his kind eyes, is the forest's truest magic. Each creature, each season, each drop of rain and ray of sun plays its part. We listen, we respect, and we give back. That is the wisdom carried on the wind through countless turnings of the seasons. One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a strange unease prickling beneath her skin, like static before a storm, but without the storm's promise. The air, usually crisp and scented with ripe nuts and damp earth, felt thin, brittle. The lumina petals, usually fading gently as autumn deepened, seemed to dim prematurely, their soft glow flickering weakly. Worse, the rain-singers' songs, normally a comforting counterpoint to the rustling leaves, sounded thin and faltering. The streams, fed by their magic, ran lower than they should. "Grandfather," Fern whispered, her voice small against the sudden quiet of the woods, "something feels wrong. The magic feels thin, like stretched spider silk." Birch's face, usually serene, creased with deep concern. He closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand on the trunk of Old Man Thistle. Fern watched as a faint tremor ran through his fingers. "You feel truly, child," he murmured, his voice heavy. "The rhythm, the heartwood's song, it's fading. The balance is shifting." A ripple of worry spread through the mosskin community. The leaf weavers reported finding patches of earth where leaves crumbled to lifeless dust instead of nourishing the soil. The dreamwing butterflies fluttered listlessly, their colors muted. Even the frost sprites glimpsed early near the shaded creek banks seemed less substantial, their icy patterns melting too quickly. Birch gathered the moss-skin elders under the vast canopy of a weeping willow, its long fronds brushing the moss like gentle fingers. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that now held an undercurrent of anxiety. "The heartwood weakens," Birch announced, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the rustling fronds. "The ancient pact, the flow of magic that binds us all, is faltering. We must discover why." Fern stepped forward, her small frame trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "I'll go, grandfather, to the great heartwood. I can follow the old paths, the ones you told me about." Her heart hammered against her ribs, but the image of the dimming lumina petals and the rain singer's strained songs spurred her on. Birch looked at his granddaughter, seeing not just the child, but the spark of the forest's future. He nodded slowly. "The journey is long and the paths are guarded by the forest's oldest memories. Go with the wisdom of the wind, little Fern. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the guidance of the stones. Seek the keeper." Equipped with a pouch of nourishing seed cakes, sweet with wild blueberries, a cloak spun from shimmering moth wings for warmth, and a tiny lantern crafted from a hollowed firefly abdomen that glowed with a soft, steady light, Fern set out. The deeper she ventured into the Whisperwood, the stronger the sense of imbalance grew. The air tasted stale. The usual chorus of bird song was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the dry rattle of leaves. The scent of healthy decay was overpowered by a faint, acrid tang, like metal left in the rain. She crossed a meadow where lumina petals lay scattered, their light extinguished like fallen stars. The sight filled her with a profound sadness. Guided by Birch's teachings, Fern listened intently. She pressed her ear to the cool, damp bark of an ancient yew tree. A deep, sorrowful groan vibrated through the wood, speaking of choked roots and poisoned soil deeper within the forest. A cluster of smooth river stones, warmed by a rare patch of sunlight, hummed a warning of tainted water seeping from the direction of the distant mountains. A family of badgers, their faces etched with worry, spoke of strange, bitter smells carried on the wind from the north, where human settlements edged the forest. After days of travel, guided by the fading pulse of the forest's magic, and the subtle signs Birch had taught her to read the way moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific constellation of mushrooms pointing the way Fern reached a hidden valley. It was shielded by towering, impossibly old sequoias whose bark felt like warm, living stone beneath her tiny hand. The air here was still thick with unease, but beneath it, Fern sensed a deep, resonant thrumming, weak but persistent. It was the heartbeat of the heartwood. In the center of the valley stood the great heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond words, its trunk wider than a dozen moss-skin homes, its branches reaching towards the sky like open arms, cradling the clouds. But Fern gasped. Great swaths of its bark were cracked and gray, like parched earth. Its leaves, normally a vibrant tapestry of emerald and silver, hung limp and dull, many already fallen, carpeting the ground in a sorrowful blanket. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of exhaustion and pain. The scent here was complex, the rich, ancient smell of deep wood, overlaid with the sickly sweetness of decay, and a harsh, metallic tang that made Fern's eyes water. At the base of the immense trunk sat the keeper. Not a towering giant, but a figure woven from living vines, moss, and shifting shadows, shaped vaguely like an ancient, wise badger. Its eyes were pools of deep, still water reflecting the fading light. It radiated immense age and profound weariness. Little listener, the keeper's voice was the sound of wind sighing through deep canyons, low and resonant, echoing slightly in the quiet valley. You feel the fading song, you have journeyed far. Fern bowed low, her heart pounding. Keeper, the Whisperwood is ill. The lumina dims, the rain singers falter, the balance breaks. We felt the heartwood's pain. What harms it? The keeper shifted, vines rustling like dry parchment. Its watery eyes seemed to gaze far beyond Fern. The harmony is frayed. From the north, beyond the stone-teeth mountains, comes a slow sickness. Humans dig deep, seeking bright stones that burn. They poison the earth's blood, the water that feeds my roots. They cut the ancient sentinels whose roots spoke to mine, whose leaves sang with the wind. The connection weakens, the magic starves. A deep sigh, like stones grinding together, escaped it. The old ways are forgotten, the pact of respect fades. Fern felt a chill deeper than winter's touch. But what can we do? We are so small, and the sickness comes from so far away. The keeper's form seemed to gather the fading light. Small you are, but connected. The heartwood's strength lies not just in itself, but in the web of life it sustains and which sustains it. The pact is not broken, only strained. The magic sleeps, it does not die. It needs remembrance. It needs the song. The song. Fern asked, hope flickering like her tiny lantern. The heart song, the keeper murmured. The song of belonging, of gratitude, of connection, sung not by one but by all. Sung with pure intent, it resonates with the heartwood's core, reminding it of the life that depends on its rhythm, strengthening the frayed threads. It is the oldest magic, passed down since the first leaf unfurled. Your elder knows the seed of it. Fern remembered. Birch on quiet evenings would hum a simple, wordless melody, a tune that felt like roots sinking into cool earth, like sunlight warming moss. He called it the forest's lullaby. But how can all sing? Fern wondered, looking at the vast, suffering tree. The creatures are scattered, frightened. The song starts small, the keeper whispered, its voice growing fainter, its form seeming to blend more with the shadows at the heartwood's base. Like a single raindrop finding the stream, it needs a conductor, a focus of pure heart. Carry the seed back, plant it with belief. Let the forest remember its own voice. Go now, little listener. Time flows like the tainted stream. Fern didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the image of the dying heartwood burning in her mind, the keeper's words echoing, remembrance. The song. All. The journey back felt longer, the forest's distress more acute. The metallic tang seemed stronger, the silence heavier. When she finally stumbled into the mosskin hollow beneath Old Man Thistle, weary and coated in forest dust, Birch was waiting. The worry on his face deepened as he saw her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Fern poured out her tale, the dying heartwood, the poisoned earth's blood from the north, the forgotten pact, and the keeper's words about the heart song. A heavy silence fell over the gathered mosskin, the only sound the crackle of the hearth mushroom and the sigh of the wind through Thistle's branches, carrying the scent of distant decay. The heart song. Birch breathed, his eyes distant. I remember the tune passed from my grandmother's grandmother, but it is a whisper, Fern. How can a whisper reach the heartwood now? The keeper said it needs to start small, Fern insisted, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. But it needs to grow. It needs all of us. And it needs belief. We need to remind the forest who it is, what it means to be connected. Birch looked at his granddaughter, then at the worried faces of his people. He saw the dimming light of their own hearth mushroom. He saw the resolve in Fern's eyes, mirroring the determination he'd carried in his youth. He nodded slowly, a spark rekindling in his own gaze. Then we begin, here now, we sing the seed. Gathered under the protective boughs of Old Man Thistle, as the first true snowflakes of winter began to drift down like frozen whispers, the mosskin formed a circle. Birch closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, and began to hum. It was the simple, ancient melody, the forest's lullaby. It started soft, hesitant, a fragile thread of sound in the vast, troubled woods. Fern joined in, pouring all her love for the Whisperwood, all her hope, all her belief in the keeper's words, into the notes. Her clear voice wove around Birch's deeper hum. One by one, the other mosskin added their voices, timidly at first, then stronger. The song wasn't loud, but it was pure. It spoke of cool moss underfoot, the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of wild strawberries, the comforting darkness of a tree hollow, the joyful dance of fireflies on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, of gratitude for the sheltering branches and the nourishing soil. As they sang, something remarkable happened. The hearth mushrooms glowed bright and casting warmer, steadier light. The falling snowflakes seemed to dance gently to the rhythm. A family of field mice, drawn by the sound, peeked from their burrow, their tiny eyes wide. A weary robin huddled on a branch, puffed out its chest, and added a tentative, sweet trill to the melody. Word traveled, carried by the wind, by the chattering squirrels, by the silent flight of an owl. Fern, guided by the Moskin elders, journeyed to the rain-singers' pools. She hummed the melody to them. Their large, luminous eyes blinked, and then one brave singer climbed onto a half-frozen lily pad. Its song, usually reserved for rain, now wove the Moskin's melody into its own complex rhythms, creating a new, hopeful harmony that rippled across the water. The sound carried far. Fern visited the leaf weavers in their autumn-gilded dens. She sang the heart song's core. The squirrels, initially skeptical, found the tune settling into their busy hearts. As they worked, guiding leaves to the earth, they began to hum it, a steady, grounding rhythm that vibrated through the soil. The decaying leaves seemed to settle with more purpose, releasing their nutrients with a sigh of contentment. She sought out the frost sprites near the icy streams. Communicating through feelings and gentle touches on their shimmering forms, Fern shared the song's essence, warmth not of fire, but of connection. The sprites, embodiments of quiet winter, began to trace their frost patterns in time with the melody, their icy spirals holding the promise of the song within their delicate structures. The Moskin sang every dusk and dawn under Old Man Thistle. The rain singers added their watery harmonies from their pools. The leaf weavers hummed as they worked. The frost sprites danced their silent symphony. Birds picked up the tune, weaving it into their calls. Even the wind seemed to catch the melody, sighing it through the branches. It started as scattered notes across the vast Whisperwood, like the first stars appearing at twilight. But gradually the notes found each other. The forest began to remember its own voice, its own deep connection. The pure collective intent, the gratitude, the belonging, the shared love for their home began to resonate. Deep in the hidden valley, the great heartwood tree shuddered. The weak, faltering pulse within its ancient core began to steady. A faint silvery light, unseen for seasons, flickered deep within its cracked bark. The metallic tang in the air lessened, replaced by the faint, sweet smell of sap beginning to stir, even in winter's heart. The keeper, a shadowy figure at its base, lifted its head. The pools of its eyes reflected not just fading light, but a burgeoning spark. A deep, resonant thrum, felt more than heard, vibrated outwards from the heartwood, a counterpoint to the forest's growing song. The change wasn't instant, nor was it a cure for the deep sickness creeping from the north. But the balance, the vital harmony, began to knit itself back together, thread by shimmering thread. The lumina petals didn't suddenly blaze, but their fading light steadied. The rain singers found strength returning to their voices. The streams, while still low, flowed with a cleaner sound. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative but growing chorus of the heart song, woven through the natural sounds of the forest. Back under Old Man Thistle, the Moskins sang with renewed vigor as the first true thaw began. Tiny green shoots, brave and bright, pushed through the snow near their hearth mushroom. The air, crisp and cold, carried the clean scent of melting snow, and underneath it, the undeniable fragrance of life stirring, of resilience. Birch placed a gnarled hand on Fern's shoulder as they sang, their voices blending with the drip of melting ice and the distant chorus of the forest. He looked not just at the returning green, but at his granddaughter, whose courage and belief had carried the seed of the song. The wisdom of generations, whispered under mossy roots, had found fertile ground in a young heart. The magic of the Whisperwood hadn't died. It had merely been sleeping, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the pure, shared song of belonging to awaken it once more. The heart song continued, a gentle, constant hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. It was a lullaby for the forest itself, a reminder of the deep, unbreakable connection binding root to rock, creature to tree, season to season. And as the first fireflies of the coming spring blinked their tiny lanterns in the velvet dusk, they blinked in time with the song, a constellation of hope echoing the ancient rhythm of the great heartwood tree, strong and steady once again. The Whisperwood breathed its magic a soft, resilient glow in the gathering twilight, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, remembrance, and a song sung together.